Welcome back, everyone, to the last series that we have on our hands here in the APAC region for the last week here for the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. I'm excited, Alvaro, after that first series that we had on our hands. We highlighted exactly what we're looking forward to, though, looking at the Shanghai Dragons versus the LA Valiant.
It's been a tough stage so far for the LA Valiant. They are currently winless. They haven't gotten a single win so far, 0-4. They got a lot of maps in there, and their map differential doesn't look that bad, given that their scoreline is 0-4. But it's because they keep going to map 5s against teams. I mean, they had a map 5 versus Fusion. They had a map 5 versus the Guangzhou Charge. And then, they also had a 0-3 versus Seoul, but that's versus Seoul. That's kind of understandable. They took one map versus Spark, couldn't take that one to 5. So far, though, they just haven't had the greatest of chances to qualify through. But here's the crazy thing, Vicky. I've done the maths here for qualification. It is still not impossible for the Valiant to make the tournament. There's a line of play for them to make the tournament, and it would require them to basically be in either a 3-way or a 4-way tie between other teams in a 2-4 scoreline. The best scoreline now that they can get is 2-4. That would require them to beat Shanghai today in this matchup, and would require them to win against the Chengdu Hunters in the other matchup there as well. Chengdu look kind of beatable right now, especially given the performance today. However, Shanghai, I don't know if they look beatable. So really, for Valiant, they need to win big today. Hopes that some other teams win and lose in very specific ways to end up in a 2-4 scoreline, and only then is it possible for Valiant's dreams to come alive and finally make a tournament, because they haven't made a tournament this entire year.
It's unfortunate, too, because they started really kicking things up a bit. But when you have to go against the Dragons here on a weekend where it means everything, whether you qualify or not, this could spell doom. Very similar to the series that they had with Seoul. These two teams, Seoul and the Shanghai Dragons, have just been dominating the APAC region so far. They've honestly just are on a different level. If I could put them just above the rest, it's just there's like 2 tier breaks basically with where this team is, because they've just been dominating. They've been dominating. They really seem like the 2 teams that have nailed down the meta right now with the Junker Queen. And I feel like right now with what we're expecting from the Dragons, it's going to be incredibly difficult for the LA Valiant to really put themselves on board to at least try to achieve that tiebreaker.
And that's the thing, right? Because they needed to win versus somebody else, and they had 2 very close calls in terms of trying to win versus somebody else, and it just hasn't happened. And now one of those 2 wins has to come from the Dragons, and it's difficult imagining the Dragons losing the series given how far ahead in the meta they seem compared to everybody else. Their team is on a different level, as you mentioned. Then with Seoul, Dragons have only dropped a single map so far. It's looking more than an uphill battle, to be honest, for the LA Valiant. I'm not going to say it's impossible, because there can be miracles out here, but you can also, I guess, buy a lottery ticket. It's not impossible, but it's going to be pretty tough out there. Let's take a look at the starting lineups here, as I don't think there'll be any surprises. Both teams have played the exact same players with no substitutions over the course of the entire stage. You already know how it's going to be. Void on the Junker Queen. Who are you coming through on the Genji? And I know how much you like to see the Genji plays out there, Vicky. Who are you right now is, I think, at the top of the list?
Absolutely, with those amazing Genji plays. And we got to talk about Void. When you mentioned Void as Junker Queen, the insane survivability that he's got on Junker Queen is just another level. This entire team has just been dominating for a reason. There's a reason why they're currently number 2 in the overall standing. So excited to see how this is going to play out here for the Dragons, if they're looking to try to just wrap things up with another day at work for them to walk away, or is the Valiant really going to come out of left field for us to see?
Yeah, Dragons, really the scoreline here is, if you want to be talking realistically, what should be happening here, we should be talking about scorelines, because Seoul did beat Valiant 3-0. Dragons are trying to catch up to Seoul. They're trying to make sure that they are on equal footing with Seoul. Likely how it's going to round out is whoever wins in the Dragon-Seoul matchup at the end of the qualifiers here will be the first seed. So that's the most important thing, but also getting some confidence here. Make sure they're not losing too hard to the Valiant is important here as well. Let's take a look at the Valiant side and the competition on the other end. You talked about Void on the Junker Queen. I think one of the hidden gems of the Overwatch League so far in this sort of stage is Dia's role swap over towards the Junker Queen himself. That's been quite a pleasant surprise, and Dia's looked like one of the better Junker Queens, and sure, Valiant's had their rough moments as well, but generally speaking, I think Dia's been leading the charge. He's been kind of quite a force to be reckoned with on this Junker Queen. There is one interesting thing that I'm going to bring up here, and is that we are going to be seeing Molly. So a substitution coming in play for the LA Valiant. They actually haven't been playing with Molly in this particular meta so far. It's been Sashin and Lengset together. Sashin had also role swap from tank over towards support. Sashin actually played DPS at one stage, so now he's playing his third role, right? He was playing the Brig. Lengset was playing the Lucio. So I guess this means Molly's playing the Brig. Lengset will stay on the Lucio. And Molly will debut in this stage finally.
Gonna have to see. Making some of those swaps, though, I'm wondering, what do you think here, Avril, with making that swap with Sasha not being the one starting off things off with LA Valiant? What they're maybe expecting from Molly here?
I think they're just maybe losing a bit of confidence in Sashin's Brig. I don't know if that is the sole point for the team, but clearly the team is not quite working out the way they want it to work out, so they're thinking, okay, well, we have Molly available, he is a support player. A lot of other teams, in fact most other teams, have played their flex support on the Brig. Can't really go wrong here. This is a Dragons game. Valiant know that they're probably not expected to beat the Dragons, so it would be a huge upset if they were able to beat the Dragons. Why not give Molly a go? You know, this is kind of warm-up for them to try and take down the Hunters. I think for them it's just about getting league points, right? Even if they don't make the tournament, which is a likelihood that they probably won't make the tournament, the important thing is to work towards the end of season where, again, you're trying to avoid 7th place, and Charge just got 1 extra point today to get ahead of the Valiant. So now Charge have actually escaped 7th place. Valiant are currently in the standings in APAC in 7th for the entire season. So Valiant need to catch up. They need to beat the Hunters as well. And if they want to keep running Molly, this will be the first kind of test for Molly. Very difficult test, mind you, but it is a time that they can at least try something different.
It's going to be important there, too, to note, because with the Charge and the Valiant being so close together in the overall standings, now that you want to work towards that overall score, that's really the one thing that they have to keep in mind is the Charge and the Hunters being those two teams that they want to make sure that don't get too ahead of them, especially if the Charge actually end up being the team to make it into the Summer Showdown tournament. So that's going to be extra the points for them. They're going to be able to feel more secure in the overall standings, and the LA Valiant need to start focusing on the later game here.
And the other interesting thing about this as well is that there's a bunch of members from Valiant that actually have a bit of connection to Shanghai. Notably, we're talking about Dia here, but also Molly. Both of these players actually played for Shanghai at various points. Molly was with the Shanghai Dragons last year. Technically, he has a win with them. He's got an entire championship ring from the Overwatch League. Dia was with them in the first 2 seasons, mostly benched in the 2nd season there. But even guys like Easyhan, who play for Team CC, that was the Shanghai Dragons Academy team. They got Innovation on the bench who play for Team CC as well, so a little bit of connection here. We had some connection between Guangzhou and Chengdu Hunters. That was a very obvious connection, being that 8 of those players had played together last year, but here as well, just a little bit of friendly cross integration between players have moved between teams.
We've been seeing that a lot today, haven't we, Avro? It's been interesting nonetheless, because I also feel like it adds in that extra spice to kind of make things fun here for a lot of our players. But there is a lot on the line, and once again, this is the last week to qualify into the Summer Showdown tournament. So a lot on the table here, but it's that extra stress that I would be feeling if I were the LA Valiant right now, especially if you have to go against a team like the Dragons as your first series to open up the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's on some level you're stressed, but on some level this is the one game that you can sort of chill out a little bit. Not to say that they won't give it their best; they absolutely will be giving it their best. And if they can take any maps away, that's a huge win, because in that sort of battle with Guangzhou, trying to escape 7th place, if they do end up with the same scoreline, map differential and tiebreakers come into play, right? So Valiant have been good at least getting maps off of other teams. That's been one of their strengths, even if they don't necessarily win all the matches. So yeah, this is the one again where they don't necessarily expect to win, but it is a practice run up against Hunters later on, which is going to be an important game for standings. So I don't know that they're going to be like super stressed out about this game. They'll give it their best, see what happens, try and make it upset happen. But if it doesn't happen, then you can't be too upset about it. So
we're going to see how this plays out here as we get set up. Our players are getting ready to go. quick recap of that first series. Surprised it did end in a 3-0. I was expecting it to go the distance before preparing us for the series that we're about to dive into between the Dragons and the Valiant. Wondering how many maps the Valiant could at least try to claim off of the Dragons and see if they even have that opportunity. Like you mentioned, they've been doing really well at least taking some of these maps away from some of these higher end teams. But when it comes to the Dragons, again, just a different beast next to Seoul on the level of where the other APAC teams have been. And I do think that has to go down to the way that the Dragons and the Dynasty have been able to approach this meta. I feel like they just have a lot more of an understanding. But honestly, with the way that we're currently seeing teams like Charge and making some of these roster changes, and the way that we're seeing Choice of One, for example, pop off Jimmy as well right behind him, I feel like it's kind of allowing these other teams now to really kick things up a lot to try to catch up.
And this also might be the final time you get to see the players of the Valiant have these role swaps as well, because I think going into next meta with Junker Queen looking to be quite heavily nerfed, or just be nerfed enough that she probably won't end up being a vital place in the meta anymore. We're not going to see the Dia Queen, so this is the last weekend of games where the Dia Queen is going to be a factor. And, you know, hopefully they all get at least one win, but unfortunately that would mean that they have to beat the Chengdu Hunters. Well, it's great for Valiant. It would be a sad way for Hunters to bow out, considering they were in a very good position to at least lock up third place, and now, you know, they'll be still kind of in contention for third place, but also looking at the fourth place there as well if they can get it. We'll just have to see how far they slide down, if they do it at all. Valiant are a really wild card team in this region. I think it really speaks heavily to the competitiveness of the region, in the sense that outside of Seoul and Shanghai in this particular meta in this stage, the other 5 teams are equally trading games at all points. Anybody can beat anybody. Nobody is safe. There are no free games. Even the LA Valiant, it's not a free game, because 2 teams had to go to 5 maps to beat the Valiant. That's definitely not a free game. That is a very contentious and difficult game to play. Valiant can surprise at any sort of point. Will just come down to this series today versus the Shanghai Dragons. Are there any surprises? Can we see something here that makes Shanghai Dragons a little bit worried? Can Valiant upset the Dragons? Can they slay the Dragons? Can anybody be the Dragon Slayers?
I don't know about that. We're going to have to see. I love how you mentioned the wildcard point, because I feel like that's a lot of APAC. Philly Fusion come to mind when I think about wildcard teams, just with the way that, you know, Philly does what Philly wants at the end of the day. But LA Valiant, like you mentioned, has been able to claim a lot of maps from a lot of these other teams, even taking that one map away from the Spark earlier on, going into that Game 5 versus Philly. And it's interesting to see how this is going to play out, if they are going to be able to do something similar like that to the Dragons, because every map counts at the end if you want to actually play for that long run in the overall standings.
Yep. And I think Dragons losing maps here would be a little bit awkward, but it wouldn't be the end of their run. Well, it definitely wouldn't be the end of their run for this tournament, but it won't be super damaging for their battle for first place seeding-wise, because, again, the most important result to challenge that is going to be their game versus Seoul down the line. But for now, this should be, for the Dragons, a bit of a warm-up game if things go as expected. So far, things, at least in the lineup, are as expected. Thanks to Lucio, Molly over towards the Brig, replacing Sashin today, and maybe for the rest of the weekend here as well, Shanghai. Getting a bit of early damage, DJ got in trouble, but Lip gets the first frag.
Welcome, Molly. Hope you're enjoying your stay here real quick, as he's the first one exiting out of this fight. Becky's going to follow shortly afterwards. Who are you? Already diving all the way in, leaving Dia low, leaving Linksa to back away, actually managing to survive, but the proing is going to be able to go in favor of the Dragons, with a number advantage being on their side.
Yep, Lee Jae-gon surviving. This guy also really likes to play at the edge, right? Where the edge between I'm about to feed versus I'm about to do something godlike, and it will be Lip getting that first kill. Lee Jae-gon survives. No deaths on the Dragons so far, as they get 3 frags, so Valiant will at least walk away with 2 alive when all is said and done. Dragons expectedly is going to be quite far ahead in some of the important ultimates.
Here comes that shout. Here comes that aggressive approaching from Who Are You. You're going to have to respect that disruptor shot a little bit before diving in, and that speed boost too to help enable Who Are You. Becky gets taken down, and so does Easy Han, and the Valiant are already getting pushed all the way back to their spawn. Void collects 2 here too, and the Dragons looking like they are chilling. Look at those player cams too, going right back to the point.
It's another 3 kills, another 0 deaths. And Dragons now getting all the ultimates that they need. Who Are You is well ahead of Becky. The only play on Valiant that's maybe ahead here is actually Dia versus Void, but maybe that's just the fight's ending too early for Void to do too much about it. Who Are You carrying out?
Carrying out with the blade and carrying Becky back to the spawn here too before diving in, trying to maybe go for an opportunity with the reset here too, but the follow from Void to help enable Who Are You. This two duo, as just players on the Dragons, are just so scary. See Leisure Gong going to be able to boost them all the way back to the next choke point, and it's rinse and repeat here for the Dragons.
Yeah, it'll be Lip going through for the overclock next, and it'll be hard to respond, right? Because if you're Valiant, do you really want to use a support ultimate for that? If you don't, it's probably going to be last fight. Molly spins, but he's low already. Lip wants him down.
Ooh, here comes the shout, and here comes the sound barrier too to help keep Molly up and to help get more out of that rally. They do find Who Are You, which is pretty big here for the Valiant to turn things around to at least flip this point. Looking fantastic here. The way that they were able to cycle through the command shout, the sound barrier, and the rally actually has allowed Valiant to get 2 of those picks. Becky still goes down, unfortunately, without being able to utilize that Dragon Blade, but that's fine. You'll be able to go into that next fight with the Blade to hold back the Dragon to the choke point.
Yeah, 94% for the Dragons, but the Valiant do bounce back with the fight win. They double support ultimate there, which in some cases you could argue is a little bit of an over expenditure, and Dragons probably felt the same way, which is why Dragons played that fight so conservatively. They didn't use the sound barrier because they wanted to try and just, you know, live through the double support ultimates being spent by the Valiant, kind of just wait it out. Then if Becky maybe plays, use a sound barrier, that's going to happen probably in this fight now.
Or maybe waiting out on the opportunity, maybe trying to wait on the rampage here too from Dia. Yeah, actually just going to play patiently.
They just survive the blade. They just survive it.
Becky playing that incredibly patient though, and now with the Dragon surviving that and still holding on to the sound barrier, this is fantastic news to deal with the rampage, to deal with EasyHunt and his ult here too. The Valiant now going to be able to try to take control over the side here, but the Dragons want the high ground. Zihan is going to be able to pop that ult as Dia is going to still hold on to the rampage too. You can see that contention with BJ Gon. Who's the more patient one as the shout from the Dragons comes online? They're going to be able to move all the way down. The shutdown immediately in his face. They knew the rampage was going to come. They were just waiting for it, Apple.
Watch the cap. It's come through now. Valiant have lost that. They have to touch, but they have no members alive. Lip's cleaned them all up. Lip's just taking control of the game. He destroys Dia. He sends the Valiant down towards the 0-1 mark of that. Shanghai Dragons with a celebratory rampage towards the end there from Void. Will happily collect that one. Look, it's not 100-0. You don't need to dominate your opponents here, but the Dragons still look to be largely ahead of the Valiant at all points. Even just the confidence to survive against a Blade. Becky pulls Blade. Dragon's like, let's disengage. Actually, you know what? Hold the sound barrier. Don't need that for this fight. We can save the sound barrier for a later engagement. They do. And the crazy thing is, Lip killing Dia still technically hit 2 members, so like it's like not quite a cancel rally, but he doesn't get to launch. He sort of gets maybe a couple centimeters off, just a few inches off from his starting position, catches 2 members, it'll be Void and Easyaki, maybe Void and somebody. Lijigon still has a sound barrier, Dia's down, Shanghai Dragons huge, just player advantage, and Lip will clean up. Lip had the first blood, by the way, in that previous round. Let's see if he does it again.
And that was on to Molly earlier here too, as you see Lip now getting into a nice position. You see the Disruptor shot as well to control some of the space. Becky's the one to go down first, but some assistance here coming in from Lip as he also finds Dia. DJ gone on Becky's tail. That's 3 down here for the Valiant. Molly, Lynx are going to be able to try to back away in time as the Dragons win the first team fight again.
Yeah, and just another very comfortable fight win. They didn't drop any members, got a few kills there, they didn't get the full cleanup, but you know, they just take the expected dub, don't over pursue, they don't get overly aggressive. This is not a Shanghai Dragons that's kind of disrespecting the Valiant, right? They're playing super disciplined. And that's what a dangerous Shanghai Dragons looks like, because they're not offering up a lot of avenues to punish them by making mistakes. They're basically just not making any mistakes at all.
Ooh, Lip also finding EasyHunt right there as he's forced inside that side room. Becky's gonna punish Lip right there, so it's a trade for trade. Void falling pretty low though, over to the side. Who Are You? Gonna be able to try to heal for a bit as you see Molly now move all the way up. The Valiant finding that pick though, don't really fully initiate here though too. Even Lexa falling low, he is gonna be able to get away in time. But Who Are You putting in so much pressure, forcing the Valiant back a bit here in that next choke point.
Yeah, I think Valiant actually got a kill there as well, but Shanghai just were not to be perturbed as Valiant failed to really capitalize further on that, and now as Molly's felt to this rally, he's down. It's at least a trade.
Who Are You goes down as he's about to get that blade. He hasn't coming into that next fight, but this is great look here for Valiant to at least try to get that point once again. Now trying to flip it at 60% here in favor of the Dragons and climbing. Iziaki goes down, so does Void, but they're going to go in. He still managed to get the kill before going down here too, and here at Avril, they're also going to have a plethora of ultimates to work with for that next team fight.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon will trade 10 seconds of a respawn for, I think, 1 extra percentage there on the cap point, but I think he was probably going to die anyway. Well, actually, I don't know. He is a Lucio. Maybe he can just run away. Shanghai Dragon's probably not going to be too concerned there. They'll have the 5 ultimates up in no time. Valiant will make this one a very heavy ultimate trade, though. Oh, especially if Easy High can kill Lip. That actually might be Dragons disengaging. No, they're too deep in. They have to play now.
But it fell so low. Finding the skirmish in the side room has been really detrimental, even with Becky getting it with a huge rampage, finding 4 here. They were still able to keep themselves alive. Minus Dia going down here. Now the immediate reverse here, Avro, with Who Are You still being up in this fight. Void going to be able to get a huge rampage, and now here comes the B and the Blade coming in. Becky gets shut down by Void. Void survivability once again has prevailed here as Who Are You are going to clear the stage here with the Blade.
I mean, I talk about Shanghai Dragons not overstepping. They're showing Valiant a lot of respect, but the same on the opposite end is not true here. Valiant get ultra greedy there. They have a major player advantage. They're thinking it's a 5v3. Voice just rampaged us. It's a 4-man rampage, but don't worry about it. We'll live. They don't rally. They don't sound bad. Everyone's on low HP after the rampage, and Dragons turn the fight around.
Now they use the rally and in combination with the shout. Dia's being reserved with the rampage before using it right now to try to dive in. Finds 3, pretty big here if they can find Izuyaki for trying to get away. Void also falling extremely low. The re-sustainability though coming in from the Dragons. The fact that they stay up, Void still lives. He's so low. Overtime ticking away. 99%, but the Valiants managed to try to claim the number advantage with Who Are You still taking care of Molly.
Yeah, well, that will finally be the Valiant coming on through, despite the sort of failure to catch Void there. They'll eventually get him. They'll eventually get the cap. He's alive. Try and make this one competitive. It's 99-51. Across the line. This is going to be a fresh neutral. No ultimates available for either side. Nobody even close to an ultimate. The largest and most charged member is Izuyaki. But Richard Kong just getting a solo, I believe, onto Izuyaki. That's might be Dragon's advantage. 4-4.
Jae-gon always in these aggressive positions too to be able to get that follow from Lip too when he gets that big hit. Now it takes care of Lensa, Molly going out. Now the Dragons are about to get right back to the point after clearing the rest of Valiant. That was both of their supports down first. As the overtime ticks away, the Valiant really have nowhere to touch that point. The Dragons with ease take map number 1 here on Busan.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of back and forth there. Some trades did actually happen. Valiant, you know, they're not going to go down without swinging, but most of the part they do miss, and for the most part, Dragons do hit. It is the Shanghai Dragons that expected taking a 2-0. No 100-0 rounds in there, but for Valiant, man, that is a very interesting scenario where they had something like 4 to 5 ults up, double support ultimates, disrespected Void's rampage, and got heavily punished. I think if it wasn't for that, there would be a fair argument to make about perhaps the concept of LA Valiant getting around, taking us to a 3rd round, going to Sanctuary, seeing what happens here. But yeah, Valiant got a little bit too greedy there. They do get punished, and Shanghai Dragons will be pleased with that.
Even with the way that Becky was playing in that side room, he was able to skirmish with the Dragons really, really well there. But unfortunately, like you mentioned, they didn't really have that respect for the Dragons once Void popped that rampage. It was insanity there too, because not only was the chaos there, but the sustainability of the rest of the Dragons was also there despite falling incredibly low. That's just the first map though. We got 2 more maps here underway. Map number 2, we are going on to Paraíso, so I'm super excited to see how this plays out. Don't go anywhere, because that's going to be on the other side of this break. welcome back everybody. First map already in the books here between the Dragons and the Valiant, with the Dragons taking a pretty dominating first map there, but there was a little bit of back and forth too, Avril.
Just a little bit of competitiveness, at least in some fights there. You know, it wasn't like a 100-0 sweep or anything like that. We've certainly seen far more dominant displays, but as kind of explained there during the map for the Dragons POV, you know, they're not looking like they're trying to embarrass a Valiant or anything like that, showing a lot of respect towards the Valiant. They're not trying to run into their spawn, they're not trying to overly chase, they're not playing super greedy in a lot of situations. There are some situations where they're definitely trying to hold extra ultimates or anything like that, but all within reason, all within parameters for the Shanghai Dragons. The Valiant, they're trying to get a little bit frisky here, but at the same time, I kind of respect it. I respect that Valiant, understanding that they are the heavy underdogs in this particular series here. They need to be the ones taking risks. They need to be the ones trying to, you know, sneak something through that the Dragons maybe won't punish, but Vicky, this is the Dragons we're talking about. In Dragons, if they're going to do anything, they will punish you if you make mistakes.
And in a map like this, I'm super excited too, because this is where you could get punished really heavily, especially before you get that first point. Paraíso, I got to see you and Leg Day cast on this map just last weekend, and it's nice to be able to see a change of scenery here too for myself, because now this is going to be my first time going to be casting over a beautiful map like this.
And you know, one of the expectations on a map is, well, for this particular map on Paraíso is you have a very difficult A push, right? It's typically very defender favored. High ground control matters a lot. In fact, it matters enough that Easy Hunt and Becky want some of that long range, right? Easy Hunt wants to potentially snipe. Who are you going towards an Echo? Becky wants to start on the Echo, just have the extra spam damage, really punish the Dragons as they have to push on through. I do wonder the validity of this Sombra pick from Lip, because what we have seen in the past is Seoul Dynasty like to play Fitz on a Tracer here to get the flank going to force the defenders on A to go back. Lip's had a couple of options. He looked at the Sombra, he looked at the Widowmaker, took a couple of pot shots even, and it will be the Ashe as the response here, but it does slow things down. If Dragons want to make quick rotation plays, Ashe is not the answer. So it seems like maybe Dragons want to play this A point slowly.
Play it into what Valiant has in store for us too. Becky on the Echo as Molly gets taken down immediately. That's not trickiness when it comes to having to go underneath that bridge, but if you get caught sleeping over on the top side and the rest of your team has already rotated out, you're going to be the one that's isolated here, especially if you are dealing with the Dragons who really take care of that opportunity. Now they're walking onto the point for free here as the Valiant are just waiting.
And you know, they're still here. Valiant are waiting for 5, so and Molly's come back now. They give away 2 ticks. They'll instantly come back in. I think there's one Dragons player maybe isolated, and that's going to be Lip.
Ooh. Oh, that was beautiful right there. Nice trade though, no, as Dia's going to be able to get taken down, but it's Who Are You that's been a huge problem from the Dragons. Now the Valiants down 3 members here, make it 4 going counting, and the Dragons are going to be able to take control over this point and already get the payload moving really quick too, and it's that first point that sometimes it ends up being tricky.
It's very much just coming down to Who Are You and his aggression coming through. I said that maybe Dragons wanted to approach that one slowly because they do have the Ashe. While Lip can approach it slowly, he can chill out and sort of snipe from the background, but Who Are You's going to dive straight on in. He's going to get really aggro and he'll get rewarded with a kill into Molly. That's a 5 versus 4. They get 2 ticks for free. Valiant play the 5v5 once Molly arrives, and they even kill Lip, but it's instantly traded out. Dragons get the better of the trades ultimately, and as we move through the streets, should be ultimates coming online. Izuyaki, Who Are You, all looking very healthy towards ults. Becky can get this copy up as well. Typically, you will see the Jungle Queen copy.
And that point B could be tricky here too, with the high ground advantage that you could get in between a lot of these skirmishes inside these buildings, as Who Are You is going to be able to reflect all inside of that small room, backing off ever so slightly. Izuyaki does have that rally though, and Lee Jae-gon does have the sound barrier to help match alongside with him here though. The rally now is going to get called in. Here comes that duplicate that you were mentioning onto the Jungle Queen. See if they can get a lot out of it. Oh, huge actually! Being able to catch Who Are You in the middle of him trying to dive with that Dragon Blade. Amazing timing and the survivability from the Valiants. Thanks to that sound barrier was also great in combination with the commanding shout.
That was unreal from Becky. Disgusting knife throw. Just destroys Who Are You. I think Who Are You already ate a shot from somewhere else, because a single knife isn't going to get a kill on a full HP Genji. So Who Are You already took some damage, but just a finishing blow. That's extra 10 out of 10 style points from Becky, if anything else. And I was going to say as well, Valiant looked like they were going to be too far behind the support ultimates. Dragons pulled the trigger on the support ultimates early because they have them. But Valiant, off the back of having 2 Jungle Queens, really powerful, double shouts, gives a bit of time for Lynx to also find that sound barrier to push on through. And the Shanghai Dragons end up taking a fight loss on the second engagement. Payload didn't make some reasonable movements though, but Valiant have stabilize, or Lip can just get a kill.
It's that first pick that's so important here that Lip usually does, and with EasyHunt off the board, no Bob. Instead, it's Lip's Bob that's going to answer back as another party here. Not only is he going to help out pushing out the payload, but now Lip is going to be able to try to get onto the high ground if he has the opportunity. You can see the rest of the Valiant actually showing that respect to the Dragons, backing off so that way they can move in with the Bob now, and now they're going to be moving in as a 6-man with the Bob on board. Ooh, here we go, though. Here goes the Rampage there, too.
Yep.
Yeah, gonna be able to fight Void, and Who Are You? Void gets taken down immediately right afterwards, though, by Dia. It's a trade, though, as Who Are You's gonna punish him for being able to try to take care of Void. Now you can see the Valiant, though, with this respect. They're playing outside the payload, but the Dragons also just waiting out.
Valiant have closer respawns here, so Dia's gonna come back a little bit quicker. Decent connection, but oh my goodness, Becky actually gets punished there. I thought Becky was gonna have that kill for sure onto Iziaki, but as soon as he tried to go for it, he was booped out. The beam does not connect, and Who Are You goes for the kill. So despite Dia having the closer respawns, Void's back now. This is a 5v4 for the Dragons.
To see if they have the opportunity. Who Are You is getting close to that blade, but Becky's always close to that duplicate as well. We saw what Becky could do topping that Junker Queen. If he could survive, though, that's the name of the game as Becky gets taken down. Lee Jae-gon getting into position thanks to that rally from Iziaki. He gets taken down, but it's fine. The rest of the Dragons having this trade after giving up Iziaki are going to be able to try to claim that next point, and now they're going to be able to have some of that extra time. They are now melting through and already pushing all the way up. Look at Lee Jae-gon. He's going all for Becky, who goes down. Who Are You? He's going to help enable him, and they are having some fun, Avril.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is. I said the Dragons were playing respectfully. Maybe the one person that doesn't really fit that is going to be Lee Jae-gon, right? He is, as I mentioned, he likes to play on the edge between feeding and godlike. So doesn't get punished yet. He is going to survive. In fact, he even sets up the layup for Who Are You to get the slam dunk onto Becky. And the LA Valiant will have to. Well, they have already now waited for the respawn. Becky very close to maybe getting on the Void with the
Oh, he gets Void again! Oh man, with that Jagged Blade there too, the duplicate having a lot out of that. The Dragons immediately try to show their respect. It'd be crazy if he actually was able to pull him off of that high ground. That could have been another pick. See Lee Jae-gon though doing exactly what Abra was calling out. Playing a little too close to the fire when you see the rest of the Dragons have backed off a little bit.
Yeah, Becky goes for the Rampage there, the duplicated Rampage, and well, he'll miss, but he had no time left anyway. He just kind of throws it out there for fun. Dragons still okay. I think they can still finish this one. The biggest thing here with the Dragons is that despite losing, they've held on to ultimate, so they're still in a couple of spots. Who Are You just needs to make sure he doesn't die during this blade.
Now with this blade here, and with the Bob also in retaliation, despite the sound barrier getting put down by the Valiant, Dia won't be able to get saved here. The rally was also used up by Valiant, so a lot of resources forced out of the Valiant, but they will have the Rampage. They do still have the Bob themselves. Dragons also answered back with a plethora of ultimates too, but they wanted to prioritize that high ground position first. Wow. Another
kill from EasyHunt to Lee Jae-gon. That's 2 in a row now. I don't actually know where Lee Jae-gon was. Seems like his corpse is just in the middle there. That's not like extremely far up. I think the rest of the Dragons were there anyway. Maybe it's just EasyHunt getting one of those shots on a player that he knows he can take him down. But it does force the Dragons back immediately. Dragons don't want any of that. It's going to be a 4v5 until Lee Jae-gon comes back in. Notable time loss for the Dragons. I'm talking about the Dragons holding on to ultimates and being okay economically. Well, that's not quite there anymore.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The Rampage, a little overzealous, but coming out on top here from Dia. With that Rampage found 4, I believe. Boy gets taken down. Dia is really pushed in front of them, actually managing to survive. Yeah, they helped enable Dia to actually hold the front line, and they got extra aggressive. Now Void's going to be able to come back with the Rampage of themselves, but they whittled away a big amount of that time bank from the Dragons.
Well, somebody died there. I thought maybe it was going to be Dia, but the rest of the Valiant came on in to sacrifice somebody else so that Dia can live. They wanted to save Dia. Molly gets caught. Dragons will push on forward. Valiant lose space, but they will at least have the respawns up. This is now not looking great in terms of time for the Dragons, but they actually want to be up the cap. There's a Bob that can delay things further as well from EasyHunt. This Rampage now from Void has to be pretty big.
Actually big right here too, and from Who Are You to dive into everybody with the dash reset here too. The Bob gets taken out from EasyHunt, but it doesn't matter to Who Are You, who is nearing that blade. Somebody needs to touch the point real quick. They are going to be able to contest, but it's only going to be Molly here who is going to be able to at least try to poke. The Dragons end up taking that payload to the finish line.
Yeah, Void actually missed his ult completely, but it doesn't matter because they just cap anyway. I think that it was the fear factor of the ultimate, right? It's just like, I'm going to rampage here. You are all going to get out of the way, but if you all get out of the way, no one's going to touch the payload. So, yeah, he completely misses, but Valiant missed the payload, so who really wins at the end of the day? I think I'll give that one to Dragons with 14 seconds remaining on the clock as well. So they do cap barely just. A couple of really competitive fights there from the LA Valiant on the C point in particular. I think they won a point on, they won a couple fights on B there as well, but mostly it was C that they were able to push the Dragons back, bleed their ultimate economy down, get the better Dragons in several cases there as well. There's a couple small skirmishes where Easy Hunt just snipes out Lee Jae-gon. I'm a little concerned that Valiant stayed on the Echo for a long time, though. I don't think Echo really has a lot of value on C. I think Echo's main value is on A and B, where you can sort of abuse the high ground difference. On C, that just doesn't really exist. But I also think as Lee Jae-gon checks out the beach a little bit in Rio.
Taking a break, kind of getting ready for the summer showdown.
Yeah, I bet. That for the Valiant, though, this is a comfort pick for Becky, because we actually saw in a previous series from the Valiant, I think it was the Spark game actually, that Becky started to move away more from the Genji and move towards the Echo. Not necessarily because they believe it's a better pick, but just because it's a better comfort pick specifically for Becky.
You can see how much impact Becky had gotten from the duplicates or from the Junker Queen. But you have to consider the impact that we've been seeing from the Genjis versus the Echoes. We've been seeing a different variation between whether Echo should work, whether the Mei even looking at NA should work here too. But already coming out of the gates, Easy on falling a little bit low. Oh yeah, just specifically London. And they do that a lot too. They were doing that back in the day with contenders. And
that's the thing about, this is why Becky goes towards the Echo and Backbone goes towards the Mei. These are very strong comfort picks where for those players it's kind of part of their specialty, right? But no other team is really going as hard in that direction as they are. This is Dragons now on their A defense. We talked about how hard A can be to cap, so what's Valiant's movement like? Are they going to be trying to just force their way through, brute force under the bridge? Are they going to try and take the bridge? Actually, because they push through now, they actually have the access to stairs, and because they have that side of the map, you can see that Dragons respecting their back out.
And that actually could play into Becky's plan here too, because you could have the split from Valiant try to take control over the high ground, because it's going past that first point where half of the team is already on the high ground, so they have the advantage position-wise. See the disruptor shot coming down to control some of that space here. Becky, though, manages to survive, actually getting out of that situation. Who are you, though? Going to be able to also try to contest. Becky falling low once again. Hopefully he's able to resustain. As you can see, Dia now falling low too. Lip playing off this off angle, though, uninterrupted over to the side.
Dragons, they're low HP, but they're healing up. I mean, they have the plays available. Now they can punish Becky, who's on the big boy flank, and, well, Linksil will be there as well. He at least kills Lip. I don't know that Dragons, or rather that Valiant, can actually use that kill, given Lee Jae-gon, given that Link's died, but with Lee Jae-gon dying, I think both teams are just going to be fairly low numbers. Or fairly low, yeah, well, Dragons will certainly be on the 4 currently. With Lee Jae-gon still coming back from Swarm, maybe Valiant can have a window here.
You have that opportunity. Linksil will be able to get into the fight faster here. It also has that sound barrier ready. My eyes are on Who Are You and how the impact of this Dragon Blade is going to look like here as well. We go as Easyon falls down from the high ground. Here comes the sound barrier to help enable the rest of Valiant. Lee Jae-gon gets here on time though, and also has a sound barrier used up for the Dragons. But Lip gets taken out, but not before 2 of Valiant get taken out first. That means they won't have the rally, as Molly was the first one to go down. Easyon as well, and Who Are You is looking to clean up the rest of Valiant.
Just Becky alive now. A long-range whip shot. That was pretty cool from Izayaki again.
Wow.
10 out of 10 for style points on a max-range whip shot on a flying hero. LA Valiant, though, they had a small window there where they're trying to use the 5v4 that was generated from Lee Jae-gon going down. But remember, Lee Jae-gon is still a Lucio, still comes back and still saves the day with the sound barrier. And Who Are You pulls blade, it's successful. Linksa can't do more. Tries to defend the sound barrier, but it's not enough. Minute left now with 1 tick gone. Valiant can still cap this one. They have one big fight coming in. This is, I think, the last really good fight from them, because after this, it's just about desperation touches with no resources. Here, they got duplicate, they have Rampage available, and there's no reaching on sound barrier, and Who Are You dead?
Oh, Who are you going down here is going to work into the Valiant plans, especially after using that rally. They also still have that Rampage as EasyHunt unleashes the overclock real quick with that railgun. Big Rampage, though, coming in from Void. Does find 2. Does it find Lexa's life, though? Oh, he's still alive. He manages to survive right through that. EasyHunt now finds Void. The Valiant's actually coming on top with another big duplicate coming in from Becky now here, too. Gets the Rampage. See ya later. Finds 2. Who are you? Izuyaki, but it's about the space that they needed so that way they could get this point.
My goodness, Izuyaki somehow lives there as well. Huayu just dies to the bleed, and well, because I think he loses his duplicate form, it just looks like Huayu died to nothing, but we'll go down to the duplicate of Rampage, and Valiant, oh my goodness, what a pick from EasyHunt. That rail onto Huayu was everything. I mean, yeah, okay, the rest of the ultimates from Valiant were great. Becky's duplicate into the duplicate of Rampage, fantastic, but they wouldn't have had that opportunity if EasyHunt doesn't open the door for the Valiant to walk through.
And that's the beauty here. That's what you need from EasyHunt. When you don't have the Genji and Becky wants to focus on building up that duplicate, you need EasyHunt to open that up for you. And with Dia still holding onto the Rampage, this is looking great and controlling the next corner here as the rest of the Dragons escape from that side room. Becky is ready to continuously put some of that pressure. He falls super low, though. He falls low. He maybe overextended just a bit too much than he expected, as Lip is going to be able to find him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought the Dragons were disengaged, but Dragons kind of did a bit of a turn and burn. They walked away, came back in, to realize it was only Becky by himself in that situation, and with no fly available, and Lip just destroys him. So Valiant now are the ones that are actually down. They got good payload movement, but they haven't been able to crack this defense inside this sort of green building that Dragons have held up, and this is, I think, the main defensible location on B. You see a lot of teams play this root area. Dia desperately wants to go for this Rampage. Does he go for it, though? It's not the easiest Rampage to hit.
Especially in this side room right here, too. It could be very risky depending on where Dragons could escape to as Huayu gets taken down here. This is big. Dia now with the Rampage finds 2. Lige gone to answer back with the Sound Barrier, try to keep everybody from Dragons alive as Huayu's going to make his way back with the Blade from Spawn. Valiant, though, are looking for the fantastic when it comes to controlling not just the payload, but these next corners. They're moving up ahead, but Izuyaki with the rally and Huayu with the Blade is something that you don't want to be in the line of sight for if you're the Valiant.
And also the overclock as well, because Valiant just disengaged from the Valiant. Actually had the player advantage, but they just respect the ultimates coming through from Dragons a little bit too hard here. Sound barriers coming through for Rally.
Oh, Sound Barrier, now the rally coming in from Molly as Huayu with the Blade. He has the opportunity as Becky gets taken out, won't even be able to use the duplicate in this situation. And with less than 50 seconds on the clock, 40 seconds and counting down, now the Valiant need to regroup and they need to really take advantage of this next duplicate that Becky has online.
Late death on the link, so that'll cost them more time. That's time that Valiant can't afford. And Huayu at that stage was playing with his eyes closed, quite literally, as we saw in the cam. It's just the frozen cam, we know. But Becky does it 99%. That is pretty tragic, because if Becky had the duplicate available, he actually saved himself from the Blade. He can even just copy the Genji. I mean, a duplicate of Genji is still really good in that situation. Void hits 3.
Oh, big Rampage. Yep, hits 3, hits Molly, makes Molly go all the way down, only leaving Lexa for that sustainability for the rest of Valiant. Dia says it's not enough as Izuyaki goes swinging to the sky, finds Dia, finds Molly, and now the rest of the Valiant are trickling down. Overtime ticking away with just Becky and their duplicate just holding on for dear life. But the Dragons know it's going to be a GG as they clean up the Valiant and clean up this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's still competitive, right? I mean, I think that just might be the story. That might be the final message written on the tombstone for Valiant in this match. And, you know, what it'll say is LA Valiant, it was competitive, but it wasn't a map win. They can't get any maps here, so at least not so far. Still a 2-0 for the Shanghai Dragons, still match point for the Shanghai Dragons. Again, we expected this. I think LA Valiant expected this. Dragons expected this. Everybody watching knows that this is a pretty large diff in terms of Dragons being right at the top of the table and Valiant being literally at the bottom of the table, right? This is just kind of how it is. I'm glad that Valiant are doing their best to keep it competitive. They're getting kills, they're getting fight wins, they're actually getting points here. They're not getting locked out at full health, which is good to see, but it's not enough to beat the Dragons.
And the Dragons have been on a different level, and that's why we were expecting this, going into the series. Like you mentioned, Dragons up right now and sitting at match point. We still got one more map on our hands, though. You don't want to miss out on it. It's going to be Dorado on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. We just finished wrapping up map number 2 here in our second series of the day between the Dragons versus the Valiant, and the Dragons are looking to end it all, Avril. We still got one more map, though, again, on our hands, going into Dorado.
Yeah, it's, again, a pretty expected result. I just don't think there's, too much to say in terms of Valiant currently being 0-2 down. You expect them to be 0-2 down. You expect the Dragons to be this good. They are just unbelievably strong in this meta currently, led by Huayu's Genji. Any meta where Huayu gets to play Genji for the Dragons this year has been phenomenal. Kickoff Clash, Summer Showdown, and then in Mid-Season Madness, no Genji meta, no Huayu. Dragons, that was kind of when they looked their worst, and currently they're back at looking their best. And when Dragons are looking their best, it doesn't seem like anyone can really stand in their way, and certainly not the Valiant today. As we head into map number 3, I actually have a really interesting stat line to share that really kind of maybe adds a bit different perspective on the game so far. On Paraíso specifically, damage-wise, Valiant were on par with Dragons. Dragons did 45,215 damage as a team. LA Valiant did 45,190 damage. The difference between damage of the two teams is only 25. 25 damage. That's like less than a quick melee. Less than a quick melee's worth of damage is the difference between the two teams. And yet, it feels like Dragons are monstrously ahead, right? It feels like Dragons are untouchable. They're invincible. LA Valiant can't do anything. And yet, 25 damage is the difference between the two teams. Dragons have 11 more kills to deaths than the Valiant do. So Valiant's overall team scoreline, 22 kills to 33 deaths. And then Dragons, obviously the opposite, 33 kills to 22 deaths. So they have 33% more final blows while only doing 25 more damage than the Valiant. So what that says to me is that Valiant are very competitive in being able to put the damage in and actually like keeping up stat line wise with the Dragons in terms of the threat levels and the pressure via damage, but they're losing out on a lot of other different areas because they don't have the same focus, the team play might not be as high, obviously, and they don't have the ability to sort of execute on the damage and convert on further kills that the Dragons do. So yeah, you might only be 25 damage behind, but you can't convert the damage into kills the way that Shanghai can.
I'm so glad you bring up that stat point because we saw it on Paraíso, actually, on the defense, the way that the Valiant in the first point were actually able to contest the Dragons, and even on Busan, it wasn't a mollywop or anything like that. They were going back and forth quite a bit. It wasn't like it was quite literally 100-0 or anything. So the Valiant have been able to put down that damage, but it also tells you that the Dragons have had that impact, especially when it comes to cycling through those ults, specifically the survivability that we've been seeing between Void, Huaru's Blades, especially those initial pickups, and dealing with Becky and the duplicate as Huaru's already taking control over the high ground here.
Yeah, so, I think there's hope for the Valiant yet. There seem to be, certain margins away from finding success, but Dragons can just turn those other margins and make them look like chasms, make them look like giant diffs, when in reality, it's not a disgustingly large diff, but it's enough that the Dragons look much better. Dragons have been a little bit careful here. Lip nearly got caught.
Oh.
In fact, DJ Gone trying to help his team does get caught.
Dia with that shout, gonna be able to at least allow them to find Lee Jae-gon, but Dia pays the price for it with Who Are You capitalizing in that situation. The spawn advantage does go in favor here of the Dragons, so they're just going to be able to stroll this payload by while the Valiant need to give their respect, need to back off if they have the opportunity, but Who Are You is not letting Becky get away so easily. Neither will Molly, and the Valiant just didn't back away in time.
And this is now Who Are You cleaning things up. Valiant out of this fight because Molly is not here. This will be a 4v5 even if they do come on in. Lip is getting the damage into even through the dynamite. That must have been a long-range dynamite on the easy hunt. And Valiant, okay, they understand. They're already setting up for B. They're trying to set up on this high ground. Lip is making this as difficult as possible. In fact, he's almost single-handedly pushing the Valiant off. While that's happening, Dragons continue pushing on through. What is this? Lee Jae-gon's even going to make plays after that.
Oh! I'm never gonna forget the way you described it here, Avril. Always playing a little too close to the fire. It's always on that border as the shout comes in. Valiant move in with Becky about to get close to that duplicate. See Becky just trying to use that focusing beam here, but they're playing around this next choke point by this wall, and it's so important to be able to get Izayaki as he does, but he costs his own life for it. So they go in for that trade. Now the rest of Valiant don't have the bodies left up alive to contest with that extra pressure that the Becky has been really able to put out.
Yeah, for sure. And, Valiant. This time it does feel like a bit more of a difference where Dragons have just won every single fight consecutively. Valiant have gotten a few kills, but not enough to really impact the Dragons' push because Dragons have continued to move the payload through. Even when they have to respawn, by the time the Dragons respawners come back in, or rather by the time Valiant want to fight, Dragons respawners have indeed come back in, and now they will have the earlier ultimates as well, so the snowball does indeed continue. Maybe Becky could be a difference maker here. I mean, you have double bombs, dueling bombs in this fight.
See if Becky has that opportunity, just going back and forth to the high ground as the Bob comes in from Lip. EasyHan won't be able to contest with the Bob themselves because they get taken out by Lip before that Bob comes out.
Oh, Becky
Here comes the rally now from Valiant. Yeah, Molly no, and now going to be able to find Lee Jae-gon. Big rampage though, onto 4. The survivability though as Link's pops the sound barrier. Can Dia stay alive? Who Are You is a big problem though as Dia falls low. Dia won't be able to live through that as Who Are You still uncontested, still unchecked. Even with that rampage, even with the shout here, the Dragons have been dominating and have been kept alive the whole time.
And now the sound barrier will keep them alive further on as well as the bomb comes on through, but to no avail. I believe it gets pushed away, gets boomed off, so the cap is going to come on through unimpeded. Still 4 minutes and 45 for the Dragons pushing through on towards C, and Dia's life will be for forfeit here as well as the Valiant will just lose extra members. I believe he might have gotten a bad respawn, or maybe he just couldn't back out in time. Yeah, Dragons, they're completely unimpeded. So much time as Valiant have not won a single fight. They got some kills in there, but they can't win these fights.
Doesn't look like we were expecting here, especially with the way that Dragons have been dominating the APAC region. Now Void is on a tear. Now you have Lip on the high ground. You have them trying to split the Valiant up while they want to try to contest that payload, want to prevent it from going around the corner, but Lexa gets isolated. Who Are You has been having so much impact right now, and the follow-up too off of that shout is going to allow them to still clean up. But yeah, now he's going to be able to heal up though, as Void is going to be the one person for the Dragons to go down, but Who Are You is still cleaning up. He's still pushing all the way to respawn before. Real quick, flexing. You know what it is here when it comes to Who Are You.
Yeah, it's like 33 HP or something like that, below 50 HP, but just it's flickering up and down as Lee Jae-gon and Iziaki keep him alive, right? The healing is just so good from the supports. Bob now to potentially finish the map. Bob looks like he goes a little bit deep here, but I don't think it matters. Valiant, what can they even do against it?
Not much here as well, Avril. You have the trades coming in, but you have nobody from the Valiant touching the point. Who Are You was too busy cleaning everybody up with the blade in the back. There was so much pressure that the Dragons were putting down at the very end. They didn't get stopped at all.
Wow. 322. I actually need to do a bit of checking in it because I believe Seoul versus Chengdu set a new league record in Dorado attacking time in terms of how fast it was, and now I need to check it again to remember. I can't remember what the time was. We'll figure it out. We'll get back to it. I will bring it up before the end of today, but for now it's what we got to know is 322 is unbelievable, right? That's an insanely fast time. That is about one of the fastest times you can get on this map. I mean, that's I don't know if that's quite a world record yet, but it's certainly up there for me.
The fastest I've been able to see, and just the way that Dragons were able to keep up not only their momentum, but their positioning, controlling the next corners. I mean, Who Are You was on another level. Even though Void did sacrifice himself, I believe twice at the very end, it was well worth it there to help Who Are You get put into that position. Right. His blades, too, were insane.
All right, so I did go back and check the current league record for Dorado attack is a 4:17 time back. Seoul versus Chengdu Hunters this stage this year. So this is not quite as good as that. It's about 55 seconds worse, but still very quick. I mean, it's incredibly quick. It's not 4:17, but it's 3:22. You take those. In fact, that's probably 3:22 more than Valiant could afford to give away.
See EasyHan actually making some quick adjustments. Switching over to the Bash before trying to maybe see if he could get something going before making another swap back. This is going to waste some time, and that is definitely going to waste some time for the Valiant there too, as Dia is the first to get taken out by Lip, Who Are You's going to also clean up Molly, now forcing the Valiant to play a lot more passively, but they didn't have EasyHan there in that fight at the very beginning.
I actually think EasyHan playing the Widowmaker, he was trying to go for some snipes. I was going to say maybe it makes a little bit of sense as out of spawn, you can sort of go for those types of plays. Your likely targets end up having to be While Lip and Lee Jae-gon really, unless Izayaki doesn't have shield up. They're going to play the standard here. Becky with beam on deploy. They actually got him below half. Interesting.
That's really nice here too. Izayaki also falls incredibly low here too, but Who Are You controls the front lines as Izayaki gets isolated by Dia, gets taken out. Lengths of putting Dia in that position there too with the sound amp. Speed buff here, and the Valiant are going to be able to actually clear this next corner. Good looks here for the Valiant, but did whittle a good amount of time away from their time bank.
That's pretty impressive from Becky, you know, just finding the opportunity. They put the damage into Void, he cleans up with the focusing beam, and the LA Valiant will start getting some push, and Dragons will come back for a final contest. The payload is not far up enough for the Dragons to give it up, and Dragons have members, and they have a frag, so they have a 5v4 now as well.
Here we go. Becky getting taken out now. Won't be able to build into that duplicate. Lip is going to be able to also help take care of Dia. Now this is going to also allow Dragons to reposition onto the high ground right here. Losing your back. Easy headset and out. Lip is going to get taken down, and Becky now having the duplicate. You see the Dragons forcibly have to back off, but they were so quick with the disengagement. Really good awareness here from the Dragons.
Dragons are going to fight this one. They're not actually going to back up the entire way, so Lip is just going to have to come through from spawn. Lee Jae got sniped. 99% as well. That is deadly, and Dragons, again, they're committed. They're just going to have to go for this.
Yep, Void died fighting on that point right there too. They didn't have the sound barrier, as you saw Lee Jae-gon being the first one to get picked off right there at the very end, as the Dragons are now going to try to prioritize, maybe trying to get back onto this high ground, but see Lip already getting contested with lengths of pushing all the way up with Easy on.
Alright, Becky dropped some bags. He did that to Alpha E in the Spark game as well, but alrighty. No, you respect. He's kind of carrying right now. He's doing a lot for the back. Well, actually, Easy Han carried the last fight because he got 2 frags in a row off the back of the rails. That one into Lee Jae-gon was really impactful, right? Kills him at 99. So Valiant making some movements. I mean, if there's a world where Valiant can cap, this is the kind of pacing they need. They got to keep this up, though. They got to really put Dragons, really put them behind, which requires them to win this fight big time, where both teams are on their 5 ultimates. Double spawn ultimates instantly pop, by the way.
Yep, sound barrier going to be used from the Valiant. Lee Jae-gon very patient with his own sound barrier. Just going to wait for the rally here, too. Maybe trying to crawl out.
Lost his copy straight away.
Lip finding nuts Becky and deleting the duplicate, but now Becky falls incredibly low. Also, 2 gets knocked out between Dia and Easy Han from the Valiant, and you can see the Dragons now holding in behind the payload, not even trying to prioritize the high ground real quick. He's like, all right, you're next if you could find it, but Becky still gets taken out by Lee Jae-gon.
Lip nearly got Linksa there as well, and unfortunately not clipping the head, but Linksa did get shot by that rail. How good was that disgustingly powerful shot onto Becky, though? Just gets rid of the Brigida copy. It's still interesting that Becky's going for the Brig copies. You would expect him to go for the Jungle Queen copies, but no, he's going for other copies and losing straight away. Losing and die straight away, and now Void will get 2.
Yep, between the Rampage and Izayaki now going to be able to flame 2 as well. Going to follow up from that Rampage. He said, no, that's for me. Leave it for me. And with that quick little 3K, I also want to shine here. Dia's dying with the Rampage at least for this next fight. But look at this time back now, Avro. It is ticking away. And Becky just waiting for the rest of Valley.
Well, he's a ninja.
He doesn't see him. He doesn't see him. He doesn't.
Oh, my goodness. He's hiding inside the box. Oh, he's
They know! Lip saw it!
and that, by the way, is the worst time for Becky to die, because Valiant were about to push in. And now they might get punished on the exit. They do.
Wow. Calculated. Right there. The way that they were able to just time that, though, too, in general, just to be able to claim that life. And now Dragons wasting even more time away from the Valiant.
Lip's like, that's not map geometry. That is not a box. All right, cardboard box doesn't belong there. Playing a little bit of Overwatch prop hunt. I've queued up in those games.
Oh wow, the sound barrier, the aggressive sound barrier from Lee Jae-gon. It does cost Izayaki's life, but they still find Molly, which is great. Here comes the Rampage, so huge right now. Gonna find Lip, Who Are You, and Void. Lip gets taken out, Void falling incredibly low. Without Lee Jae-gon, doesn't really have that sustainability here, as the Valiant now have another opportunity to reclaim this high ground and get this payload moving.
And the payload hasn't been moving for some time. It actually rolled back quite a decent amount. So now finally coming to the final bridge. At minimum, Dragons get to fight in this open space now in the courtyard for what could be Valiant's final engage. Less than 1 minute now. No ultimates, thinks they're possibly dead if he's not careful. Does manage to just hide away inside the bank. In fact, bank is where Valiant want to go now. They're looking like to potentially push through for a full flank. Becky playing extremities.
Lift playing off of this backline though here on the high ground is also going to force Valiant to split their attention between these two high grounds that Paraíso also holding with Lee Jae-gon. Because you currently see who's going to try to contest Lip here in this situation. Becky's about to get this duplicate as well, and Lexa's going to have that sound barrier.
Yeah, they're definitely now in final fight territory because Valiant had kind of used the last 30 seconds to look around the map, explore the bank a little bit, make a withdrawal maybe, and hopefully they took a lot of money out because they've got to spend big here. They need some ultimates for sure as they're still waiting for Becky and Easy Han. Probably aren't even going to go for this until the OT. Dragons are happy about that. They don't mind. They want to wait till the OT. They want to wait for the Rampage from Void.
No reason for them here as they're going to be able to just wait off to the side, see what Valiant going to do as they touch onto the payload, force the overtime now as Becky finds Lip. That's a big pick now. Becky with the duplicate into the Junker Queen as well. Here comes the rally, here comes the sound barrier as Izayaki does pop that rally, but Molly's being a lot more reserved with it. I like this option from the Valiant. Despite the overtime ticking away, they were patient and precise with the way that they were able to time those ultimates.
They got away with everything there. You got all the money out of the bank there. That was a heist, and Valiant now they're breaking towards Sia emote coming through from Becky as he just sits on top of Lip's body. In fact, two of them. That was a brilliant fight from the LA Valiant, and now for the Shanghai Dragons, they actually spent ultimates there as well. Again, Lip got shut down immediately by Becky. So I guess the emote was well earned because Becky kind of rolled Lip in that fight. Lip goes for the overclock, Becky destroys him, and Shanghai Dragons onto the C defense. Still though, Valiant not out of the hot waters just yet. Less than a minute to finish the map. It's not looking great.
They're about to get that Rampage though online here, Avro, and Molly does still have that rally. Was very patient with it in that last fight. Didn't burn it out just yet. Here comes Void with the Rampage. Just find 3. Molly answers right back though with the rally too. You can see the Valiant now gonna try to back up just a bit before having to re-engage with their limited time bank. Less than 30 seconds now on the clock.
I think Void got booped as well, but he still managed to just clip a few members. Speaking of clipping members, that will be Dia running on through, not counted by the sound barrier. Izayaki still low, still there.
Oh, he gets taken out. Lip fell low too and gets taken out as well by Dia and Becky. Now the Valiant have an opportunity, but they traded for their support lineup here too. So Lexa won't be able to build up into that sound barrier for that last fight territory. Now less than 10 seconds. Dia now dying late.
Yeah, this is the problem, is the Valiant lost double support, so they couldn't heal up, like you said, so they couldn't reset properly. Dia, does he come back on a Wrecking Ball? He doesn't know how to play a Wrecking Ball. That's not one of his heroes. He goes towards the Doomfist. That's more likely something that he can play, but just, well, they couldn't touch the point. I don't know if I would count that as a C9. Linksa tried to go for it. He would have died anyway, and Dia is still trying to come back from spawn. I'm fairly certain it makes no difference whether the touch happens there or not. It's not like they were in a winning position. They won't continue the fight. But had they continued the fight, it's like a 90% chance that Dragons kind of just win and clean up. It's Valiant, unfortunately, in the second to last final engagement there. Linksa and Molly dead. The rest of Valiant not in a position to reset. Dia dies. Less than 10 seconds remaining. You can't really respawn in time. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's a guaranteed GG for
especially when those picks, unfortunately, that were taken out from Valiant were the support lineup. You like we mentioned, didn't have the sustainability at the very end. Would have been great to at least try to build up that sound barrier at the end too, but you were the first one to go out, and then you had less than 10 seconds. It was already that limited time bank that the Dragons took away from the Valiant in that second point before, rather, that Valiant was unable to get that to that second point for quite some time.
Yeah, and I don't think you can be too disappointed with this loss. And, you know, I'm looking at the Valiant cams. They look really calm. And compared to what they were when they lost to Fusion and Guangzhou, where those were map 5s, I mean, they look devastated losing those map 5s. Here, it's like, yeah, I can't ask for too much more. You know, got competitive, capped a couple of points, is what it is. And with that, Dragons remain undefeated, 5-0 now. Dia's even smiling. I'm sure they're just working up to playing that Hunters game for Dragons, working up to playing that Soul game. And speaking of working up, I'm sure you worked up a bit of a sweat today because he had the team again on his back. It's going to be player of the match on the Genji. Dominant display the entire way through. Genji, I think, is the most important hero in this meta, even more so than the Junker Queen. And it really shows when players like Who Are You get to step into the arena and do this to their opponents.
And it kind of goes down to what we were talking about before when we were isolating the Dragons and the Dynasty for what they've been able to accomplish in this stage. It highlights what good Genji plays do for the team here, and that's why the Shanghai Dragons are dominating right now in a meta like this. And who are you getting enabled not just with the commanding shout, but you could see the confidence when he pushes all the way up. He's controlling so much space between the speed boost too from his Lucio. He's able to get into that position aside from just having to rely on that commanding shout. He's always in the front lines, and he was getting so much impact in those last few games against the Valiant. You could see right here, 31 final blows, 69 eliminations. It's amazing right there, real nice. As ultimate kills, you saw the 9 with the blade, but it was the way that he was also able to use the blade to get those high impact kills, especially when it comes to the support lineup of the Valiant that were caught off guard and were isolated from the rest of the team a few times that we saw.
Yeah, and again, pretty flawless in terms of, and this is a stat line that's not represented here, but I can just tell you, on Dorado, he had the lowest number of deaths across the board for both teams at 2. He only died twice that entire map, if you can believe that, as a Genji player, who's typically going to be found in the front lines. Only died twice. That's actually really impressive. The survivability of the guy as well. I mean, credit to his team. We saw him being on low HP, and Easy Arc and Easy just continually keeps him up. But he, to me, on the attacking phase, I mean, A and B was all just who are you, slicing through people with getting multiple resets in a row and really putting the pressure on the Valiant, and that's what makes the difference.
Especially when you have to think about the duplicate as well from the Echo, having to use that with to copy the Junker Queen that we saw a few times, that high impact. Understand from who are you to understand when he needs to back away and when he needs to actually play for positioning or back away in time, so that way he doesn't feed that extra kill to the duplicate. Yep. So really good showcase here from the Dragons. I'm not surprised, of course, Avril, with the way that the Dragons have been performing in the stage.
Yeah, and the final thing to say here is that unfortunately, because Valiant do lose to the Dragons, they are out of contention for the Summer Showdown. They can no longer make the tournament, I think, at this stage. Well, I don't think you can really expect them to beat the Dragons. If they wanted to make the tournament, they would have had to have beaten probably Fusion or Charge, given that those were map 5s and close map 5s. For the Valiant, this was a gargantuan task ahead of them. They would have to go flawless for the rest of the tournament in terms of beating both Dragons and Hunters. Hunters are beatable for them, but the Dragons unfortunately are not, so Valiant are our first team eliminated from contention in day 1 of the final week here. But for the Dragons, the big game for them still awaits. El Clasico happening on Sunday versus Seoul. That is going to be the match of this entire qualifier to watch.
I'm super excited. We still have a lot amazing matches coming up throughout the weekend, but that's it for this region. There's still a lot more action, though, going down today over in the West. You definitely don't want to miss out on that. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in to this really exciting last week of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Avril, any last words real quick on what you're expecting for some of the matches that you could expect to see throughout the weekend to get our viewers excited?
And we've got a lot of great stuff. Dallas versus San Francisco Shock in the NA region. Gladiators taking on Atlanta as well to see if Glads can make it through. We have the Showdown happening tomorrow between Hangzhou and Guangzhou, who currently on a bit of a streak. El Clasico with Shanghai Seoul coming up as well. As I mentioned, Philly and Hangzhou developing their own rivalry this entire year. That's going to be happening on the final day, so plenty more to go through. But that'll be my final day for this qualifier. So Vicky, you got the long haul coming up ahead of you. Enjoy it. Have fun with it.
I'm glad to be back. It's been a long time, so I'm glad to be back. And of course, that was my first time. That was me able to cast Jotes in real time. So as a spectator, it's different. You know what to look out for. You know what to actually call out. Like you mentioned, the Genji being such a detrimental just pawn in this whole meta, and it's really important to have those isolated picks, whether it be your Sojourn getting that pick, or it is your Genji that's buying in that space and finding the isolated picks off of the Brigitte or off of the Sojourn themselves. So it's been a really good time. I'm excited to see how it plays off throughout the rest of the weekend, especially in this last week of the qualifiers to determine which of these teams are going to be moving on to the Summer Showdown tournament. But guys, that's it for us for today. Again, there's a lot more matches underway later today. You definitely don't want to miss out on that, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow.
mentality, rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Margaret to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Wait, guys, wait. Sorry. Hello! Welcome to Watchpoint. We're back, everybody. I'm Downtown Daddy Lim, and with me on the Watchpoint desk are, of course, Jonathan Reinforced Lunson and Scott Costa Kennedy.
What's up, Downtown?
Yo, what's up, D?
What's up, DT? Yo, DT, what's
Yo,
up?
what's up?
What's up, SK? Yo, SK, JL. That's
Yo,
my initial.
I'm JL. How's it going?
We need to redo it.
No,
Jax,
I'll do it.
restart the show. We need to go again.
I'm dying of cringe.
All right, guys, it's final week of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, I'm pumped.
There's a lot of implications this weekend.
Yeah, it is, definitely. I mean, it is, like I said, the final week of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers is upon us. And to kick things off, last night we had our teams in the East squared off, looking to clinch their way into the Summer Showdown tournament. And the first match was Chengdu Hunters versus the Colosseo Charge. And well, it was a 3 Overwatch. The Charge, who, early on looked pretty rough, but, they have beaten everyone in the East except for Shanghai and Seoul. They're going on quite the run and can clinch a spot in the tournament with a win over Hangzhou tomorrow. Hopium. Johnny, what happened?
This matchup. Oh, it was so weird. It was so weird. It was so stupid, all right? Look, Guangzhou Charge, happy for you guys. 3-0. All right, sick. You come out, guns blazing, round one, kick things off, looking spicy. Farah versus Farah in this matchup, all right? Both teams played Farah in this round right here. Choice one, he got revenge against Jinmu with the Genji. But Chengdu Hunters, it's 1-1. They look alive. And then Nisha.
Oh no!
Oh, that sucks, Nisha. Oh, it sucked. Serenia styling on him with his own sound barrier. Look, Chengdu Hunters, it felt like they were in control, especially on that round to tie things off. But then Nisha, he got picked off 3 times in a row. You think Hollywood, right? Chengdu Hunters looking good on the attack. They had 3 minutes to finish it off. But Choice One's Tracer, out of all things, was too much to overcome. So instead, it's the Guangzhou Charge here on the prowl. Chengdu Hunters, Gaga decides to rampage here. And he dies with it. I'm like, come on, Gaga. What are we doing here? So Chengdu Hunters looking great here. Patient, they understand the meta and everything's going right. But still, the Guangzhou Charge, they just get away. They win all these fights. They just get away with winning all the time. I don't understand. Chengdu Hunters here, they had 5 minutes to work on point C here. Look here, they hold the Guangzhou Charge to 3 points. Look at this blade from Jinmu. He gets the frag. Counters Choice One. You're out of the game, bro. We got 3.5 minutes to close it up. But they have 3.5 minutes to close up. Nisha utilizes the sound barrier for nothing. And instead, Choice One turns it around with a Dragon Blade because of the support ultimate to counter the Genji. And I'm like, how do you get held, Chengdu? What is going on? You're the better team. But Guangzhou Charge to get away with it. Look. I'm happy for you all, Guangzhou Charge. Look, I'm really happy for you guys. 3-0, clean. You're 4-13. You've been waiting for this a long time. But Chengdu Hunters, what the hell, man? Come on. Dude, they threw this game so many times with their ultimates and everything. It was crazy. Look, this result is fake, all right? If you're Chengdu Hunters, you're real. You had a good performance. But you threw that game, man. That was...
Breathe, Johnny, breathe.
Johnny, breathe. All right, I think Johnny needs some time to just, collect himself, get back himself for the show. While he does that, let's look at our second matchup we had. It was Shanghai Dragons versus the Los Angeles Valiants. And the Valiant have been playing a lot of teams close to the stage, but Shanghai not so much because they've been on a roll. They've been dominating every single match. And it was another 3-0, and Shanghai stays undefeated this stage with a matchup against Seoul Dynasty on Sunday, which may determine the #1 seed.
Yeah, I can't come in with that much passion for this match because this was a 3 Overwatch that was sort of done and dusted. Here's the real disappointment. I'm not gonna throw in the Chengdu Hunters rant, but the Valiant have actually looked competitive in almost every series they played against, and this one was no different. The Shanghai Dragons are the better team, and you can't doubt that at all. But the Valiant did play them close from time to time. They had an interesting look with Becky going over to the Echo, which actually had a lot of good looks, turning into that Junker Queen double shouts. You turn into the Brig, more healing. It actually made a lot of sense that he was just struggling to stay alive against the raw Genji power that Who Are You brings into the server. He is just probably the best Genji that we have right now in this tournament, and he's coming from the east, and he really just leads the way and sort of opens the doors for the Shanghai Dragons. Li Jae-gon also saw Who Are You having a lot of fun and tried to do the same thing to mix success. The feed Jae-gon came through from time to time. This was a nuts dagger by Becky with the copy over to the Junker Queen to take down the Who Are You blade. But, the Valiant... Here's the thing, with the success of the Guangzhou Charge, I understand we can hype them up and say, hey, they're playing okay, they're having their moments. They need to start getting more wins on the board because this season is slowly falling away from them. Only one team at the postseason will miss out on the East, so will not get a chance to play in the playoffs. And the Valiant, they have good pieces, but they're just dropping too many of these matches. I wasn't expecting them to beat the Dragons, but they need to start getting some of these wins against the weaker teams and just stringing it together and not making silly mistakes with their ultimates. Primarily on Busan, their ultimate cycle just fell out the window. They're getting picked, they're getting isolated. They need to find a way to just sort of tighten that up a little bit because they can, mechanically go toe-to-toe with these other teams.
Well, those are the 2 Eastern matches. We had some 3 Overwatches, but I think it was interesting nonetheless. And with that being said, it's time for the most important segment of this show, everybody. And sometimes that's a joke, but not in week 4 of the qualifiers. It's time for... Are you guys ready? Standings, everybody, yeah! Of course, above the green line means good, okay? Just a reminder to everybody. Shanghai and the Seoul Dynasty, they already clinched. Shanghai looking, they only have 1 game left. Seoul has 2 more. Guangzhou Charge on 3rd. Impressive.
As we all expected.
And Hangzhou Spark. Johnny?
They might have to 3-0 both their matches to have a chance of making it.
Yeah.
That map differential -6 as well. My Preds, my crystal ball Preds. Oh.
All right, obviously the Charge haven't had the best year so far, but they're really turning the corner now and have been the 3rd best team in the East, in large because of a standout player named Che Se-hwan, and he is on the spotlight for today. Che Se-hwan, very good player. I think Guangzhou Charge in general, I think their DPS lineup this stage has impressed me a lot, and especially for this matchup against the Chengdu Hunters. He did a lot for the team. I think he got crucial picks. He started off the fight on whether it was on Genji or on that Tracer as well. I think overall, he has definitely been very impressive.
Hey, it's been a long time coming for Choi So-won, really, because he came into the league and he came in when I noticed him, when I scouted out him coming into the league, it was mostly Genji in contenders, and he looked really good on that Genji. So I believed in him going into the Overwatch League when he came in. But there hasn't been any Genji meta, so instead last year, it was all about Choi So-won playing Tracer, and he actually picked up Tracer and looked good on it last year. He actually put up a fight against so many good Tracer players around the region. Finally, we get into a Genji meta here in the Summer Showdown, and I think that's really allowed Choi So-won to flourish on his most comfortable hero. So, yeah, Choi So-won looking good, lining up alongside Jimmy.
Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. The thing that's impressed me is that him and Krong are really the only 2 remaining standing of these players from all the way back in what feels like 2020. They've gone over so much turnover, but Choi So-won has never really been the problem. He has been that standout player, and now he has a better team around him. It feels like he is able to flourish, as Johnny said.
Right. All right, so that is how everything looks in the Eastern region, but there's still a lot to decide in the West. We'll look at teams on the bubble and declare whether they are in or out right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. A lot of things still need to be settled in the Western region. A few teams have clinched, a few are out, and you know what? I think it's just easier if we just take a look at the standings for the Western region first.
Standings. Whoa.
Standings.
Yo.
Yeah. Shock, clinch, Dallas, Fuel, clinch, Toronto, and of course Washington is in.
Of course.
Yo.
Of course,
And of
Washington.
course, Washington is in because of Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Their past match on Sunday because they won. Justice is in. Justice is happy. We got the happy Justice.
Are they?
Well, no,
Come on.
Danny, no.
Oh.
Too soon, man.
But they're clinched.
Yeah, but Happy's on the Outlaws now.
Happy's in the Outlaws? Oh.
On the
Gladiators.
Outlaws.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Danny, you've thrown me off. You've thrown me off. He's on the
Oh,
Gladiators
you're talking
now.
the player Happy.
Yeah,
I meant like
you were-
happy emotion.
No,
Guys.
I thought you were talking about Happy on the Justice. I'm like,
no,
oh
no,
god,
no. Of course, that's a little preview. I'm gonna be talking
It's fine,
about.
Danny.
Hey.
Stay vigilant.
Any surprises?
What do you mean?
Stay vigilant. Did you say vigilant?
Vigilante.
Oh,
Okay.
Quick, Scottish, your turn. You have to do something fast.
I don't have anything. I don't know. Gladiators are going to space.
Alright,
Are you good, bro? Are you good? The heat is just ruining everybody.
yeah, I think
Right.
today's a weird day,
Refocus,
everybody.
refocus.
But,
Come
yes,
on.
let's focus.
Go.
With a lot of questions still on the board, it's time for one of our favorite and still surprisingly unsponsored segment as well. Come on, I think you guys know by now. It's time for in or out.
Agility is not in the league anymore.
Let's go, Valiant.
Oh, let's go,
In or
Valiant.
out. All right. JL. Let's start with the West, a team that has spawned endless flowcharts across the internet, and that is none other than the Los Angeles Gladiators. Are they going to be in or out?
It's interesting. There's a lot of flowcharts going around. There's a lot of hopium. People have discussed all week. You know, it's been 5 days, just people waiting for the game's kickoff. They're not making it. No.
They're not?
Oh, come
The
on.
Gladiators are not
Boo.
making it.
There's a chance.
No, it's not happening. They've put themselves in too difficult of a spot here, the LA Gladiators. In order to qualify for the tournament, they need to win 3-0 or 3-1 to remain in the hunt. That's against the Atlanta Reign, sorry.
Okay.
They also need Spitfire to lose 3-0 or 3-1 to the Defiant. Hey, that's pretty likely. You know, Toronto Defiant looking good so far.
Yeah.
Then need Mayhem to lose to Eternal or the Excelsior. And they need the Excelsior to lose to Eternal or the Mayhem. So essentially, Mayhem, New York Excelsior, and the Paris Eternal, they all have to go like 1-1. Or well, Mayhem and Excelsior, they need to go 1-1. None of those two teams can go 2-0 this weekend, because then they'll take the LA Gladiators' place.
Yeah, if either MYXL or the Florida Mayhem, if they win both their matches this weekend, they go to 3-3 and they push Gladiators down out of the running. So
Exactly.
you just want those bottom end teams to go like 1-1 and go even.
And Toronto
They
Defiant
need-
needs to win. And they need to beat the Atlanta Reign.
So all
Easy,
those,
man. It's
all
not
those
happening. It's not happening.
bullet
Hater.
points that we saw, those all have to be, like,
Yeah.
they all have to happen.
Pretty much, yeah.
In order
So
for
you're
Gladiators to
telling
win.
me there's a chance?
There is a chance.
I mean, technically there is a chance if there's all, there's just only like 4 qualifications.
Okay.
Easy. It's not even up to them. They just need to pray
We'll
harder.
play along for the LA Gladiators fans at home. We'll play along for you guys' sake.
Yeah.
All right? You know, they got to win against the Paris Eternal. Space was in the lineup. You know, they looked pretty good.
They beat Paris. They deserve to
They
be in the
beat
playoffs.
Paris 1-4. You know, you win today, it's a win streak. It's 2 in a row. All right? They're 1-4 so far. Reiner didn't really work out on the Junker Queen.
Clown!
And instead it was Space here up against the Paris Eternal. And look, that was a 3-0 win. They look good. Say what you want about the Paris Eternal, but LA Gladiators, at least they broke the losing streak. So interesting to see if Space is back in the lineup against the Atlanta Reign later on today. So, you know, this is maybe what they need. Some composure here for the LA Gladiators. Space back in the lineup. A veteran presence, of course. We'll see how it works out. Atlanta Reign, they're a pretty good team, you know, so who knows?
Here's the thing. In my opinion, if they do beat Atlanta 3-0 or 3-1, then I do want to see them in the playoffs, because that means that they've got their stuff, they've put it in a pile and they've worked it out, right? Because they just didn't have that in their earlier matches when they were playing against the better teams. They weren't able to coordinate, synchronize as a team. Individually, those players are nuts. Like, they should be incredible at this meta. Maybe Space is that piece that comes in and sort of strings it all together.
I honestly liked Space on that team
Yeah.
for this meta, honestly. So we'll see if that works out for the Gladiators. Now, let's set our eyes to the East, Costa. We've seen this team go through ups and downs all year, and it's none other than Hangzhou Spark. In or out?
Come on!
I'm not buying what you're selling, buddy. You can try to sell me on this team, but you're going down on that ship on your own. They're out of here. They're out of here.
Okay.
When they lost to the Chengdu Hunters, their hopes and dreams fell apart. You know, we gave them a pass when they lost to the Seoul Dynasty, when they lost to the Shanghai Dragons. But when you lose to the Chengdu Hunters, it's just too hard to come back from that. They play against the Guangzhou Charge, the best team in the East, in their next match.
Hey!
Hold
on.
I'm sorry, that might have been some personal bias coming through from me on that one. But the Hangzhou Spark, they just haven't been able to play well in this meta, which is, you know, Shy on that Sojin.
Yeah.
Alpha Yi on that Genji.
Genji.
He should have been good. And like you're going to see here when he did come in for this lineup, because he did miss the opening weekend to Architect, it did look more cohesive. But honestly, I think their ability to just stick with a roster has been their big kryptonite. They have also been subbing Gushwei in for Banar to mix success. Like, all of these players are fine for them, but because they haven't been able to have that consistency, it feels like all the time they're just throwing away ultimates. They're not on the same page, and that has what has led to them being 1-3, and I don't see them being able to turn it around and go into a 3-3 with a good map record as well. So
Come on.
I think they're out of here, Johnny. Get your hopium out of here.
It's the
Guangzhou
third
Charge
act.
to the moon,
the hero
baby.
arrives. Come on.
All right, I think it's my turn, and I'm going to use my host privilege, and ironically, not go too far out on a limb. Okay, never mind. I'm going to say Vancouver is going to get into the Summer Showdown tournament. Let's go, Vancouver! Yeah. No? All right.
I'm on
No?
the train, but let me ask you this, Danny. How do they not qualify?
Yeah,
How do they
it's
not?
like, you know, that's not a train. That's literally
Hey,
a
they're-
hop-on, hop-off train that you just
they're
get on for a
3
second
and
and then jump
2.
off.
Yeah.
Only need to beat Boston to ensure their spot, right? So technically, if they lose to Boston,
They can still make it. If they win like a
but then
match,
it's not a
they're in.
guarantee, though, right?
Well, not yet. Something could go wrong. We need the anti-gladiators hopium. We need some doomium for the Vancouver Titans.
Hey, listen, I'm just saying, you know, we need this to happen because all the Canadians are looking forward to it. They really
Yeah.
need this. It'll be a great story. And last but not least, most importantly, Matt Morello will really, really appreciate this, right?
Do it for Matt.
Do it for Matt.
Hashtag do it for Matt.
And quite honestly, you know, they've been looking really, really good this stage. I mean, they got their first win, and after that first win, like, their confidence has been up, and you can see it in their plays, right? And I think so. This, unless they lose it, unless something bad happens, I think they're on a good road.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Danny. In the most recent comms check, the Vancouver Titans players called me a hater of their team, which, you know,
Really?
it was justified. You know, honestly, I was a hater. I went for the Washington Justice over them, but I'm a believer in them. I actually think they're
You're
genuinely...
a believer in them now. No.
I do not.
No.
No. I didn't
No.
believe against the Washington Justice, but they were always going to qualify. They look like a good team. You get 3 wins, you're pretty much in this tournament. I'm excited to see how far these guys can go because they went 0-13 before this stage. They were scrapping for just 1 win, just ounce of a win, and now they're 3-13 and they're having these consistent results. I
You're
wanna
not
see them step
invited.
up.
You're not invited to this party.
No, please let me into Canada. I love
No.
Canada.
No, you left that train, remember? A
Yeah.
long time ago.
You'd left. Get off the
Yeah.
You will not infiltrate this Vancouver Titans hype train.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe ask them.
You can
Maybe
root
ask
for
them.
the
Just
outside.
ask them right now, in front of
Vancouver
camera.
guys, I'm sorry. Let me back.
All right, that's what we have picked. Go into the Summer Showdown tournament, and if you're wrong, no one really cares, honestly. But if you're right, though, we are gods.
Not me and Johnny Gill. We just yell stuff and then we only bring it back up when we're right.
And you can have the same feeling of divinity by making your own picks, everyone. Just go to pick'em.overwatchleague.com or use the app or use your omniscience. Just make the picks. You know, you still got time, so get it going, everybody. Put those picks in, and then you can be gods.
Have you seen on that
Question mark?
phone, like they predicted Florida Mayhem 3-1 over Washington Justice?
It's a terrible press.
Yeah, whoever made that graphic, you're about to lose. No.
Not us. I don't know who it is. All right. And if you need some last-second advice on your picks, stick around because coming up first today is Atlanta Reign versus the Los Angeles Gladiators, and we will get into that matchup right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. Our first match of the day had some major implications. The Atlanta Reign clinched a spot in the tournament with a win, and the Los Angeles Gladiators need a 3-0 or 3-1 to even stay alive. Those are the stakes. Who are the most important players in the match? Mr. Legs.
Mr. Legs. It's not Soldier 76 we're about to see in this match. Look, we have two fantastic Genji players for everyone watching here today. It's going to be Kevster taking on Speedily in an amazing battle. Kevster, we already know, MVP candidate, one of the best damage players in the entire game. And we have Speedily coming in, one of the most hyped up rookies going into this year. Only played 2 matches so far, but if you look at the stats, pretty even when it comes to the final blows. Damage though, Speedily, his effectiveness in the neutral battle with Genji, the amount of damage he's able to pump into the enemy team, build his Dragon Blade, so you can see time to charge ult, 2 minutes, Dragon Blade kills, it's just slightly higher than Kevster. And look, it deserves mentioning, Kevster, they're 1-4 this stage, Speedily, they're 1-1. Speedily, of course, went to map 5 against the Outlaws as well. So Kevster has had an uphill battle when it comes to the stats, but still, like, Speedily, I can't say enough about this kid. 2 matches in the Overwatch League, and we're about to find out what he's really all about going up against Kevster today. I think he's looked spectacular. He's been a front runner for the Atlanta Reign when it comes to initiating fights, taking these engagements, dashing in, finishing off kills. And then you have Kevster on the other side, who, as mentioned, is one of the best Genjis in the game. This is going to be a true test for Speedily to see really what he's all about. Is he going to be outmaneuvered by, at this point, like almost a veteran in Kevster, who's been on top of his game for like 2 years, it feels like, and Speedily, who just turned 18. So this is going to be an amazing duel. This is going to be one of the best Genji duels we've had, honestly. The last one I can think of was, of course, Speedily against Pelican last week. This one's bound to be even better. I cannot emphasize how pumped I am to see these Genjis go head-to-head.
It is definitely going to be exciting. And talking about Genji and DPS, Costa, as always, the damage always get the credit and, all the accolade. But this meta especially has highlighted the importance of supports, Lucio specifically.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's not even about the neutral way that you're playing the game. Obviously, it's a lot of just AoE healing, speed boosting everyone up when you need to. But I want to talk about these two guys because they are absolutely bonkers in terms of aggression on the Lucio. We have OG going up against Funny Astro, and you look here, their hero damage at 4.8k. That is actually some of the highest that we have in the league. This is like top 3 and top 2 from both of them respectively. And then you look at the differences though. OG does a lot more healing. Funny Astro is not as much backline orientated, staying with his team. He likes to be that playmaker and go in aggressively. And I think that's something that is actually caught out the Gladiators so far in this stage, because that's not always what you want from your Lucio. You need that Lucio to be pushing away these top-tier Genjis and really making their lives harder, but most importantly, getting value from these sound barriers. As you just saw here, the Gladiators, they really like to engage with their sound barrier, not use it reactively against a Rampage or against a Blade from a Genji. So what this has caused is this weird meta game for the Gladiators of trying to win fights that other teams aren't trying to win, and that's where they did struggle against some of the best teams. It felt like they shored this up a little bit in their match against the Paris Eternal, but that's not a great sort of level benchmark to understand if it's going to work. So I'm keeping an eye on Funny Astro particularly to sort of make these improvements and do this against a top tier team like the Atlanta Reign, because if you mess up the sound barrier speedily, Hawk, they will punish you for it.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add as well is you mentioned the sound barriers and booping away Genjis. I think a third thing to look out for when it comes to the Lucio players as well is booping Rampages. We're finally getting to the point where 3-4 weeks into this meta, and Lucio's are starting to figure out where to be in the fight to boop Rampages out of the way. So that's a crucial thing that Lucio's also help out with this meta.
All right, and it'll come as no surprise that I want to talk about a specific player. Happy!
No.
Hey, Happy! I think, lost in the shuffle of this Gladiator struggle is the importance of this trade. I mean, they had Shu playing the Sojourn. Shu is a good player, but come on, they actually now have Happy on that role. Because, I mean, we all know Gladiators, they had Patty Fan playing the Sojourn, but then he had the injury, so they had to have someone play that Sojourn because Sojourn's so important. And then Shu, of course, is a great player, but that's not his main role. And then they added Happy, and now they're even stronger now. And he has been doing a pretty good job on the Sojourn, considering the fact that he just recently joined. His stats right now, he's still in the top 5. I think he only played a couple matches after joining the Los Angeles Gladiators. So I don't think anyone questions his mechanical skills. I think he's starting to get in the groove with the Los Angeles Gladiators. So I'm definitely keeping an eye out for Happy for this matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that the Gladiators were able to just acquire Happy. I wish, a lot of teams wish they could just acquire Happy, but he has done great things. Even though he has had a hard schedule and the Gladiators haven't been finding success, he's slotted in pretty quickly, and he is getting the value that we knew he was getting for the Washington Justice. So the real question for me is, where do we go from here? Not just in this match, but when you have Patty Pan on the lineup, you have Arns on the lineup, and now you have Happy on the lineup. That's a wealth of riches right there that they're going to have to sort of navigate through going into the playoffs.
All right. Those questions will be answered very shortly. But before we move on, it's time for our predictions, guys. Who did you guys pick?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know, Danny?
Here we go.
Come on.
Any surprises?
Yes, go, Danny.
Here we go.
Okay.
Atlanta Reign. People have too much faith in the LA Gladiators. Stop it, guys.
Okay, they're 0-4, but they lost to probably the 4 best teams in this meta right now.
And also, they're looking a
It's
lot
about
better.
to be the 5 best teams in the meta.
They have space in now. They're finally off that losing streak.
That makes me feel so comfortable.
Danny, you made me less confident in my pick.
They beat Paris Eternal. The things are going great for the Gladiators. So, why Atlanta Reign?
They're the better team. What do you mean?
What do you
Look,
mean
they're
they're the
stacked. They got
better team?
Kai, speedily, the Joe, Hawk himself, and the Gladiators been struggling. 1-4. They only beat Paris Eternal. What do you want me to say? Atlanta Reign. They're looking way better in this meta.
Recency bias.
Recency bias.
Okay, well, that is it for the Watchpoint, everybody. It's time for Atlanta versus Los Angeles. And to bring you all the action, we have no one other than...
No one.
no one other than Mitch and Matt. Sorry, guys. Hi. Matt and Mitch. Hello.
Nobody is here to bring you the match. All right, cool. Yeah, I will just let that one go. All right, I didn't even get an acronym like the other boys in the tro. Not even an acronym.
Oh,
not even like well, everybody's scared if they give you a bad one.
ML.
Yo, what's up, Eminem?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's how hey, Matt, you're from Long Island. How do you rate the nicknames everyone's getting?
I mean, they're all terrible. They all range and just range of terrible to really terrible. I think Danny's are definitely better than Johnny's, but
thank you.
But not great. Could be better. I love Johnny's attire today. Ready to hit the tennis court right after this segment. Run out the door, see if anyone's over there getting a game in.
Hey, yo!
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Yeah,
right?
you hating on the tennis
it's
court,
hot.
bro? let's go out, do some serves, volleys and that stuff. Look, my forehand is spicy, I'm telling you.
But we need to come back to throw this back from last week.
tennis.
Look at how tanned his legs are compared to his face. Like these things are orange as.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's the lighting, all right? It's unfair.
Bro.
It looks like they
It's the lighting.
your lower body onto like your.
You guys are hating. Look, I'm ready. One-on-one, golf, tennis, pick your poisons. I don't know, diving.
Part of me's wondering if Johnny's like a centaur and they just like cut it off. Like they just put the rest of the body like off screen, you know what I mean? Just have the front
Before
legs.
we say goodbye to them, though, I do agree with Johnny's point about the game. I actually think Atlanta, I think this is like an Atlanta series in the fact that like we've seen the Gladiators obviously struggle throughout the stage. They beat the Paris Eternal, like big deal. I don't know. I think the Rain is in a much better spot.
Yeah, people aren't talking about it today, but I think that like it's been a pretty glaring issue that Rhino hasn't been performing at the same level on Junker Queen, I think, as opposed to different heroes in different metas, right? I think that's like when we got to see some of the stats for this sort of team, I'm not really leaked, but they come out of the stats lab thing. In four roles, in 4 seats, the Gladiators look really good this stage, but trying to get that Junker Queen action going is tough. And Hawk is like top 3 in the West at the very least right now, so that feels like a huge disparity to me.
He has crazy amount of damage.
And Scott, you are not.
As Kalios, though.
Scott is not welcome.
He does a lot of damage.
Oh, sorry,
Not
Kalios,
welcome on the Vancouver train.
The 1 week.
You're not welcome.
I'm jumping on that train. I'm hijacking the train.
Nope.
No.
It left long time ago.
No tickets available. We've left the station. Me and Mir are going to build some igloos up there in Vancouver. With all the snow going on.
I don't think you know what happens in Vancouver, bro.
Matt is standing at the top of the train and he's catching all the bird poo with his sweater. That's why the look is inspired by it today. We'll catch you guys obviously after this. We'll come back to you after this first match. Again, listen, I think we're pretty divided on this kind of topic. I think a lot of people in a legacy sense expect the Los Angeles Gladiators to put on a show, Matt. But their options, and as it was talked about in the pre-show, right, it's pretty slim for the Glads. I think they need a pretty clean win here to even have a chance of making it, and even then it's not really up to them, right?
3-0 or 3-1. Those are the only options here for the Gladiators, They need to win this series pretty convincingly against a team who's been, maybe not playing like up to the par, right? But now you have Speedly, you mentioned Hawk playing the Junker Queen quite well. You'd think a team that's in a better spot, today in this current meta, right, than the Gladiators. So a tough match for them. Yeah,
look, lots of garbage on Reddit this week, but great post that I found talking about, like, it plotted all the stats of Junker Queens based on, like, how they compare to the average. Hanbin's obviously an outliner. He has, like, it's a Z-scores used to describe, like, how much better someone's stats are than the average. Hanbin's, like, number 1. Hawk's, like, number 3, right? So, in all the key stats, right? Kalios likes to ignore his deaths when he posts about his stats, but it included that one as well. Hawk is a top, I mean, John is calling him the Jote. He is a top Junker Queen player in the West. That fact is indisputable. This team, obviously, a little bit of a new look now. Vigilante comes in speedily, obviously shown us some great play from his first 2 games. First one, not so much, right? He even talked about some of his blades are a little bit wayward, but I kind of like his proclivity to try and make the play. This team looks like they're on an upward trajectory right now after a rough start.
Even then, though, we saw some of the stats that the desk ran in, like, that head-to-head against Kevster. And if you would have told, like, Brad in the Atlanta Rain, like, hey, you can sign Speedily now, and basically about, I don't know, halfway through the season, you're going to add a player in the same realm of, like, Kevster. He'd be like, yeah, we'll do that.
At just the right time to show off his Genji ability? Yeah, I think you take that, right?
That doesn't sound like a bad move. Yeah, where if that's kind of like where this player ends up sitting eventually, like, that is a huge addition to this team. Cannot go understated. I like how, Johnny mentions, like, how good he's been. Seeing him play, and you think he'd just get better, right, one more time in the league.
Yeah, okay, so obviously they've triumphed in the pursuit of happy, have the Gladiators, but they're still looking for a spot in Toronto. Obviously a big change here, no need to use Shu and hint scan roll. It's not the first time I've actually seen it before, and mixed results. Space obviously operating as the Junker Queen player here, but I've got to say, this is a metagame where Skewed can really shine. His Brig has always been next to fabled, when he's been in this lineup. He rarely ever gets subbed out because he's just so good across whatever role. Number 1 in hero damage, Matt, tied for first in uptime percentage at 38% on Brig right now.
And I know Skewed is great on the Brig, right? A meta that forces you, doesn't really, maybe force isn't the right word, but a meta that pushes you away from having arguably two of your 3 best players, I think, with like throwing Kevster in the mix, not in the lineup, is obviously not good for the Gladiators, right? So you're trying to figure out a way, I think, if you're the Gladiators, to qualify for the Summer Showdown, give Shu and Reiner some rest, towards that last stretch of the season, because they're going to be super important.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we saw a little bit of Reiner, right? The Glads definitely tried Reiner on the Junker Queen. Obviously alluded to some of the issues they had there. Space comes in now to sort of fill that role. And the Glads have definitely been improving. And look, I think Scott said recency bias was kind of a thing. The Glads obviously coming off that win recently against not a top team. We could sort of argue the same goes for them as well, but maybe a bit of recency bias in how they performed against a team like the Eternal here. That said, it's a new day. The Gladiators have had time to work on their setup here. Lijiang Tower is where it's going to begin, and the Genji matchup is definitely going to be an exciting one. I also want to see what kind of impact the Sojourns can have here. I think the first fight, especially on control map, is really interesting because generally, there will be Genjis building that blade before there's a sound barrier for the Lucio. That's how it normally goes. So keep an eye out for that. That first blade without a barrier to answer it can really decide the round on control based on how we know how important first fights are on these rounds.
And the Gladiators making the change at the tank role, right, with Space in that last series against the Paris Eternal. You're kind of on even footing with Paris, right, because they're bringing in a whole new lineup where you're kind of obviously having that new tank to set the pace and whatnot. This, I think, more is like the real test, right?
Oh, yeah.
Against a team that has been playing consistently with this roster for a while now.
And while Hanbin might be my joke, Hawk is definitely one of the top Junker Queens this season, across regions either way. It's a little jagged blade. They're catching Kai. Not going to be able to yank him far enough out of formation to cause any issues here. The Rain tending towards his right-hand side. Commanding shot. A factor here and disrupt the shot thrown on him. We have a trade already though, so Kevster goes down early, losing out in the neutral there, but Hawk's been removed. Kai though needs to offload some serious damage and keep the Gladiators at bay, and looks like they can. So Matt, they lose their Junker Queen early, but the Rain can hold their footing.
Yeah, as they're going to move their way onto the point. I think actually Speedily got in the way and reflected some shots back in Space, got him low, and then finished it off with a melee. So they were finish off the Junker Queen for the enemy team like that. Kevster jumps on, just touches the point, maybe make something happen with players coming off the spawn, but they'll be Atlanta Reign in control pretty handily right now.
Bit of damage reflected there. Kevster actually had a little more, 200 HP's worth, so it's a full elimination's worth. Damage deflected. Okay, Happy's found OG to start. This is a good beginning here. But here comes the Rain, try and push in a little bit, leave Kai with plenty of space to work with. Still, they can't shut Happy down though, and the Rain that really tried to push up and deny space from players like Happy are now getting cut down.
Can you make something out of this though if you're the Rain? You get a pick on the space here late. You see the Gliders, they're pushing forward. They want to try and get one of these kills because everybody's going to get back for the Rain here pretty fast. Is going to have to go and like escort space back into play as may be able to make a play for the point.
We had a Lucio taxi there from OG. What's Speedily looking for here? I think he might have got more than he bargained charging over the wall there. Still, the follow-up is going to be there for the rest of the Rain, so he can hang around and put a little more pressure down on Space, but he's looking healthy. That uptime percentage from Skew's going to be a problem here, and the blade comes out, but it's a rally from Skewed, and Astro gets that sound barrier up. OG has his in a second. Can he save Hawk's life? Hawk had his own commanding shot, so the Rain is still at a full 5, and OG has the latest sound barrier. This means it's a far more durable Atlanta Rain, but they lack control of the point right now, and they lose OG as Happy still has room to breathe. Hawk's able to bring Kevster down. This is awkward positioning for the Gladiators though, but there's a lot of pressure coming out of the back line of the Gladiators here. They need to keep it up. Now it's installed.
That is one of the weirdest locations we'll see a team fight go down in. Right around the corner on the Mega. Everything ends up used there, but you have OG and Speedily still on the point here. Speedily also with Kai. Kai somehow stays alive on the outskirts. And a really drawn-out fight with, I think, Atlanta being able to survive both of those support ults, and then OG being able to land his beat gives them the sustain there to just kind of outlast the Gladiators over time by just a little bit.
And they still lose sort of the first play there. Happy still able to find a key kill. But I think it's losing Hawk there that makes it harder for the Atlanta Rain to flip the point quickly enough. Oh, that's a nice connection. Okay, very cleverly done there. I think it was by Kai. He sets himself up behind the wall so he doesn't go charging or getting pulled into the Junker Queen there. Space finds Hawk though, and Kevster has the blade. Wants to pressure, but Vigilante stays him off for the time being. Speedily Still wants to have a crack at this, but it is a rain point for the time being, so Speedly's accruing some extra percentage. He'll concede now.
Man, what 2 weird fights back to back, right? That time Space goes in with the Rampage. It doesn't connect with anybody. I believe Hawk actually gets 2 with the Rampage, but Kevster's Blade bails them out there where, you don't have that Blade, and that's probably a fight loss. Like, you're getting close to the last fight territory here for the Atlanta Reign, but that's going to be a commanding shout followed up by the Blade of Speedily, and see what he can do. He's going to get at least 1.
Finastro perhaps feels like he doesn't have the time to go for a beat there anyway. The Glads lose both their backlighters to Speedily's Blade, but they hold on to both of those support ultimates. Speedily gets that Blade gone now, though, so relatively even footing for these two teams coming into this next fight. OG's likely to build that beat in a fairly timely fashion. So we're going to have like a repeat in old economy of that previous fight, Matt, in that really awkward location outside the point on the stairway, on the ledge.
Yeah, we'll see where this fight takes place, though. No, the Gladiators at 90%, but the Reign in control of the point is, OG will beat up to his sound barrier now. So you'll have double support ults on both sides to round this one out.
They're going to keep Hawk alive. Sound barrier comes out here for the Gladiators that use that one first. Vigilante had the rally first for the Reign, and here's the beat to follow it up. Both teams fully committed to the fight with Skewed popping that ultimate, and Happy needs to get some work done with the space that he's been given. Hawk pressured down, forced to the left-hand side because of the disruptor shot, and there it is. Happy strikes gold. It's Kai to full. Skew's traded out though, but Speedily here is ready to pressure. 2 very quick kills now. Looks to try and put some down on Space, and he can't get away. Space is surrounded by the Atlanta Reign. Speedily such a menace in this kind of fight, and it's all but over here. The Gladiators are going to run out of steam as Funny Astro tries to keep their hopes alive. Particularly elusive, but it's not enough to keep the Glads in the round.
Yeah, as Kevster tries to come on a flank a little bit on that right-hand side from the point, and Vigilante just watching on the brig just shuts him down instantly, and Speedily able to really go off there on the Genji at the end, kind of the difference maker, right? Because everybody just pops their support ultimates, everybody just kind of puts some damage down into each other, kind of stands there a little bit in the neutral, and at that point you're looking at, like, I think Happy had his overclock there, and Kevster coming on that flank, but really Speedily's the one who gets the most work done.
I mean, Speedily has about 60% of the Atlanta Reign's damage. He has 12,000 of their 20,000 for that particular round. Per 10. Pretty insane. 8-2 final blows to deaths.
Yeah, it's really hard to kind of like understand or really kind of put into context how important his you don't even see signing, right? But because he's been with them for the whole season, but now how much of an impact he's going to have as being added to this team, right? We haven't seen it over the course of a lot of games yet, but from what we've seen, he's been tremendous, and you think that keeps resulting in Atlanta Reign wins and tournament appearances. Sure. It could be one of the most impactful signings of the last offseason that didn't really kind of come to show till about halfway through.
Yeah, big impact. Quick correction, that's damage per 10 stats. So his actual damage is closer to like a whole third of his team's damage. Still significant, but not nearly that scary. Good early fight for the Gladiators here, though. They put a lot of pressure down on the Reign before they can get set up. The point really just unlocked, and the Gladiators were ready to eat it up. Hawk wants to get aggressive. Can he get a Carnage connection? No. Either he was knocked back, or the Glads were able to stay scarce of it. A lot of damage on Kevster there. No Jagged Blade connection. The Genji is going to be able to get away alive, but the Reign are definitely baring their teeth a little here. Hawk knows he needs to maintain pressure, but he's taking a ton of poke here. Working his way around the middle of the map, and that was the charge into the backline by Speedily, but he got caught by Happy. Body shot railgun. 5v4 now for the Gladiators here, and they look to regain some space. That initial aggression from the Reign starts to peter out with the loss of that key player.
Yeah, as Atlanta has to back up as soon as they lose Speedily. And I think you see from both sides, right? When we're on board with Hawk, how much they're pinging Kevster, keeping a track on him. Both teams really want to prevent these Genjis from going wild.
Kevster Blade. He's really getting ahead this round. Soundberry instantly comes out from OG. He respects the potential, and it's a layered support ultimates here as Vigilante goes for the rally at the same time. Happy's going to have their overclock online pretty darn soon here, and the Glads have so many support ultimates. This is looking pretty dire for the Reign. Happy wants to try working from the side. Can he connect with OG as he's airborne? He's an easier target that way. A lot of very good chip damage from Happy, and he finishes Kai off with a body shot. The Reign have got nothing to work with, no key ultimates. Neither of their DPS have actually built their ultimates either. This is getting out of hand.
Now this round has been complete domination from the Gladiators. As Space now with a Rampage can kind of use this as the door as Atlanta really just forced to kind of funnel in. should seal the deal. So what is a dominant round from the Glads?
Rampage there, catches 3. Speedily and Hawk, bleeding a little now. Speedily, that's a tough position to be in, but he's able to get the mega health pack, and in he comes with the blade. Wants the pressure skew down, but Kemp's going to be there with a swift strike, and we've seen that face a few times from Speedily. Justified in this case here as the Gladiators shut the Atlanta Reign out. Atlanta only get a few kills in that round, let alone fights won. Complete shutout.
Yeah, as the DPS never really got going for the Atlanta Reign. Happy able to land consistent rail shots for the Gladiators. Then Kempster obviously with a big blade there to start, and nothing out of Kai and Speedily. So round 2 goes heavy in favor of the Gladiators. As we go to this final round, a little bit more open space here on the point. You know, if you're going to get the same type of performances from Happy, right, with the way he's shooting right now, could be the one who helps put the Gladiators up 1-0 in the series.
Man, the pace seems so different from the Gladiators. Like, they really woke up following that previous round. Not close in the slightest. So here's our Sim TP going forward. Now, if you look Glads again, you want to put pressure in the neutral on the Reign here. See, OG, yep, definitely getting harassed out by Kevster now, who's looking much more aggressive than he did in that first round. Commanding shouts out from both sides here. OG trying to keep everyone back away from Hawk and allow him to sort of solidify his position. But that peak that he went for the Carnage took too much damage, and Kevster's there to finish him up. And here it is. Deja vu, Matthew.
Yet again,
okay,
right? The first round, really good for the Atlanta Reign. Since then, I mean, it has been brutal. Obviously, first fight here, but it kind of really brings back shades of just our last round. I mean, OG's built a pretty nice way towards a beat, but going to need to be able to get in and get some of these kills. You see, they're doing a much better job, the Gladiators, this last 2 rounds specifically, about really tracking Speedily.
Happy was 30% HP at the start of that fight, and I think Speedily identified that, but he's just knocked back instantly by Skew. Skew making it very hard to access Happy, who gets the first kill on that fight, right? Really just puts the Gladiators on the front foot. And again, have a look at these ultimate percentages here. Some big differences, especially, but Blade's going to be crucial in this fight, as Kevster may well have his before OG. I'm curious to see if he maintains that aggression, Matt, and just goes for it.
Yeah, also using the Disruptor shot much more defensively. That's going to be the Blade, but the sound barrier in response.
Yeah, nice job from OG. Gets it in the nick of time, Matthew. Kevster looking to try and, exploit the window of that not being quite available, but OG really dotted his I's, crossed his T's, and had that ready. It's still not enough, though, to keep the Reign going. Man, they are getting absolutely rolled now.
I mean, these do not look like the same teams we saw in the first point of this map. Oh, man, as Gladiator's been really dominant from there on out. As see Speedily now with his blade. He's going to go right into Funny Astro with this sound barrier.
Start with the rally, now the blade. Speedily with a bit of extra durability, but Funny Astro has plenty to share with his team. Sound barrier makes it impossible for Speedily to get anything going. Now it's the old-fashioned way. Pressure on a Skew. Kai's going to be able to find him with a body shot. He's had his body turned towards Speedily, which means he's susceptible to that railgun. And there it is, the Reign. It's a brute force solution, no doubt about it, but this is where they can start to mount their comeback.
Oh, it's going to be tough, though. I mean, you're going to have Kai with the overclock coming in next, and Space is going to have this Rampage. So let's see what they decide to do. Is the Gladiator's going to head towards this right side. You want to, like, force the fight out on the point, right? You can get much better value out of this Rampage here from this position than trying to go over the bridge there in the open.
Space trying to line up a Rampage here. Hits that knife, so it's going to be a free axe in. A lot of pressure on Hawk here. And there it is, Rampage onto the back line. If there's 2 plays you want to hit, Matt, it may as well be Vigilante and OG. Happy, though, takes Hawk down. That early pressure from Space makes it easier for the Sojourn to secure that kill. But Vigilante staves Kevster off yet again. The Atlanta Reign may have given up a lot of space. They give up the point, though, crucially, Matt. And they had to know this. They've got to get back there. They've got overtime here with the Gladiators. Yep, they're going to have to regroup after that one. Nice connection by Kai.
Yeah, point flips, but not enough firepower for the Gladiators to win it. But 40% on the point here, Mitch, and oh, nice shot there from Kai. Rally coming online. This is doable here for Atlanta to mount this comeback, because Kevster's going to have this blade, most likely ends up using it here. Rally to kind of counter that. The biggest thing you're worried about is like blade plus 2 support ults. Like if the Gladiators wanted, they can just kind of like junk this fight, so to speak. get some of these ultimates out and then come back. And even if it's 99-99, let's say at that point, have a clear path to victory.
Kev's still really reluctant to pressure Kai. He doesn't know how much charge Kai has right now. So he knows he'll be taking a huge risk diving in. Rampage, Kevster can't get over the top of it, but he's going to go for the blade anyway. What a madman! And he brings Kai down. Kai maybe not ready for that from Kevster, who goes hyper-aggressive and secures a key kill. Space is there with the follow-up, and the Gladiators can't believe they turned this map around, or at least I can't. They seem less surprised, Matthew, but that's the way it goes. They have the point now in the Atlanta Reign. They have to desperately try and send someone there, but it's just not going to be enough. What a way to start the series for the Glads. They are 1-4 so far in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, and they are now starting to heat up.
I gotta say, I am quite surprised as they bounce back after that first point and really put it to the Atlanta Reign. I think probably even surprising to the Atlanta Reign that the Gladiators kind of playing at that level today is, man, Kevster was really good here in this first map.
Yeah, 13-4 on Genji with 12k damage per 10. Pretty insane stuff. Happy also having a great round, and Kai was conspicuously absent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Atlanta Reign are going to have to rely on their big guns if they want to be competitive in this series, as the Glads have been fixing some of their issues, no doubt about it. Stick around, everybody. Of course, map number 2 is soon to follow. Not the way that many people expected this series to start here. Happy leading the way. I mean, we sort of talked up Kevs before we went to break, but 13k damage done over the course of that series. It's probably closer to about 10k per 10 if my calculations are correct. But we are talking 60% railgun accuracy, 15 for 6. Very robust scoreline here. And for comparison, Coyote is able to get 7 final blows for the entire map. He really is struggling to keep up with Happy's impact. That's a huge component of the Glads getting off to such a hot start.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know, I think Happy may have just needed a little bit more time, right? Leaving Washington and coming to the Gladiators and just kind of, I imagine just dealing with the whole roster changes mid-season isn't ideal for a player, especially you're going into a team that is high expectations but struggling mightily. Probably not the easiest situation to find yourself in, but I think it's only going to get better for Happy because we've seen what he's been able to do, whether it's like the Guangzhou Charge, Houston Outlaws, Washington Justice. I mean, he's just been a sick hit scan player wherever he goes. Where you're gonna get that eventually for the Gladiators. I think it's just time to have him a little bit more comfortable in the situation, which it looks like is happening, which is a great sign for them.
Eyes on the Gladiators here. We need to find out whether, it's not just a map-to-map thing. Maybe they're just, really strong on that sort of control map and they go from there, or whether they've really got a system that's working. Because I'll be honest, even Philadelphia can take a control map off the Shanghai Dragons map, as we discovered this week, and then look pretty listless for the whole series.
You're also, if you're the Gladiators, right? I think there's a difference between like missing a tournament and then missing it in the fashion that you would miss it in comparatively to like how well you've played this season. And like, I'm sure this is a group that like this is just like really embarrassing. Like they obviously know they're really like way better than this as a unit, right? And I'm sure like it kind of goes from everybody up in the organization to the players and whatnot. Like it's maybe just not a lot of like pressure here, but more of like just kind of like taking out some of like the frustrations and. Hey, like the crazy part is they still have a chance to make the Summer Showdown, like we outlined earlier, right? With how much they struggled, still an opportunity.
This is the team that wins the kickoff clash, pretty convincingly. Yep. So,
it's also like, so Happy gets that first kill. This is also if they made the Summer Showdown, like people are still not going to want to play this team.
Yeah, I'd still pick them. If they made a Summer Showdown, like I'd still pick them to potentially win it. Like you really have to pull something out of the hat.
That may be a little far. I don't know if I'd pull. I don't know if I'd pick them to win it. But I think if you're like another team and you're like looking at your bracket,
my crystal ball
like,
picks require it. I had to pick a team before this stage started. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was the Glads because how good they looked in the previous one, right? Despite everything that sort of went down.
But I guarantee you, some teams would rather. There'd be a lot of other teams, even ones that look better. They'd rather see is a nice commanding shot there from Space, keeping them up. Yeah,
Speedily obviously got yanked forward there by the knife, and Speedily charged in. Good commanding shout, like you pointed out, Matt. Space just threw that up, and the Gladiators staying safe for the time being. This is a hard point to defend in this current meta. A lot of teams get blown out pretty quickly, so already the Glads have done well, but perhaps a little more is what their fans are looking for. Kai and Hawk both bringing players down, and Space can be forced off the point here. Again, really, really, really tough to hold. Even the best teams can lose in the first fight here. So the fact that you buy a minute and a half for the Gladiators is a pretty good sign.
Where you see more holds is here towards the second part of the map, but good start for the Atlanta Reign. They're going to have some ults going into this next fight as well, and they're already trying to take some of the high ground. I think like you mentioned, with winning a control map and obviously, they're getting one on the board, and they're
I'm just like, a salty Philly simp. Yeah, don't worry about me.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Everybody who roots for Philly sports in general is kind of like that. Hex is probably sending me a text about the Eagles right now. But like we're gonna learn a little bit about like the Gladiators and like how good they actually are on this map, right? Like if they're able to win this, it's definitely a little bit more of a legitimate win, you would think.
No doubt about it, against a team that showed themselves to be really solid, but all of their opponents, almost all of their opponents so far have been very good. That's what we talked about, a tough strength of schedule. But again, Happy leads the way in getting a pretty good defensive stop here, right? Funny Astro with Sound Barrier in that fight, Vigilante opts to use a rally. So our support ultimates are now at a phase between these two teams, which is going to be an interesting discussion point. Kai has a chance here to stamp his authority on this round after having a quiet start to this series, and that's a great way to open it up. Happy disintegrates under his scrutiny, and he still has an overclock to spend. I think Space got booped upward there, so it takes him longer to hit the ground, more time for the Gladiators to respond to the fact that the Junker Queen is descending on them. Much better looks here from the Rain.
That is such a nasty shot to open things up from Kai, especially how we've been talking about how good Happy is, where, no, what I was just going to start talking about was, like, Kai has had, like, a tremendous, like, stretch of games here on the Sojourn, and I think it becomes a little bit different when there's somebody on the other side who's, like, a real threat, and somebody like Happy who can match him. So it's be Kai using the overclock here, and that'll be a rampage from Space, which is huge.
Yeah, huge connection there. OG going to fall to that. Kai's able to find Funny Astro at the start of the fight, but that's really the only consolation the Rain can derive from this fight. Scoot's rally, huge there, and OG not able to save his team with his Sound Barrier. Space finding a lot of purchase there on that Rampage. Such a devastating ability, especially when the Glads are kind of pushing out of an area of the map that's a little hard to defend, so great way to set up your team and give them some room to work instantly.
Yes, now you get back to this high ground again, and if you're the Rain, like, this is the situation that it's really hard for Kai compared to, like, maybe some previous weeks, right? It's like, Happy is insane on the Sojourn, right? He's going to nail some of these shots as Vigilante doesn't make it with the rest of the team. Kai can't just, like, go out and peek as much, right? Or as freely. There's always the threat of Happy being able to land one of these shots. What? An insta-kill?
Yeah, impales himself on that particular knife. Still, though, Hawk lacks a backup at this time, and Happy's able to find some big railgun connections there. Happy, I should point out, able to do a lot of work from the periphery of many of these fights there. And again, finding Vigilante at the beginning of that engagement is what's crucial. I think Atlanta Rain sort of drop down, or they get caught in a bit of a rough spot, and the Glads are doing a very good job, Matt, of actually singling out some really key targets at the beginning of these fights.
Yeah, they were trying to speed across Atlanta, and I think Vigilante maybe got caught a little bit out, like, from behind, and that was the one target. Like, it literally could have been anybody. They just decided to jump on and focus him.
Atlanta may want to try and circumvent the neutral here because they have such a weaker position. Speedly maybe just, if he can get high ground and blade here aggressively, he'll have to deal with a rally, but still. Happy. It's a tough angle to fire from. Speedly's going to pressure him down now. Another rail. It gets good bound damage, and Speedly falls. And it's Happy. A couple of body shots on the blading Genji, and Kess is just able to swift strike in and follow that up. Still, though, Space and Skewed are down. Kevston keeping himself out of trouble for the time being, as we'll see the Atlanta Rain now try and spread out and just clear the Gladiators from this area. Funny Astro, that bleed is going to be a problem for him, and yeah, he's unlikely to survive this at all. It's going to cancel out his self-heals. And that'll be that. 2 checkpoints for the Rain.
The beat from Funny Astro is so perfectly timed there against the Speedily Blade, but the rally from Vigilante is able to keep everybody from the Rain alive towards the end of that and get the cart over the line. Pretty good defense, though, from the Glads, all things considered, right? 2 minutes on the clock here for the Rain to complete the map. You have a Blade, and you're going to have a Rampage and a Rally coming in this fight, so didn't really kind of have to overspin an ultimates to make some of that happen there towards the end. Pretty good hold for the Gladiators, and also fortunate for the Atlanta Rain. They're able to get the point.
Overnight, I really enjoyed the charge on this map with Choi Se-hwan switching to the Tracer and actually just dominating. There's a few different ways you can play this part of the map if you want to try and get the hold, but that's not a good start for the Glads defensively. Kai finds that first pick here. That's what the Rain have been needing. I mentioned it at the end of the last break. Kevston trying to make up the deficit here with a Sound Barrier.
They get beat up. That's huge.
And Kevston holds his blade now, studiously. Vigilante, no rally available, so here we go. Kai may have found the first pick, and OG gets another one, but getting rid of the Sojourn here will be huge. Kevston finds one. Dash reset comes at a good time to put a lot of pressure down on Hawk as well, who despite having Rampages below half health, and it's hard to heal that deficit up. So Kevston's bought the Glads some time.
Yeah, and Kai ends up using the overclock there as Kevster's coming at him, and Kevster really smart, ends up using the deflect, forcing Kai to end up using the power slide to try and get away, and then the dash and with the blade right through him. As man, yeah, they force that Sound Barrier OG, which is massive.
Rampage for Hall, catches 2, Space not feeling like he wants to reciprocate it this time, so the Glads lose their frontliner. Speedily with a little bit of bleed on him there, and the shot came in from Happy to keep him laying low, but it's about time to go in. The Rain can actually sort of link these two fights together. If they can get a decent blade off, they'll be running into Funny Astro's sound barrier, which you know he's saving for just such an occasion. But the time is now if you want to make the play. Speedily gets doused there, of course, as it's going to be a nice Rampage connection. Speedily trying to deflect, trying to keep himself alive, but Space is going to get to bring him down. The cart's moving. Eventually, the Glads, though, can make that small rotation and now pressure into the choke. This is looking scary for Atlanta. They're not going to have time to be 5 or even on the card at all. And there's the stop.
Very close to map completion, though. You can kind of think, remember when we were talking about like the beat force out of OG, like you almost want to try and, so the beat there, you can use it, and I think the decision making probably is like that corner is really difficult to go around, and if you have a player advantage, even if your players are currently getting weak and you may have like the lower HP pools overall,
sure,
it's worth investing that to be able to get the cart around that corner, right? Because once you get it around that corner, they kind of have to play in that choke opening by like the spawn, pretty much, right?
I don't think it's much easier for attackers, right? I mean, when you get into the cul-de-sac, it's pretty hard to line up rampages, like we've sort of seen.
Yeah, that corner, though, you have the high ground you got to deal with, like multiple off angles. Like if you kind of, teams will play pretty standard around that choke.
But you've killed the enemy Junker Queen and your sound barrier, which is totally fine. I can't see anything wrong with that decision. But then the instant pressure on your Sojourn, who ults, and then gets taken down by Genji, and then the Genji turns around and like double slashes your Junker Queen, and all of a sudden, you can't heal that up quickly enough. The enemy still has their Sojourn with even more space now, because Kevs has played that far forward. It's a pretty scary prospect. I can see why the Rain weren't able to get any advantage there, but like you've got to give credit to Kevster there for kind of stopping their advance. Even in a 4v5, the Glads just sort of even it up and buy themselves a ton of time.
So this is interesting. You're going to end up having Kai here play the Ashe. So Ashe we see on the longer sightline maps. The Dynamite gets pretty good value when the teams group together. Can they keep him alive, though?
Right, but you give up the choke, so now where's your Ashe value? Like, do you have nearly as much? I thought you maybe want to try and keep them in the choke for as long as you possibly can, but the Rain position a bit more defensively than that.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, right? I mean, you can get pretty good Dynamite value because you know they're all going to be playing together. Yeah, I mean, right there, it gets a pretty big one, but it's enough damage to take out Space.
Space is down. Speedily is able to follow that up. A lot of heal pressure, excuse me, generated by that Dynamite. Funny Astro lingers a little too long. Kevster, if he gets out of this, it'll be a bit of a miracle. He gets a heal pack, though. Or maybe a health pack. Regardless, the Rain unable to punish that any further, so the Glads move back in and they sort of claim the high ground very quickly. It's a terrible position to play from for Atlanta. Really weak defensively speaking. Forced around a corner, out of line of sight. OG down. Yeah, they eventually find Kai, who has less mobility than he did on Sojourn. So it's going to be one-sided.
Well, you think the Ashe is probably a bit better on the second part of the map, right?
Right.
You're really looking for the lines for the Dynamites here across like point. When you get to the high ground here and the range, that's when the Ashe can make a huge impact, as you see Kevster find out really early. So he takes a shot, almost gets taken out.
How much do your win cons change, do you think, if you're playing Ashe here as opposed to the Sojourn?
It's pretty similar, right? I mean, if anything, like, no, the Ashe prevents you from being like as aggressive, like push forward, possibly. Than the Sojourn. Like, the Sojourn can get in and out quite easily, but I think ultimately pretty similar.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, Kai keeps himself alive, which I'm sure is fine for him. Unfortunately, no teammates to back him up there, and all the Glads used was a Dragon Blade. And you saw Kevster forced back by the coach gun initially, but he was still in a position to quite easily find a player to sort of bring down. The one thing, I guess, in the Rain's favour, Matt, is they haven't spent any ultimates either. I think Bob can be pretty impactful here as this comp sort of has to commit. They have to sort of, you know, engage, and they can, if Bob's in the right place, it's even more heal pressure that's really hard to answer.
Yeah, they just need to have the fight happen on the cart, right? If they're up on the high ground, kind of playing, like, you know, especially like Happy playing from that angle, the Bobs really contribute much. That'll be Bob here early. Yeah,
I want to point out, Bob's not used there in order to get a knock-up. He's not aimed at the Gladiators formation, but sort of at that corner where he can shoot down the long street. Which is fine. The Glads do disengage. So, in theory, the Reign get what they wanted, I guess, from that Bob. Also, Rally was used there by both sides. Keep an eye on that. It's only sound barriers here with a blade unanswered from Speedily. No one's looking at him right now. So they drop down, maybe unaware of where the Genji is. Speedily now, it's up to him to decide when his blade's most effective, Matt.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. The Gladiators have taken like almost the defensive side of the map, and that'll be the blade from Speedily, sound barrier in response from Funny Astro.
Yeah, Funny Astro goes straight away. As soon as he sees that blade drawn, it's a Q press. Here's a Rampage comes in. Big connections. Kevster as well, crucially connected with Funny Astro, also anti-heal, but Space is able to deal with Hawk. So even after the Rampage, oh, now the sound barrier comes in for 4 players only. It's going to have to count for the Atlanta Reign, but without their ability to take space with the Junker Queen, they can't get anything out of that extra durability. That's disastrous for Atlanta.
Yeah, as Space ends up actually taking out Hawk right after the Rampage and then connects with 2. Connects specifically with Speedily, and they're able to follow up that so fast as Gladiators, they're going to walk this one in. They're going to have double the amount of time as the Atlanta Reign did at this point in the game.
Tell me about that beat. Like, what do you think is the mindset from OG there? Obviously, they lose Hawk. Does he expect that? Is that, you know, is he beating with that knowledge? What do you think happens there?
Potentially trying to save Hawk. Didn't exactly see the timing on it, but like, do you think you can save Hawk potentially, that he's not going to get burnt down as fast? Do you think if you sound barrier, the sound barrier and like Hawk can actually come back and maybe, because you know you can commanding shout and like run out of the spawn, I guess, pretty fast, right? Like,
sure.
Could he make it back to the fight in time to draw it out even longer? You may have been in a spot for the Reign where you're trying to burn as much clock as possible.
The Reign just exposed themselves big time to the Gladiators. They hard engage, right? With command shout, speed boost, but then we just see a disengagement from the Glads, and guess who was embedded behind the Reign this entire time? It's Kevster. So the Reign just charge away from their defensive spots. Kevster gets his pick of the litter, and then the Glads just close the fight out. The Reign are trying to force something here. 2 fights in a row. First the OG beat in a 4v5. Now that engagement, neither are working. Nothing's working.
And maybe that was to try and get the rally out, but not even needed. Now Skew's going to have it here for the end with the blade.
Time to meet Jamaica Hawk, and so Kevster gets a bit of taxidermy going. Happy's able to find 2 at the overclock, and that is that. This ain't close, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake, the Los Angeles Gladiators are out to a 2-0 lead, and Hollywood really didn't feel competitive.
No, not at all. No, I mean, what I said, I sided with Johnny at the beginning of the series, that I thought the Reign
so did I.
Really take it to him, but man, could not be more wrong thus far, as the Gladiators look motivated to win this series and give themselves a chance at the Summer Showdown.
I can't wait for the Gator tweet after this series, win or loss. The man beat Baton. Have to see what he has to say about this one. So far, not so flash for the Atlanta Reign. The Gladiators, if they win the next map, or even if they lose the map and then win, they are still alive to make it to Toronto. I can't believe you conspiracy theorists out here are going to get paid off. It's unreal. Stick around. The Gladiators here, their fate is in their own hands for now.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
We are less than a week away from Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament. The Toronto Defiant are hosting the Summer Showdown presented by Bell, September 8th to 11th. Experience Esports live, play Overwatch 2, and come and join the party. And be sure, of course, to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. Now, you may be wondering, okay, we're dealing with the Gladiators and the Reign here. What are the odds for these two teams? This match is a win and in for Atlanta. So far, that's not looking so great for them. For the Gladiators here, they're alive. They are somehow in the running to make it to Toronto. It won't be up to them, but if they get a 3 or a 3-1 here, they will stay alive. That's what's at stake. A 3-2 win would have them out. So they need a clean win so far. And, mate, I tell you what, squeaky clean stuff on Hollywood, Matt. Really, really solid play from the Glads. Point A is hard to defend for any team right now in this kind of medal. The fact that they win one fight already puts them in good stead, in my opinion. Now, again, onto this next map. You've got to be a little bit scared if you're the Reign. Nothing was working in that previous map. Nothing.
And going up 2-0 gives them a little bit of a cushion, right? You just got to win one of the next 2 for the Gladiators. Obviously, you would win the series, but you need to win whether it's 3-0 or 3-1 to give yourself a chance. That 3-2 won't really make an impact. So
that's right.
Atlanta, a reverse sweep to qualify. That's kind of what you're staring down the barrel of potentially here.
You had to put it that way, didn't you? That's brutal.
Yeah. I mean, a 3-0 loss is also quite brutal in terms of like map differential, right? Don't know how that kind of will play into things. Like if, you know, Atlanta obviously doesn't qualify here, could get a bit dicey. I mean, the rest of the series is so important. So not surprised to see like the Gladiators come out like really like firing today, really like last chance. They got to dominate the series to do so. Atlanta with the chance to secure their spot though. They thought maybe look a little bit better today, but the Gladiators on defense first, Happy on the Sojourn, nothing surprising. I'm wondering if we see this Ashe play more here from the Reign.
For both of these teams, it's the last game of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. So for both of them, for maybe one of them, maybe both, this is their sort of last showing potentially here. So they really want to make it count. And yeah, the Ashe for Kai might still be an option. I see this a lot from Toronto. He's who really sort of sits on this Ashe and gets good value out of it here. To answer the high ground hold though, that's the question. Will this Ashe really be sufficient? The Reign aren't doing any Symmetra TP hijinks here, so they're allowing the Gladiators to play from this high ground and have an extended, sort of drawn out neutral.
Yeah, so you just kind of sit around this corner happy with another kill, man. What was the series where we watched Kai just absolutely like dominate a game? Was it against Paris when he had like it was like almost 70%
that might have been,
railgun accuracy? Yep. Yeah, it almost feels like Happy is kind of transformed into that right now. He's been unbelievable this series. Best series is a Gladiator by far.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's really, he maybe needed just a little bit of time. Not as much as I sort of thought to acclimate to a team like this. Happy, big impact player. Speedly's in a pretty dangerous spot here, and yeah, he has to eventually commit, try and make something happen, but Happy is just not missing right now. Big body shot connection. Again, Speedly goes down to half HP as soon as he essentially touches the ground here, so the fact that Happy picked that corner the way he did says that the Glads are feeling confident, Matt. They're feeling like they can get away with a little more than murder.
And the longer this goes, it's just worse for the Reign. Obviously, just because in terms of like where they are on the map, but just like confidence. Like, who wants to just be held like here, like on this first corner? It's just brutal that like eventually it just feels like nothing can go right. So if you're the Reign, you want to see them get this as soon as possible.
Here comes Bob, bustling his way through. Looks like his eyes are set on Happy right now, and Happy's able to put him down. Here comes the overclock from Happy. Can he get Speedily here? A little bit hard to track. The Genji, and he found the head somehow. Speedily dropped into his crosshairs, it seemed. And now Hawk goes down. The Gladiators grinning from ear to ear. They come out of the retool of the, oh, no. Yeah, unfortunately. They come out of the retool, of course, of the Justice. And they make out like absolute bandits with this addition to their lineup. How scary is this? A minute 42 left here for the Atlanta Reign to work with. I'll run you some numbers really quick here because Happy is 4-0 right now. The Reign have no final blows.
I mean, yeah, it's brutal for Atlanta. A minute 28. And then you're looking at what? Like, if you end up using your beat here, it's like beats combined with the blades on both sides, right? Like, I mean, this could be one that could, oh, that's a huge pick from Kai, especially on the Lucio. I was going to say, this could be one that it could be a stop right here.
Keps are thinking about the blade. Hawk's down. They've lost him in a 4v5, no less.
Oh, and they're going to blade.
Now, this blade is going to be mostly ornamental, Matthew. Speedily,
yeah, but
trying to brandish it menacingly.
But you're not even going to get the sound barrier out. Because Funny Astro's not even back yet.
What a complete and total capitulation for the Reign. They have less than a minute left. 45 seconds on this attack. What a disaster. An unmitigated catastrophe.
I mean, when a team's getting kind of spawn killed for this long, there's really not much you can say. You know,
I mean, I've
been a big Atlanta supporter
thing
all season, and this is tough to watch.
Space. Playing it safe here. Blocking LOS as much as he can. That's a rampage there. Happy gets hit by, but a sound barrier is timed well. Funny Astro and Happy able to get away, and Kempster's found the blade kill on Vigilante already. OG's a little bit too late with the beat. Again! Kempster now heads upstairs. He sees Kai on his own, and he can't even make it back to the health pack. It's a deflect elimination from Kempster on the Genji. It's all over. There is nothing left in the Atlanta Reign. Not even a whimper as they go down. Can't even push out a spawn, and the Glads is just so simple, Matt. Turn around on the attack, break the high ground hold, and be done with it.
It is. It's just one fight. It may not even be one fight. It could be one death that could just put this like away. In the sense, like if you're able to pick up like Hawk, let's say early here, for example, it's kind of over in a way. So the Gladiators put themselves in a. I mean. I think even for the people who thought the Gladiators would win today, would not have expected it to be in this type of fashion, right? It would be in a close back and forth 3-1. Maybe they win it in a 3-2, right? And they don't make it anyway, but they kind of show they're, you know, a bit better. I don't know if anyone predicted that this would be kind of how it would go, that they would spawn kill the Atlanta Reign on a map like Dorado. They only get 34 meters on the payload overall. I mean, that's just unreal plays from the Glads today.
Here's obviously Kai trying to make the bob happen. In he comes. Look how quickly he gets burned down. Happy just nails him.
Well, also we've seen Sojourns when the bob comes out, you like fire into the bomb, you can like build up like a full rail shot, then go try and shoot at a player, and then get kind of like farming bob for resources like over and over again, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I was on defense. Well, this allows you to do stuff like this, right? You can play like, you know, maybe a Han's out of spawn here. I mean, you're really looking at just one pick. The box of victory is right around the corner.
Early Dynamite connect there. Hawk a little low, has to shout here, but can't use it aggressively. Space with the later commanding shout. Good Dynamites here from Kai, building that ultimate up quite well. Playing around his car as much as he can. This will be slow going to start with. Happy, Kempster both very, very low, but speedily seeing better days himself. Glad's just healing through this. Funny Astro getting very close to that sound barrier already. Trades of commanding shouts here, but look, you can see the formation starting to break down a little bit. Hawk's low, he has to go aggressive, looking for space here. Space, though, being kept alive, but Kempster gets taken down on the right-hand side. Nice work by Vigilante, sees the opening, goes for it. Speedily deflect, should be able to get to safety here. This is a good start from Atlanta. It's going to take a lot more than that, but it's a good opener.
Yeah, but still now, you have Funny Asher with this beat, right? I mean, it's a good start, but you got to hold this position for 3 minutes. I mean, they're less than 10 meters away.
Kev still looking at pressure. Vigilante's down! Oh no! The beat couldn't come in time for Roji. It looks like the shower wasn't enough to keep him alive. There you have it. Kev's now cutting the cake, making a wish. Because the destiny of the Gladiators is out of their hands for the Summer Showdown. But for now, they stay alive.
That's just a blowout. The first round of Control was all like, wasn't all Atlanta Reign, but was really went in Atlanta Reign's favor in a pretty meaningful way. And since then, they were nowhere to be seen. The Gladiators really took it to them here today, where I bet you there's a lot of other teams who are already in the Summer Showdown who are now looking at like what needs to happen for them to not go, because that's what we would like to have happen. No team is really looking to see a team that's they've got this level of potential show up to Toronto.
Even when the Glads brought Happy in and people were screenshotting the lineup of 5 players and going, how is this fair? How is it possible that you amass this kind of power? They were still struggling in some of those games, but now they've really come alive. This win takes the Gladiators to 2 wins, 4 losses, and a 0, an even map differential. A very clean win to be sure. There are a lot of steps that need to be satisfied, but the Gladiators have taken the first one. Many would say it's the most important. This game, I'll be honest with you, it's not winning any beauty pageants, Matt. Got a lot of personality, though, that's sure. Let's talk about our player of the match here. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise for anyone as the man surgically extracting key players from the lineup of the Reign is Happy.
Oh, best series with the Gladiators, I think, by far here from Happy today. When you consider the stakes as well, right? Needing to win this match in 3-0 or 3-1 to keep their chances for the Summer Showdown alive. Going up against Atlanta, who's a good team, but then also going up against Kai, who's been one of the hottest Sojourns in the league thus far. Really, over the last 2 weeks, really kind of stepping up his game. Happy was dominant. Shut everything down. At every stretch, it felt like he was always connecting on these rail shots. Regardless of the situation, even able to turn fights around for the Gladiators. Really tremendous series.
Yeah, look, like north of 10k per 10, 11 final blows per 10, and really, really very solid railgun accuracy. Also, these deaths, this is unbelievably low. 3.2 per 10. Most Sojourners, I believe, hover towards 5. So that's really significant here. It also says a lot, I think, about some of Speedley's woes in this matchup. You have skewed in your way if you're Speedley, trying to access someone like Happy. It is very, very difficult here. The Gladiators, I mean, it's possible that it's a little bit too late for them to come alive, but great that we get to see this roster adopt the current meta and look really good. And it should fill you, even, Summer Showdown potential aside, it should fill you confidence for this team's ability to continue to make adaptations as the meta continues to shift. There's a lot of volatility, of course, now. We know the Junker Queen's going to get a bit of a tune down, so it should feel like this roster is well positioned, and of course, they're still in a great spot for playoffs. So keep your hopes hype if you're a Gladiators fan. Keep your really obsessive threads going on Reddit about how they can sort of make it, because they've got the first step out of the way. Let's check in with the truck and see how they feel here, the Reign. And oh man, they'll be hanging their heads after that one. Tough stuff, but let's head to a break. We'll be back with more games on this Summer Showdown Friday.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello, welcome to Game Break. I am joined here by Space. We got a reunion from the Los Angeles Gladiators. You guys just dismantled the Atlanta Reign 3-0. So obviously you guys needed to win this 3-0 or 3-1 to keep your dreams alive. Was that the focus going in the back of your minds? Like, we're going to come out of the gates, we're going to go hard, and we're not going to drop anything?
Yeah, basically our focus was just purely on Atlanta. We weren't worrying about any other maps except this series. Just focus on how we can beat Atlanta and just focus on this map. Take it map by map and go for the 3-0. That was our main focus.
Yeah, absolutely. And so obviously you've come in just these last two matches. You know, we haven't seen much of you this year. Junker Queen is obviously a very new hero. You don't really have the opportunity to get much meaningful practice. How have you been able to stay warm and come in and just put on this level of performance on the Junker Queen?
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely hard when you don't get to scrim at the start, but we have like this ranked circus server that some people set up, which I practice a lot with the contenders and the Overwatch League players in, and then, you know, just scrims as much as I can. So just a lot of pugs and a lot of scrims, and I've been able to catch up pretty well, I feel like, which I'm thankful for.
Yeah, man, you've been crushing it as always. So obviously you coming in was a pretty drastic change. We've primarily seen Reiner throughout the year. We've also seen some other team changes of how you've played in this meta. Can you give me any insight to that? Is there something that sort of like flipped a switch to get you to this level?
I think just we needed to figure it out more. We needed to kind of find ourselves in the meta. I felt like we weren't focusing so much about the Gladiators' identity in the Junker Queen meta, and, you know, we just had to learn and adapt and, you know, keep our mentals up. I feel like just keep our mentals strong for these last two matches, and, you know, now we just have to kind of pray that we can make it through and kind of prove ourselves, redeem ourselves in Toronto. But it's definitely been a lot harder this stage for us, a lot harder on the mental, but we have some great coaches and some great players, so luckily we went 2-4.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So obviously, you know, this is well away, but how confident are you guys? If you guys do somehow make it out the other side of the tunnel, do qualify for the LAN, how confident are you guys that you can make a deep run in Toronto?
I think we're definitely very confident because I feel like not many teams are like, no one has kind of like took the level up that's way higher. I feel like everyone's kind of equal on this Junker Queen comp. So I think, you know, if we work hard and we practice hard for Toronto, we can definitely have a good run for sure.
Absolutely, I believe it as well, man. Okay, thank you very much for joining me, and good luck with the rest of the matches that you don't have to play in.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Peace.
All right, thank you so much, Space, and of course, Scott. Thank you so much for the interview. Gladiators!
You're on the train?
No, it was us two.
Brutal.
Yeah.
That
I mean, 3-0 victory for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and they keep their dreams alive, like you said. Let's take a look on how the Gladiators can make it to the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Spitfire, they need to have Spitfire to lose 3-0, 3-0, or 3-1 to Defiant. Mayhem to lose to Eternal, sorry guys, or Excelsior, and need Excelsior to lose to Eternal or Mayhem.
They've got 1 out of 4 off the list. You know,
Yeah.
Obviously there's a lot of random things happening.
No way.
It's very complicated. Tony, you said there was
you've
no
been,
way.
you've been saying that the whole
You
day,
said there
but
was no
yeah.
way the Gladiators would beat the Reign.
Not happening.
Look at us now. Look at us now.
I mean,
No,
this
it's not
match,
happening.
I mean, I was on the side for Gladiators, but I didn't expect this to be such a dominant performance from Los Angeles Gladiators. What do you guys think happened for this match? What happened to the Atlanta Reign, and, you know, how did this match play out?
All right, so I'll say this. It can't be understated how important Happy has been joining this team, because one of my biggest complaints going into this stage and after the first couple of matches for the LA Gladiators, they lost, of course, was that they were sticking to playing the Ashe. And it was, you know, for understandable reasons, you know, with the Patipan stuff going on, as well as having Ans play that Ashe instead. But it wasn't really the LA Gladiators playstyle, and Space also mentioned this in the interview itself. They didn't really focus on the LA Gladiators identity in this meta. And that's exactly what I said early on in the stage. I didn't like the Ashe because it slowed down, and it didn't really it didn't play to who the LA Gladiators are. And who are they? They're explosive. They like to push forward. They like to engage. They like to be in the face of their opponent. And the Sojourn plays way more to that because of the added mobility, of course. You don't have to stay back as an Ashe as much. So Happy coming into this team, being able to play Sojourn at a really top tier level. It also allows Kevster in space to push aggressively because you know, you can push your limits a little bit faster, a little bit harder. So I really like this style from the LA Gladiators. I think the way they synced with Space, his rampages from Junker Queen, they got so much value out of that, and Kevster as well. Kevster had like a monster game. It was unbelievable. Oh, yeah. I said going into this series that Speedily and Kevster was going to be like a Genji battle for the ages. Look, it was like you could have put Sideshow in Speedy's place. It wouldn't have mattered.
Okay, let's calm down.
Kevster was unbelievable. It was so one-sided. Kevster, I think he had like 12,000, 14,000 per 10 minutes as Genji. As Genji! Unbelievable stats. And as I mentioned, of course, Space as well. His Junker Queen performance looked really good. Reiner struggled early on this stage on that hero itself. So Space, I think you gotta give him a lot of props for coming into this lineup, practicing like he said in the interview, and putting on a good show against Atlanta Rain today.
I want to talk about Atlanta just a little bit because I'm pretty sure with this, not 100% sure because of all the math is weird, but I'm pretty sure the Atlanta Rain are knocked out here, and it's going to be a disappointing stage for them because I think that they actually put on some great performances. Not today.
I don't think this was reflective of who they were throughout the stage.
Exactly, and I think that Dorado was kind of the highlighting moment of like where they were struggling. Like they just couldn't get value out of their ultimates as soon as there was too much pressure on them. They were late on sound barriers and time like that, but they just sort of opened the door for Space to do whatever he wants. And Johnny actually highlighted this to me in the match. The Rampage kill per 10 minutes, 2.9. That is a ridiculous number. So every time he is throwing out a Rampage, he is getting value from it. And that's such an important ultimate. And it's not only reflective of how good was your ultimate or your Rampage from the Junker Queen, it's how well are you playing the macro around defensive ultimates? Are you using it at the right time?
And how good is the follow-up?
Exactly. And that was something that Atlanta struggled with. Hawk actually got a couple of really good Rampages in, but he doesn't have the follow-up, and then he ends up getting punished from it. So, you know, Atlanta Rain, I'm pretty sure their run ends here, and they're going to be disappointed because they usually have that run through in the playoffs, and they're not going to have it here.
They're still a great team, but I mean, also Los Angeles Gladiators, I said this before, if somehow they make it in, they're going to go for a long run. I feel like, and if they're playing like this, of course, they might still have a chance to win it all. But our next match, let's move on to our next match. We got Paris Eternal versus the New York Excelsior. What are you guys looking out for this match?
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm really excited for this match. It's actually going to be really important. There's a lot of implications that are coming through. Personally, you have to go for the New York Excelsior right now. I think we all predicted them for our predictions.
Yeah.
But I think the power of Yaki and Flora, I think it's going to be too much, and I don't think Paris will have those answers.
Yeah, I agree. I think the reason we perceive it to be so close is honestly because both teams have had a tough schedule and they've just like been dominated. Like they've just been like 3-0 and 3-1, and like we don't actually know how they compare because they both like lost so bad. but look, I'll turn this around somehow. But the Paris Eternal, that just means that like I'm willing to give Paris Eternal a chance here. Even though Paris Eternal, they've like been 3-0 so far, this new lineup of theirs, I actually do think that they could stay competitive when they finally get around to facing some of the easier teams around the league, like the New York Excelsior here today. So this is a prime opportunity for the Paris Eternal to get their first win under their belt with this new lineup.
Yeah, because their last two matches, it was the Atlanta Rain when Kai went crazy, and then the Los Angeles Gladiators, who we know is in good
Exactly.
form. So, as Johnny said,
I'm right. I'm on. You know, it sounds bad, but I was right.
No, he's right. This is the real test.
We are all excited for this match, so let's jump right in. Paris versus New York, and for all the action, we have Johnson Necra. Hi!
Hi!
Hi! How's it going?
Yo. I like how Johnny says he comes in straight away, goes, dude, they just need to face easier teams, man. It's just, look, they just need to face easier teams. I know New York are 2-14, but like they still got Yaki and Flora.
So hard!
Doesn't matter. You don't need to call New York easy. Jesus, he's out here being a savage. I mean, look, they beat the Outlaws, okay? And if they can beat the Outlaws, they can beat any top team. I still believe in my boy Yaki. He ain't gonna stop until he gets that tournament.
Do you think he's a top 3 flex CPS in the league, Jack?
I don't think that anymore, but he's still top 5.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
Top 5! Okay. This is outrageous. Okay. This is unbelievable.
I think I need a new casting part.
I'm speechless.
No, what?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I've had too many caster parts. We can't do this now. Right, we're gonna leave the desk before I get ejected from from this broadcast.
You're sus,
Thank you,
dude.
guys. We'll talk to you in a minute. We'll talk to you in a minute. Yeah. Paris Eternal and the New York Excelsior, they both have 3 wins in the regular season, Rose, between them. It's it has looked pretty rough. And Johnny is right, really. I just like to mess with them a little bit. They've had some of the toughest opposition you could possibly have coming in as almost a brand new roster, right? New York Excelsior, they've not had a very good journey either thus far, but maybe this is the point where they gain some additional wins in the regular season, maybe even make it to the tournament. There's lots to do today and tomorrow and Sunday, to be fair, in like sorting out where teams are going to be placed and who wins and who needs. There's a lot of maths going on, but it's still very possible for New York.
I mean, we saw some of the math, even just the Los Angeles Gladiators need to make it to the Summer Showdown. Like, that's actually words I never thought would come out of my mouth for this stage, but you're absolutely right. And even taking a look at this matchup, I mean, New York could still make it. Yeah, Paris out, but I think they're looking forward to what the season has ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, brand new start, and yeah, maybe get some dubs in the next qualifiers. We'll have to wait and see. Now, what's really funny about the next 3 days, Rose, is the Paris Eternal, the NYXL, and the Florida Mayhem all have to play each other. They ignore basically the rest of the Overwatch League team, and they just play each other once, which is kind of insane, which also determines who scrapes in today, scrapes into the tournament, and we'll find out that on Sunday. The Paris Eternal, like they mentioned, they're not in the Summer Showdown, but maybe a bit more practice against a team that's more on their level would be a nice little thing.
I mean, you got to think about it as well, is that Paris has exactly 1 win for the season as a whole. And that win just so happens to be against the New York Excelsior. So I know that the Paris Eternal roster now that we're looking at is different, but New York hasn't changed very much, Jack. Maybe they can at least take some of that learning opportunity they had in that first matchup to use it against New York today.
New York Excelsior. What you're telling me, Rose, is that New York Excelsior are scared of the chicken logo. That's what you're telling me.
Well, you know what?
They're scared of
You might have to be. It was a 3-2.
Maybe it goes the full distance. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Here is New York's starting roster. Who's really surprised at this point? Of course, both teams are going to play with this 6 for quite some time, I would imagine, unless there's some crazy switch-arounds later on in the season. But New York currently sitting at 1-3. Same with the Florida Mayhem. Like I said, it may just come down to that last match on Sunday where New York play Florida if it's not decided before then. But both those teams are sitting on 1-3. It's just Florida with that additional map under their belt, which is putting them ahead of New York currently. It's a scary situation to be in. You obviously want to make that tournament, but you're fighting over 4 places, and there's 2 teams that are currently sitting on 3-2 in the Vancouver Titans and the Houston Outlaws, who you can imagine are going to win. So even if you find a dub here, it's going to be tough.
It's still very fateful. And it's always scary when that ends up going out of your hands, but it is also, you know, hopeful that they can still get some type of map differential. I mean, the other thing that's you have to look at here too that's very different with this head-to-head versus the last match between Paris and New York we saw earlier on in the season is that New York have had so much time to work together as well with the roster that they're currently running. They did add in Ansunjae a little bit sooner, so you know they're still doing well in terms of making that synergy coexist between Gangnam Jin and Ansunjae, but otherwise, that's a lot of players that have had time together, Jaws.
Yeah, that's just time is maybe what you need. Time heals all wounds, and what's crazy, actually, I was thinking about this yesterday, Rose, coming into this week. I'm like, man, this year has gone just absurdly fast. Like, we are over halfway through the year already. A lot of teams have either got a place in playoffs already or like the play-ins too, and it's you need to start finding dubs if you're New York or Paris to see yourself going to a playoff scenario. We'll have to wait and see. We're jumping into map number 1, kind of rammed a turn in that game, but it's all good. We're going to Ilios. I'm starting off on well, and no crazy changes here in terms of comps, but Flora is running the Ashe over Dove's Sojourn.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times, and the Ashe and that Sojourn is always so different, but Florida being able to get up close and personal can definitely help because you get a chance to be a part of the action earlier on.
Oh, nice first pick by Dove, though. Good start from the Paraíso Eternal. Did take over that cage and is... Oh, that was a weird interaction, like a knife pull. Then he got the slide up into the high ground. What's quite funny is what Mitch was actually saying on Hollywood in our last series, where Ashe is like most effective with those big long sight lines, and you don't really get that here on Well. If you're set up and you have defense to the point, yeah, that's great, but coming in at an angle like this with like very small corridors, kind of look down, kind of rough for the Ashe.
It is tough, but I think you also want to consider how you get value out of the full of the kit, like including that coach gun. And so that's why I look at sometimes the Ashe can get a little bit more up close and personal, because you always have the ability to eject yourself out of the situation with the coach gun as long as everything is timed correctly and you have the support behind you like Gangnam Gym's Brigitte.
50% towards that blade is Yaki currently, as New York are going to pressure the point. In fact, just cap it right underneath the feet of the Paraíso Eternal. Lucamino gets booped off the map, or maybe just whip-shotted. Not sure what happened, but they do end up trading as Yaki was just trying to contest at that point. Martho a little bit low, though. Dynamite. No pack.
No.
So no pack. So no pack, no heals. That's unlucky. Okay. New York Excelsior are going to be able to run over the Paraíso Eternal now, as they've lost a lot of their damage.
Yeah, what happened there? Maltho was well within a sight line to be able to get some type of healing. And that just feels super unfortunate. New York Excelsior as well, capping right under the noses of the Paraíso Eternal, means that they're about to match that percentage captured. And on top of that, you've got ultimates coming online now for both teams. And this is where the Ashe can be a big difference maker. You've got an extra presence on the point, and also a way to make sure that you are funneling the Paraíso Eternal where you want them to by shutting down an avenue with the Bob.
There's that rally. There's that Bob. Maltho going pretty low as he dives to the backline of the New York Excelsior, but look at the pressure Flora is exerting right now. Dove had to deal with the Bob with the rest of his team. Oh, the nice little duck there, in fact, by Flora to dodge that railgun. Yaki's even earned himself a blade. That overhealth from the rally. Paraíso Eternal aren't going to be able to utilize that to push on to the point now, as New York Excelsior hold them off with just the Bob. And the Paraíso Eternal looking a little bit lost currently. They're just going to regroup again as 6. I can imagine just waiting for that rallying cry, or the commanding shout even.
But look at
how...
how...
eventually make their way back in.
Yeah.
There's the blade. The beat's going to match. Yaki now backing off. A humongous dash on Malful, though, as he pulls out a blade of his own and takes care of Gangnam Jin, who had that rally in tow. Ansu J couldn't get that beat down quick enough before their brig was taken care of. And now it's a small duel on the edge of the map. But Flora is outmanned and outgunned as the Paraíso Eternal now try and push Excel off the point. 97% and building. They should be able to get it to 99 before Paraíso Eternal push them off.
Looks like they will be able to, but can New York even come back into this one? Because if they stall for long enough, maybe they can use the rally.
There's the rally, like you said. Dove choosing that ultimate too, but look, he's just looking every single direction of just not in front of the New York Excelsior. He does dive out the way of the Genji for the time being, but Yaki just hunts and chases him down. Dove had too many angles to try and peek there to try and get a kill and didn't find anything. A rampage from Quarry does hit one, but it's only Yaki as the rest of Excelsior are more than happy just to run over the rest of Eternal. Lucamino gets taken care of, and the NYXL are going to take round number 1.
Really clean play there from New York. I mean, they also allowed Paraíso Eternal to grab some of the space on point before making sure they had the reinforcements to re-engage with the rally. So while they ended up giving it up just for a few seconds, at the end, they were absolutely kitted out to be able to finish out that point. And this is why, despite the fact that it might look a little tricky to play the Ashe, I think Flora is one of those players that has such a high proficiency with it that you can use the Bob, try to control those angles. But let's look at how, you know, Rack Attack here.
This was...
Oh, no, it hit Dove instead.
He kind of look at him like,
no cookies left.
I'm
just
so
sorry.
I can't do anything.
Oh, no.
It hit Dove. Unlucky, I guess. Yeah, that's just unfortunate timing, I suppose.
It's so hard because, like, how do you
pack.
line it? Yeah, how do you line it up, too, and get it completely accurate? No worries, Rack Attack. It's okay.
Happens to the best of us.
Yes, it does.
All right, so Flora is still staying on the Ashe. Quite a lot of high ground for you to kind of utilize, but look at this. Maltho already trying to peek his head in, try and disrupt that backline presence of the Excelsior. Well, New York are more than happy, it seems like, just to move to the point. Marvel's still doing a fair bit of damage, and now Flora's found himself running away from the front line of the Paris Eternal, right into the waiting arms of Crowie. That was almost a big boop off the edge there. Ganon-Jin. Ansun-J does manage to get Lukamina. Oh, Ansun-J boops 2 people off the map. I mean, that's just rough. That's real rough for Paris Eternal.
Yeah, but look how much charge Ansun-J walked away with from that engagement as well. I mean, this is very good to see Gangnam-Jin and Ansun-J for New York Excelsior getting up to those supportive ultimates so quickly. But on the flip side of things as well, I don't think that Paris Eternal is too far behind when it comes to the pace of how they're working up to ultimates as well. So they're not out of this yet.
Yaki's 70% towards that blade as Dove ends up just going down. Same with Maltho. Just a regular vanilla engage. No ultimates. So, yeah, there you go. That was extremely quick. And you're going to be super happy with that. Yaki's going to have Blade, and Paris Eternal's ults, especially their support bank rows, not looking great.
No, I mean, still, you're like, for the most part, Lukamino is keeping pace with Ansun-J, but without the rally, without having either of those support ults online, Yaki's Blade can continue to snowball this point pressure for New York. This is already 50% and counting, and with the Blade being able to hit some of those key targets in the back, that could be big here for New York.
Well, Dub's already pretty low and used his slide. He's actually getting booped around by Ansun-J. Riley available for Excelsior as Flora uses that bomb. Going to hold off the Paris Eternal. In fact, just kill off Dub. They don't need to use anything else. They're going to use the bomb in the fight. More than happy. Paris Eternal, unfortunately, just getting cut to ribbons right now.
That was a stagger as well, so now all of a sudden we're looking at that last fight territory for Paris. They finally have a sound barrier and a rally to work with here, but can they even use it as an engagement tool when they have to look at it as a response mechanism to the blade that Yaki has held onto? I think Paris would have loved to see that ultimate get used way earlier.
Lukamino's so low! Oh, no! Yaki actually got him in the air! Lukamino got booped up, used that beat to try and keep his team in the fight, and Yaki just takes him to the skies. What an unbelievable boop and blade from the New York Excelsior. That was actually kind of sick. Okay, wow. And they win the map. Wow, look at that. That was crazy.
Wow.
That was a really nice boop and blade there. Jesus.
That was
Paris
a
Eternal
huge
had
play.
no say in that matter at all. That looked kind of rough. Kind of rough to start off the day, but New York Excelsior, with their back up against the wall, they need to win here today, Rose.
They really do. I mean, this is a map that we can see New York Excelsior play for to keep their tournament dreams alive. A win here means that they get to potentially live to see another day. So let's see if they can do it.
Oh, that was a very quick start. Very quick start on Control. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Got map number 2. New York Excelsior. They want to take this home. They need to win here today to keep themselves in contention for a place in the Summer Showdown. Bit of a speed run there on control. New York looking good, I will say. They are looking pretty good. And they need to look good because they need to win. If they don't win, they are out. Summer Showdown is just around the corner. Literally, like, we're traveling like next week, Rose, to go to Toronto.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting time. And yeah, I can imagine all the New York fans hoping that they make it there. Paris Eternal are already out, so they are just playing. I feel, especially with the time that they've had in the Overwatch League, it's like more practice, right? And that's what you really need. They face some incredibly tough opposition coming into this week, so maybe yeah, New York's more their speed. Didn't really look like it though on on control as New York ended that in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, unfortunately, that particular map didn't look terribly competitive. However, maybe this next one will be. We've seen that Paris Eternal can do some really cool things when it comes to defense and also when we incorporate longer sight lines. And I think that when we move to Paraíso, we're definitely getting those, especially when you look at the first point.
Be nice for Flora then in that case if he wants to just stick with the Ash.
That's also true.
Wouldn't say no at all. We get to see what they play because they're on defense first. See how Paris want to go for the attack. We've seen some crazy things on this map. We've seen from Farah, from Mayhem. We've seen a little different shades of comps.
Can we count that as like a... I feel like that's just Florida Mayhem though, Jaws. Like I don't know if that's like a Paraíso specific like compositional diversity thing or if it's just Florida Mayhem doing Florida Mayhem things.
Yeah, I've tried a lot this stage already. Or was it Florida on this map? I can't remember. Well, some team played far on this map for a little bit. But just all I remember right now is Florida's Junkrat comps on Nepal.
It was so fun.
It was rather silly.
Oh, wait, what's
I love
this?
it. I do love to see it.
Hang on a second.
Little Widow jumping headshot. Can he? If he picks Flora, that would be kind of big. No, look at that. No one peeking.
Yeah, okay, so just like a quick duo swap here. I was really hopeful. I think that the Mercy damage boost makes sense there just to make sure that the Widowmaker, even if it's a body shot, is going to be doing a pretty significant chunk of damage to any target. But whoa!
Wow, Flora got clotheslined there. Jesus. All right, Colosseo do end up picking up Crowie though. So harder for Paris Eternal to attack now without their JQ, their Junker Queen. Oh, even more so with Rack Attack going down to Yak.
Okay, so back to the drawing board, Paris. It's okay. Lucamino has been doing a ton of work, though. 50% towards the sound barrier already. And even on top of that, too, you've got Malthol that's continuing to get pepper in that shuriken damage. And so that might be a really fast blade and sound barrier for Paris. Dove is getting really low, though. I can hear that damage coming in from Flora.
Yeah, look at Yaki's positioning with Ansun J. Same with Kellen. They're just running rings around Paris Eternal, forcing them to look like 6 different directions at once. As Flora's just happy to sit up on the high ground and just farm the front line of the Paris Eternal. There's 2 people dead so far in this fight for Paris, so there's only 3 left standing. Make that even less now as Crowie ends up going down. At least they pick up Gangnam Jin. In fact, both the supports from the Paris Eternal picking up kills, killing the other 2 supports on the NYXL side. So Excelsior should be able to come back in time, but they can't go for an aggressive hold now.
No, I mean, you gotta wait at least for Ansun J to be able to taxi back. I think it's still going to be a 5v5, but yeah, Paris can take a ton of space here. Look at this, they're already pressed all the way up to the point. This is the farthest that they've got so far on these attack pushes.
All right, there's the blade. Yaki trying to make an incision, but Lucamino was ready with the beat, and Crowie was ready with the damage to take him down. New York Excelsior have used both their support ultimates already as Paris Eternal get their last one online. So you see Ansun J there just Lucioing on top of a Dove in the background. Somehow that ended up working out, and now the 5th man has arrived. Bob making this more of an even fight as Crowie's just standing in front of him, and Gangnam Jin trying to cower behind the Bob. Lucamino finds 2 kills, and in fact, Gangnam Jin, it doesn't make it out alive, but there's still 2 people on the point. Make that 3 as Yaki, Kellen, and Ansu J are still fighting. As Paris Eternal didn't even claim a single tick.
No, I mean, for what happened there, too, New York just had to have a few members back off, find a health pack really fast, and then come back in. And because of how much contest happened on that point, Paris didn't really get to make any progress until New York was trying to go heal themselves. So yeah, no progress at all. 1 minute left, Jaws.
All right, Dub trying to click on some heads. Oh, who's that trying to dice with death in the background? It's Yaki. Jeez, he was just poking his head out over and over again. Dub's at least in a nice position on high ground. New York currently just crammed in this little fruit and veg store by the looks of it. Rampage hits 3. Oh, this should be good enough for a win here, the fight win at least. 40 seconds remains for the Paris Eternal. They got, what, 43% on point? Not the worst, but you really need to capture.
Whoa.
This could be New York Excelsior holding them on first.
I think so. I mean, you still have the Rampage from Crowy, and look at this, a last-minute pick here from Dove to also switch off the Sojourn and go to the Ashe. So maybe that Dynamite damage is what Paris need right now to be able to just get in for Maltho to clean up these kills and maybe get the Dragon Blade online.
There's a Dynamite, but Dub just jumps down into the unknown and almost gets killed for it. Yaki was just sitting there waiting for it. A nice two-man Rampage is going to affect both Yaki and Kellen, and then, funnily enough, they're the only ones to actually survive.
Wow.
All right, no Bob, unfortunately, for Flora to even the odds in that fight as Paris Eternal, they claim first and get that payload going.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what they needed. I think Dove also was getting way more consistent damage with the Ashe as well. The Sojourn is only the better choice when you are able to constantly get those railgun quick picks. And if you don't feel like you have enough charge to keep firing those off in a rotation, then I think the Ashe just makes a lot more sense. Look at that, you can even see that as New York Excelsior all get balled up, look how many members get affected by a Dynamite that Dove throws in.
All right, make no mistake, Excelsior are on the defense. They're not on the offense trying to move that payload. There's Bob. 6 players now for New York Excelsior as the blade gets pulled from Malfo. Double beat comes out, as well as that rally from Gangnam Jin, and now Rack Attack using his rally, but Dove and Rack Attack still going pretty low as the kills are finally coming through. Kellen ends Rack Attack's life, and yeah, they're on the offense. It seems like right now, Excelsior just pushing into the spawn, onto the spawn doors. That payload not really moved that much.
Hasn't moved a whole lot here. And now as well, when New York Excelsior get a chance to have this high ground control, this puts Paris Eternal into a very difficult spot to get out. Look at how they just throw the bomb out to get out of spawn.
There's the Bob. He's got high ground. Yaki's scared, so is the rest of Excelsior. But they're just sustaining through that damage. In fact, at this point, it's just equaling a lot of free support ult charge for Excelsior. Didn't really find all too much. Yaki's still trying to play doorman at the bottom angle. It's only Malfall there, who's also pretty low, so it should be good for the time being. Oh, look at Mino, just gets rolled coming out of the spawn door. Same with Rack Attack, they can barely pick their heads out.
This is so rough. And like, where do you go as well? Because especially when Yaki can keep, look at this, popcorning off of the high ground up top of the stairs and like kind of peeking to see if anybody is trying to come out of that lower spawn door.
Nice Dynamite.
Ooh.
Galanjin goes down, but look at that three-man Rampage from Kellen right on the spawn doors. Malfall. He eventually got past Yaki and found 2 kills, and now the payload is being contested. Make that 3, in fact. Okay, Malfall's the one to open this one up for Paris Eternal. But Excelsior have done their job, bros. There's only 10 seconds to go. It's going to be OT before they round this, even this next corner, to be fair. Excelsior just need to win this one fight.
Yeah, and like, they're pretty prepped to do so. I mean, Ansunjae gonna have the sound barrier coming online, and in the way that New York Excelsior have been playing it just a bit more aggressive, Paris Eternal can't afford to overextend. You know that New York will take full advantage of that when they move in. Crowley's got to get this Rampage online. Mouth of the Blade also. That's a huge, huge tool for them to have.
They are pretty close. They can't lose people early. As nice to say that Lucamino already dies. And Excelsior just pile on that pressure. Instant beats from Excelsior. And they know they can run over Paris Eternal because they use a lot of ults in that last fight. And there it is. There is where the payload will lie. That corner just before that second point. Excelsior looking good so far. This feels like a brand new, not like a brand new team, but the tempo in which they're playing, yeah, I feel like is unlike what we've seen from Excelsior in the past couple of weeks.
Well, you called out such a great play at the end of the first map as well, where the Dragon Blade helped to secure a pick onto Paris Eternal's Lucio, and the way that that ended up happening, that would have never happened if it wasn't a full team effort. And so we're seeing a lot of these really nice moments from New York where the players are working together to come up with these strategies. I think another great example on this map in particular is when we watch Flora and Yaki work together, where a Dynamite goes in, maybe Kellen gets a Rampage, and Yaki is there right away to follow up that damage. And that's this clinical style for this composition we want to see. And New York showing that is so great. Let's watch this Malphite play, though. Getting out of spawn.
Kill, yeah? Oh, yeah. Ganojin didn't really stand a chance there, unfortunately. Nice mechanics, though, from Malphite. Good shuriken accuracy, too.
Woo!
And the deflection. Okay.
That's nice.
That. Very nasty. Okay, triple headshot with right click. When does that ever happen? Okay. Is aim with the right click pretty good, apparently?
Well, so this is what we've all been
saying,
right? About the Paris Eternal roster, despite the fact that they haven't had too much time together, they fit into this meta really nicely. And so we are hoping that, you know, Paris can use this as just kind of, all right, yeah, we might be out of the tournament right now, but we're still playing against teams that we might be playing later on in the season as well. So let's get those fundamentals down and get that team synergy going so that when the next stage comes around, we're prepared and we're ready to show everybody what we've got. Paris has all the pieces together, but New York right now is making a beeline for the point.
You see them deathballing right there. Just all sped up at once. They've used their commanding shout. Alpha was on the side. He has a low, no deflect, no dash now. Might be able to get out alive. He does, but Dub not quite so lucky. Neither is Luca Mino. Hardly any support for the Paris Eternal as Rack Attack loses the 1v1 to Yaki. And just like that, the payload is unlocked.
And that payload doesn't have too far to go afterwards as well. It's stopped right before that second objective. And now as well, when you know that Paris Eternal are trying to come back from spawn, you can see Flora, Kellen, they're all pushed up to be able to scout out where Paris Eternal want to get set up, and that's really going to help inform the game plan that New York want to have to try to get to that final point. I think a lot of this as well is going to come down to who gets an ult online first. Yaki is so close to that Dragon Blade, and once again, we are seeing that outpace the support ultimates from Paris.
5 minutes is a crazy time bank.
That is a lot.
For this push, and they don't even need to make it to that point, right? It's on that just that final corner. Yep, like you mentioned, Yaki close to the blade, 10% away. He can just jump up there, maybe a little dash through, maybe a little poke in. He should be good to go.
Look at how they're playing around the stairs, though. I think just trying to find a pick. Paris Eternal have got to play this so safe, though. They want this high ground advantage, but there's also so many ways that New York can dislodge that. One of those, I think you just saw Ansunjae on the Lucio just going in and booping everybody off of the high ground.
Oh, there they go. They're off the high ground, Rose, and Yaki's got that blade. Commanding shout comes out, same with the Bob. It actually just flattens Malphite. Just absolutely stepped on. There's the rally from Rack Attack. The only thing left to keep them in the game, but Yaki is going to deny them that and deny them a pleasure of this map. As 2-0 for the New York Excelsior, and what's turning out to be quite a quick series. New York, they know they need to win here to keep themselves in contention in the Summer Showdown. And yeah, that is fast. Some good signs there from Eternal. You know, Malphite looking pretty good on the Genji, but just completely outgunned right now by Yaki.
I think it's tough when Yaki also has that veterancy, having so many more official matches under his belt, and also having to play under this pressure, right? New York are still looking at keeping their tournament dreams alive. And if it's a 3-0, Jaws, that's got to feel so good and put you in such a good spot for that final qualifier match and that map differential.
Definitely going to put yourself in a good mental space, that's for sure. I mean, when you come down to the wire, that's what you need. You need to be in the game. You need to be ready to rock and roll. New York Excelsior looking fantastic so far with a 2-0. Can they round it out on the next map? We'll have to wait and see after this. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Oh, don't forget, Fan Art Gallery is open. If you want to join this talented group of our community artists, we'd love to have you submit your art celebrating the Summer Showdown vibes for a chance to be featured on the Overwatch League Fan Art Gallery and on broadcast, overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. Go over there and submit your summer-themed artwork. We are going into Toronto, the land, soon, so it'll be good to see a lot more artwork being displayed on the broadcast. It'll be fantastic. All right, back to the game at hand, though. New York Excelsior currently 2-0 up against the Paris Eternal. What's been quite a quick affair, and a little bit of a crazy stat for you coming into the third map. Kellen has only died once in the first two maps, so pretty insane. Pretty insane, yeah. So maybe he can keep a deathless map number 3, so he's only died once during the whole series. We'll have to wait and see. We are going off to Junkertown as our escort map.
That'd be ridiculous.
That would have to break a record,
that has
surely,
to be.
If someone only died once during... Have we had any deathless? Maybe we have. Have we had any deathless games? I'd have to, like, scrub the archives, wouldn't you, for, like, stats and stuff, but... Still, having only one death throughout the series would be pretty crazy, although not guaranteed. Have to wait and see. New York Excelsior on the defense first for Junkertown. Paris on the attack.
So when I look at this map, I just kind of feel like it fits New York Excelsior's playstyle. We've got Yaki and Flora, who both do impressive long-range damage, and especially when this is kind of classically a sniper map. You know, sometimes we see like the Hanzo and the Widowmaker. Ashe sort of fits into that category, depending on how you look at it. So I feel like Flora getting a chance to set up on the Ashe here is just such a huge boon for New York.
Definitely feels good for Flora on defense. What do Paris Eternal want to run out of the game? I don't think they're going to run the ball or the Orisa.
I don't think
That would be
so.
rather fun, to be fair.
I would be down
Very
for
tough.
it. We haven't seen too much Orisa just yet. It's just I think she's a little too slow right now for how the meta is playing out. And I don't think you really want to subject yourself to the Junker Queen just walking into you. But this is pretty smart here. You can see that, you know, there's some Sonic arrows to kind of see what's going on. Dove also just on the Cassidy real fast with Rack Attack on the Mercy too, just to see if you can push New York away from the spawn before being able to walk out. But this is the comp that Paris Eternal are going to establish for Junkertown. They're going to stick to this.
Yes, they are. Flora dead. Oh no, Kellen. Kellen, stay alive. Only have one death, please. Oh, nice little boom. Oh, met with a railgun. Anti-J boosts Rack Attack off the map. Yaki takes care of Lucamino. Yaki is just having a game right now, or a series, I should say. Guy's a menace on the Genji.
So good. I mean, Kellen as well. Everybody on New York. They are going to back up a little bit because they lost a few members doing that closer hold, but they still are able to regroup here. And they're playing together so well as a team. They're almost always grouped up. Maybe Yaki on the side to be able to get these flank angles onto Paris. But otherwise, I mean, the way that they're set up here, oh no, Maltho.
Oh, Anson-J super low. Takes a headshot from Krawi as he goes down. Flora's doing a fair bit of damage with that Dynamite Rose, but it's not enough to stop the assault of the Paris Eternal. Galanjin, Flora already dead. Krawi swinging that axe. They're still moving the payload though, mind you. Worth keeping in mind. Oh, and this is Kellen's second death of the series. There you go. Not breaking any crazy records today. As Paris, they will be able to get point A.
Yeah, this is good, looking good for them as well, because with these quick team fight wins for Paris, yeah, okay, they didn't get a full team wipe onto New York, so they're losing out on some of the ultimate charge there, but I think after that team wipe there, and then also getting that first point, they have a lot of time and space to work with. Dove gonna have the overclock, Maltho with the blade, the sound barrier. Paris now just feel like they're in so much of a better spot as long as Lucamino gets time to get the sound barrier online before Yaki goes in with the blade.
He's pretty close, only 3% away. Might be in trouble if Yaki goes and pulls it now. Speaking of which, but no, there's Lucamino with the beat, hits 5. And a blade pull from Maltho 2. Trying to go for that anime duel almost, but Anson-J, oh, who shot the deflects? Team kill, straight, ricocheting straight into Anson-J's skull. That's rather unfortunate. Paris Eternal, though, with good support ult usage there by Lucamino. Got that beat up just in time. Galanjin had the rally, but Anson-J fairly far away from that beat. Couldn't use in that fight. They'll have it for next, but that feels pretty rough still.
It does. I think you're still happy about being able to have the sound barrier to be able to deal with the rampage that would be coming out from Krawi, but you know, you have to kind of think about when you're going to use this. Do New York, even before using the sound barrier, have enough sustain for anything else on Paris?
There's the bolt. Only rally to sustain the Paris Eternal. New York have beat. A humongous ultimate from Kellen there. Hits 3. Krawi going super low, 1 HP. Survives somehow. Paris Eternal support line now desperately trying to heal him up as Kellen gets chased down. Full HP for Krawi almost as he peeks his head out and jumps back on the payload to contest. Coach gun away from Flora, but it's only Anson-J now to touch the point. And Krawi's still holding onto this rampage. Paris Eternal in a good spot. Now Yaki, now Anson-J. They're both trying to touch. They both get antied from the ult from Krawi, and that will be point B unlocked. Paris Eternal turn this speed run on its head.
Ooh, Flora's at 1. Flora's at 1 HP. Go away. Oh, no.
He's dead.
I was going to say, like, how did Flora survive so long on 1 HP? Tried to make it to that Mega, couldn't get there in time. That's actually a pretty big stagger as well. In fact, Flora is just going to give up all of that, for most of that charge from the Ashe, switch over to the Sojourn here. And I think that's a way better play, just given the area that we're working with on this third point. I think the Ashe was good, but there's just so much space that Paris can kind of walk around the Dynamites.
Oh no, that bleed damage on Flora couldn't quite get healed up in time. Both Junker Queens picking up a kill for themselves. New York Excelsior still in a fairly decent position with this high ground hold, but Paris Eternal have been moving the payload for free this whole time, pretty much. It's around the final corner, basically.
Look at that, too. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like Paris can just kind of play the cards. The rotating platform makes it a little bit more difficult because New York can constantly get some type of sightline onto the cart. So Paris do have to approach this from the high ground. Oh my god, disruptor shot!
Dice disruptor shot and a headshot. A shuriken there from Malfoy, who ends up pulling that blade. He's got the commanding shout to give him some overhealth, a bit more sustained, but no, Yaki hits a reflect kill onto Dove, and Flora takes care of Malfoy, so both DPS from the Paris Eternal already taken care of. There is a rally to chew through, but it shouldn't be that difficult, as there's 5 members still alive for New York Excelsior, as they do hold. No gold split, unfortunately, for Paris Eternal. Couldn't quite get the payload onto that third point, but it's still pretty close.
And they still have 2.5 minutes. There's still a lot of time that Paris can push this in. And right now, they have the perfect response for Yaki's Dragon Blade. Maybe they also get Dove up to the overclock for after the sound barrier is over. There's a lot of things that Paris can do here. And it's so smart, Jaws, because they're constantly going after Ansunjae.
Dave Yaki playing more defensively, trying to protect his supports with the blade. New York Excelsior now just having to move themselves all the way to their spawn, as Kellen was pretty low. Paris Eternal has a free bit of high ground. Maybe Dub can use it. Already used that ultimate. Overclock is getting decent-ish damage done until Excelsior did end up pulling that beat. Very quick speed back from Paris Eternal, but New York Excelsior gained all that space back pretty much.
And now that's 2 fairly large ultimates from Paris Eternal off the table, whereas New York Excelsior can go clap back with that Rampage. Kellen has hit some pretty big ones in this series as well, but ooh, a takedown here, they might not even need it.
Oh, that Rampage was huge. Crowie's gonna die to just the bleed. Oh, what a knife by Kellen. Okay, okay. God, we gotta get a montage of like good knives.
Yeah.
At the end of this year, or like the end of this tournament.
That would be fun. That would be very fun to see. I think that Junker Queens just across the board have had a pretty strong time with the knives and the Rampage. I think you could make a really good video of that, most definitely. Crowie has a chance actually to use it too.
Yeah, it's definitely harder too, because everybody's sped up using the Lucio speed boost, so those knives are infinitely harder to hit.
Yep.
Ganajin goes down. Nice knife hit by Crowie there, but look at Excelsior right now. They just want to try. They already lost one, so they're like, okay, I guess we'll just kind of fight near these doors, just stall Paris Eternal for as long as possible, but 3 ults for Paris on this last fight. Excelsior going to have to rely on this rally.
Yeah, absolutely huge here. Crowie could just go ahead and hit the Rampage, and at that point, the rally might not even have time to actually pepper on that shield. You can hear it now, but oh no.
Oh, Ganajin is so low! He gets taken out mid-rally, and you called it, Rose. That Rampage from Crowie did seal the deal at the end. Paris Eternal, you know, how the first 2 maps went, you'd think New York Excelsior would be in control, but Paris Eternal, they managed to complete. 16 seconds remaining. They did get basically all their time bank burnt off on that last point, but still, completion is a completion at this point. Crowie's massive Junker Queen ultimate followed up that blade was all they really needed.
Well, it's not even just that, though. The reason why Paris Eternal even got themselves set up in this position is because of how much focus fire they've been putting onto Ansunjae on New York Excelsior's backline. It's been quite a few times now, Jaws. We've seen that Lucio go down first, and that removes so much of New York Excelsior's positional advantage, where they don't have the ability to kite away because that speed boost is offline. The Junker Queen commanding shout speed is not enough by itself to be able to contest when Lucamino, for example, can hit the speed boost when Ansunjae isn't present. So Paris have just done a fantastic job of denying that mobility and then also the ult charge. Ansunjae has been behind getting these sound barriers online.
Yeah, he's been picked a couple of times first, too.
Yeah,
Disrupt
exactly.
shot from Dove, a couple of headshots from Malfoy Shurikens.
Exactly.
I mean, Malfoy can also just pay attention to him when he's up in the skies, can dash, get a nice little reset off him. Yeah, Ansonjay can't be going down first, especially in a comp that does rely quite heavily on the speed boosts. All right, we'll see what Krawi and Kellen have got on this payload because they just tussle it out. Commanding Shower's already been used. In fact, Dove's going pretty low. Yaki's just trying to pay attention to him, just take care of him, but Dove refuses to go down. Scurries back to his support, will get healed up. Decent offense, though, so far from Excelsior as they take care of Krawi. That should be good.
Yeah, looks good for New York Excelsior to get out of spawn. It's not before Paris Eternal do take a few more names, but Yaki, my goodness. That is just a, you know, plenty enough of kills to be able to start working up to that Dragon Blade. But Ansonjay as well, just doing so much damage and healing. So New York have a really nice game plan ahead of them where they are going to be able to use this Dragon Blade before Lucamino's Sound Barrier comes online. Especially if Yaki keeps playing like this, absolutely that's going to outpace.
Rakatak's so close to that rally, though. He's already got it online. He must have done a crazy amount of damage early on. And there it is. They're actually just going to use it first to try and fight on this corner. Their target is Gangnam Jin. Falls over instantly. Not even a boot from Ansonjay can save it. They do end up getting the kill onto Dove, do the Excelsior, but Paris Eternal still more than willing to fight, gain some free ult charge. Lucamino might have that sound barrier in time now, Rose, for that blade.
Yes, that was perfectly timed by Paris. Getting that rally online so early, I mean, Rakatak has been doing phenomenal in the front line to be able to even have that available. And so now, yeah, that bought enough time. I think Lucamino might be okay here. Yaki's getting in position, though, so it's got to come up fast.
Oh, nice little slide away from Flora there as he got dragged in by that knife. Oh, a little duel. Flora comes out on top this time around as now Paris Eternal determined to defend on first. Use that beat to push on forwards. Malfoy pulls the blade, takes care of Ansonjay already. And now Yaki trying to come up with something, but not much else can be done. He's 6 HP, running for the hills. He might be able to survive, but the rest of his team are not quite so lucky. Malfoy and Krawi now just trying to deal with Kellen, who's still doing a fair bit of damage in the front. They trade Carnage swings, that axe doing a fair bit of damage, but now the New York Excelsior come back. A speed boost and a rally from New York. They're back on the scene already. Ansonjay does get hit with that rampage, but it doesn't matter. He had the beat in his back pocket, ready to rock and roll, and Rakatak and Dove now suffer from that fate. First point should be good. Paris Eternal with a valiant defense on point A will burn a fair bit of ults from Excelsior's bank, but more importantly, New York claiming that point.
Yeah, that actually was a tough one for New York. They needed every single ultimate that they got online in order to capture the point. I think the Paris should feel really good about that defense. Not only that, but look at how long it took New York to actually capture the point. 3 minutes now to get through second. I mean, this one could still go by like a breeze. But when you look at the fact that Rakatak, because of how early he got that rally online, might have another one. New York are going to have to take an eco push. They've got to get some ults online.
Oh, Rakatak's got that rally ready to go again.
Yeah, look at that already.
Very much. He's almost lapping Gangnam Jin on the rally charge, which is kind of insane.
Yep.
Dove had to get out of there rather quickly. Yaki once again just trying to take care of Double, trying to distract him long enough for the rest of his team to do something, but unfortunately that something is nothing.
Yeah, you can't do much here, especially when you're waiting for Flora now to come back. I mean, look at Kellen as well. How do New York want to push this? Paris Eternal have the high ground, but the stairs behind them make it very easy for them to rotate here.
There's the rally, there's the speed. Crow going pretty low. Yaki sees his mark, but can't quite get on him. Look, the amount of attention they're paying to him right now, just trying to boop him away, stop him from doing anything. Even this chip damage is good enough to stop him from going super aggro. Ansonjay ends up going down to a headshot, and now Malfoy goes in with the blade. Nice little boop there from the brig, but it's not enough to stand in the way of Malfoy still just tearing havoc for Excelsior right now. Yaki's been shut down at every opportunity possible.
This is a different Paris. I don't know what they did in the halftime, Jaws, but it's working. Whether it is target focus onto Ansunjae or maybe it's the focus onto Yaki, both of these players have been key. He goes down again!
Wow, Ansunjae just not having a good map at all. Even the Excelsior, they've got a minute to go. Paris, just the adamantium mental in half-time. Coming up huge in this third map, keeping them in this series.
They could just maybe full stop New York here on second point. Look at how many ultimates Paris are going to have, that sound barrier as well. Yaki still hasn't used the Dragon Blade. I mean, New York has double support ults, so that could be the sustain that they need to just push through these damage ults from Paris. But it's not looking good. I mean, even just trying to get into the second point has been a struggle for New York, no matter where they try to contest from.
All right, double support ult available for Excelsior. They pull the Blade and pull the Rally. What can Paris do in response? They've already used that beat now. They've got to be worried. Excelsior still have a beat of their own. Support advantage very much in favor of New York, but Krawi still sitting on the high ground. The Rampage could be pretty big. It does get booped, and he gets absolutely nobody. Excelsior use the beat. They're going to push on forward now. Gangnam Jim in the front line taking a lot of damage. Does end up backing off. All that overhealth burnt through pretty quickly, but overtime has arrived.
Has arrived, but New York Excelsior might have arrived even bigger. Kellen ready with the Rampage right now, pushing everybody back.
He's trying to line someone up. He does manage to score Dove, but Rakatak could keep him in this. No, he cannot. Rakatak so close to that rally. They need to get it online. Flora and Gangnam Jin do end up going down. Paris Eternal finding 15 fights at once. It's a 1v1v1v1v1, but now Rakatak and Malfel got their sights set on Yaki. They got the rally, they got the health, and they're going to collect this map. They're keeping themselves in the series as New York go down on Junkertown.
Wow, look at that. Paris, they look like they're pretty pleased with themselves right now. Taking a map off of New York, maybe dwindling New York's chances a little bit too, but more importantly for Paris, they looked way better on this map than the maps previous.
Massive turnaround. Maybe upgrading that
Insane.
Adamantium Mental to a Runite one? Not sure. Let's go to a quick break though. Paris Eternal, can they upset New York's chance of making the Summer Showdown? We'll have to wait and see after this.
Do you have any pets? If yes, what kind and names?
말티즈 조그마한 강아지 하나 한 마리 키우고 있고요. 이름은 짱이입니다.
I have 2 dogs in New York, one named Brooklyn and one named Betsy. I love them to death.
강아지랑 고양이 다 있는데 강아지 이름은 콩이고요.
I have 2 dogs. One's named Lily, one's named Rosie. They're both Chihuahuas.
고양이 이름은 이제 호두, 마루, 체리 이렇게 세 마리 있습니다.
애완동물 강아지 한 마리 키우고 있고요. 이름은 공주입니다.
I have 2 pets back home in Illinois. 2 Chihuahuas, Chip and Grace. Really sweet dogs.
저는 집에 강아지 포메라니안 한 마리 키우고요. 이름은 소미, 약간 솜사탕 같이 생겨가지고 소미라고 지었습니다.
애완동물 골든 리트리버 키우고 있고요. 이름은 로아입니다.
The favorite is probably going to be Lily. The other one's kind of aggressive, but Lily's like the opposite.
First map's a couple of rough for Paris, but Junkertown was quite an easy feat for them, it felt like, Rose, as we're going on to push as our next game mode. We're going to Colosseo.
Yeah, they looked so good, so much better. It actually felt like they were working together as a team and making use of the strengths as well. I mean, we saw Maltho have some pop-off moments on the first 2 maps in this series, on Ilios and on Paraíso in particular. That one was really clutch. But Junkertown finally relying a little bit more on Maltho, and also just the target focus and priority for Eternal was just on point.
Yeah, Rakatak was also just farming the rallies.
Yeah.
Too. That was kind of insane. Gannon and Jim was getting lapped, it felt like sometimes. It's not really where you want to be if you're a Brig. If you're getting lapped that bad, like, rally is just such a key ultimate in this meta. You cannot let that go. So I put so much emphasis on, well, I guess you kind of always do on the support ultimates because they're so powerful, like Beat and Rally in this meta, Nano and others, Transcendence, etc. Like, if your supports end up dying, you get literally no support. Yeah, it does feel pretty bad. Colosseo might be a little bit of a different beast. We know how Yaki can be. There's just so many more ways he can get onto the backline. But this could be the star of Sweep for Paris. Like, I don't want to put I don't want to put it out into the universe just yet, but NYXL or Nuke Excelsior even, they need this win. If they don't win here, they are out.
Yep, they don't want to be out just yet. I mean, Paris at this point too, if they could play spoiler, even if New York win with a 3-2 now, I mean, Paris with that map win just actually made it so much harder for New York. That map differential might not go in New York's favor, but that's what Paris can play for right now, is to prove that they've got this and that they are getting better.
Yeah, those 4 spots in the Summer Showdown still up for grabs, of course. Numbers 1 through 4 have already been locked in by Shock, Fuel, Defiant, and Justice. Just those 4 other slots. So still a lot can happen this weekend, and we're only just starting. And we've obviously got a banger of a game coming up next. Won't really impact any of the teams down the lower half of the board, but it'll be a banger nonetheless. Right, same old story, I can imagine, for Excelsior.
Yeah.
Maybe Flora does want to run the Ashe on this map. Of course, a massive sightline where the bot is in the center. And when you do get up to high ground, if you're on the offense or even on the defense, it can be quite devastating. But it looks like Flora just wants to go for the Sojourn instead.
I think it's just more explosive damage, right? When we talk about the Sojourn versus the Ashe, Ashe is more consistent, Sojourn has some pop-offs, and oh, we have great examples of what Sojourn can do on Colosseo specifically. So I think this just does make a little bit more sense when you also have the angles to play from too, kind of like in the older days of this Overwatch 2 season, when we saw Soldier 76 flanking around the map. You can definitely do that with the Sojourn as well.
Oh man, yeah, the Soldier with the J's on, like him sprinting plus the DPS passive speed boost was insane stuff.
Exactly.
All right.
Who's
I'm
getting
also
the
not going
first
to put
pick?
out into the universe, but no one's died yet. It's just the Sojourns.
Okay, how much?
Waiting for picks.
Okay, it's been a minute.
As. Ooh. Flora took a very aggro angle. He's got a nice little angle. He can just kind of play around that central column, but that's about it.
I mean, Dove's still trying to trade damage. It's the Genji's doing the most damage right
Yeah.
now. Yaki and
Malphite.
Although, to be fair, they're doing damage to each other. They're not really impacting any much more of the fight. Just like jumping up into the sky, just hitting each other with a few shurikens. That's about it. Malphite does go pretty low, though. And in fact, this is Paraíso Eternal trying to make a play. Commanding shout all the way forward. Gangnam in trouble. Someone's got to save him. That shield does break. He's got real no defense, but he might not need it. Malphite just gets rolled by Yaki there, who comes on the defensive. Here come the kills. And Excelsior, they find a team kill.
Okay. A minute 40, not too bad. Let's get this payload moving. I think with that pick as well, I mean, Yaki just constantly seems to be getting up to these blades as the fastest DPS on the field. This is good, though, for Paris, because Lucamino is keeping up. So even if Yaki does get the blade ready for this next fight, Lucamino has a pretty nice answer for it, too. And it matters so much more having a sound barrier for the blade specifically in this
I wonder
meta.
how much New York know about this beat. I mean, it might not even matter now. Yeah, Lucamino's just going to hold on to it. Malphite went down first. There's another team kill for Excelsior. However, you kind of take that if you're Paris. Like, obviously it's pretty bad, right? You lose the fight, but you don't end up using the beat, so you have it for next. And at least you can match Ansun Jays, and then you're going to have your DPS ults come up. So it's not the end of the world. It would feel extremely terrible if you ended up losing the soundbar, if you were Lucamino. There's the overclock, but...
Oh, man. I mean, they might have to. The way that New York is playing up like this, Paris might need to use a sound barrier just to engage to stop the bot from entering butt scratch mode.
Oh, Kellen could go crazy.
They don't get
Uses
there.
the ult, hits too. Malthon and Dove in trouble. They're burning down, but that beat that was saved by Lucamino does keep them healthy. There's the rally to follow up. Paraíso Eternal determined to stop that bot, but it has entered the butt scratch mode and left the butt scratch mode as it does round this hairpin corner. Now Excelsior, more than happy with this. They got a B to still rely on. B comes out from Malphite. Doesn't hit Yaki, but it hit the players that are in the sights of the Genji blade. Flora's in trouble, dashes away, and now Malphite on the payload all by his lonesome. Oh no, he didn't get it! Oh, he gets back on. His team luckily are finishing the fight on the other side of the map. Kellen dead. The rest of them are soon to follow. Yep, Flora, that health pack just got taken, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the bot got to the checkpoint right under Paris's noses as well. So, you know, those closer spawns have been unlocked, and despite the fact that Paris can take the bot back and it's going to be, you know, hustling over to their side of the map to start pushing, New York's back already. They're about to play in the neutral right now, and they have the rally potentially to work with.
All right, they really got to win this fight. Ultimate coming out from Krawi. Rampage hit 2. Kellen and Flora in trouble. Doves overclock didn't really get too much, but that it was really just the tank ult there from Paraíso Eternal. There's the commanding shout, should be good enough. Rack attack still double whip shot kill there. Goodbye, Ansujet. Has earned himself a rally.
The rally can be really useful too, though. I mean, I think you hope, though, for New York that Ansujet might be able to get a sound barrier up for later. But now you have to contend against Paris with double support ults, and Gangnam rally just might not be enough. I think they could pop it pretty early, though, and get that shield starting to go quicker.
Oh, there's the rally pulled from Excelsior already. Paraíso Eternal a little bit more patient with theirs, hoping that Excelsior's overhealth wears off before they need to use the rally of their own. Paraíso Eternal still just marching on forward, and regardless of that rally, Lucamino still comes up big with a boop kill. New York Excelsior don't really know what to do with themselves right now by the looks of it. They end up just falling over, and this could be butt scratch mode right here for Paraíso Eternal if they don't lose any more. Big ultimate though, hits 2. Can that be coming just in time? It can. It hits both Dub and Krawi to keep them in the fight. That rally comes up big for the Paraíso Eternal. Both support ultimates making sure they're staying alive and healthy. Excelsior pushed all the way back on what was a crazy good rampage from Kellen. They're going to make sure that checkpoint doesn't get unlocked as Yaki pulls that blade. They know they don't have support ultimates to back them up this time around, so he quickly dispatches a rack attack. Lucamino goes pretty low, doesn't end up going down, but what was important there for Excelsior was that Paraíso Eternal did not get that checkpoint.
They did succeed. So now New York can go in with these ults that they've saved. They don't even need them right now to make it back towards the midway point and then some. And at this point, New York, with less than 4 minutes remaining, they just have to play to keep the lead. They have the tools to do so. Sound Barrier in response to Malthal's Blade, the overclock as well from Flora, just to potentially just shut down everybody on Paris before they can move in. But Paris does have the high ground, so Dove has a potential slight advantage here to use the overclock of his own. Malthal, though, going into the back.
Oh wow, Dove in a whole heap of hurt. Oh, taking the duel with Flora. Trying to spot each other out. Oh, they both exchange body shots. Flora comes out on top of that one, though. Still pretty decent for Excelsior. They got a beat. And with 3 minutes to go with the bot in their possession, kind of, and the lead, they do feel pretty good about going into this fight. Blade from Malthal, countered with the beat. Now he just backs off. Now it's just a waiting game. Once again, just waiting for either a kill or for New York Excelsior to just march on forward. They're going to rally. As soon as that overhelp from the beat worn off, then they can just run on in. But the Paris Eternal responding kind with a beat. And with Kellen and Gangnam Jin falling over to Dove, Paris Eternal are now going to regain control. However, Dove is going pretty low, and Ansuji actually comes out with a big kill. But that disruptive shot should be good enough to keep Dove alive just for the time being. Wait for that commanding shout to come back online. But Ansuji still being just a thorn in this side of Paris Eternal. He almost wiped the entire team on his own.
This is why they've been focusing down on Sunjae so much recently.
God, he's so annoying. He's just like jumping everywhere and just like doing damage. He almost took care of Dove there with the help of Yaki. Like,
frogs are pretty slippery, okay? Like,
true.
Have you ever held a tree frog? Those are hard to hold. That's all I have to say. But yeah, I mean, now Paris Eternal, they're starting to approach that checkpoint again. I just don't know if the Rampage is going to be enough for the rally, even against this Blade.
That Rampage hits 4, that overhealth, not good anymore. Paris Eternal got to taste their own medicine there. With 1 minute and 40 to go, and with a complete wipe for Excelsior. With an overclock. They're going to have beat coming up. This looks like it's almost in the bag. Just Paris Eternal need to find a way for Excelsior to make a mistake. If they find another fight or like even just an overclock headshot from Flora, this map could be over and the series could be done.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well. Flora just having that overclock ready to go. Where is Flora set up right now? Oh, Flora's in spawn. Never mind. Let's go, Paris.
Okay, set up to go back to spawn. I mean, that looked like a little combo there from Malthal, maybe. I saw his little Genji silhouette dash to the backline. Ganajin takes care of him, though, quite handily with a little whip shot. And don't forget, Yaki is still alive. Feeling like the majority of their damage right now is relying on Yaki. Flora's going to come back. Oh, who's in the backline? Oh, well, it's the Lucamino. However, Gangnam Jin, with the speed boost from both Krawi and Lucamino, Gangnam Jin didn't see that coming. 40 seconds to go, and Paris Eternal are not out of this just yet.
No, and the best part about them winning that engagement with just such a quick pick onto Flora is that not only do they sort of take away Flora's agency here to get set up and really use that overclock where he wants to, because this bot is going to round this corner and you don't have those longer sight lines anymore, but Paris Eternal also packing one of their own.
Yeah, he's already dead. Flora still trying to find a kill with that right click. Oh, the boop from Lucamino pushed Gangnam Jim over the edge of the map. Huge environmental kill from Paris Eternal to keep them competitive. Checkpoint unlocked, but scratch mode initiated. Flora comes back from spawn and Krawi's life. But look at that golden line of victory. Paris Eternal know they have to just stay alive on this point. Rack Attack holding the fort down as he gets the bot moving, but not before Excelsior can put him on and contest. Blade comes out, but Yaki quickly ends Malthal's life. Lucamino also falls, and this should just be it. Excelsior at the last corner managed to wipe Eternal. Overtime ticks down, and Excelsior still in with a chance at making it to the Summer Showdown with a dub under their belt here today.
Paris put up such a good fight, though. That was not an easy victory for New York. Even at the tail end of that map of Colosseo, Paris might have had that. Paris might have had that if they had maybe one more ult in the tank. So this was a good showing from Paris. I'm very excited to see what happens with them for the rest of the season.
I mean, that was a huge pick-off by Lucamino. Boot Gannon, the edge, who was coming up on the rally. Just the spawns were too good at the very end. And yeah, NYXL take the victory 3-1. They're, of course, hoping for a 3-0 to not guarantee themselves, but put themselves in a better position. But you take 3-1 any day of the week. They're going to be facing Mayhem in the last game on Sunday. I mean, the places could have already been decided by that point, but if they haven't, it's going to be Mayhem and New York Excelsior fighting for that last spot. That's all over my head. The maths will have to be done a little bit later down the line by people a lot smarter than me. Paris Eternal, though, like you said, Rose, still with a decent showing today, and it's going to be exciting to see where they end up after this tournament cycle. But player of the match, we've got to give it to somebody, and why not give it to Yaki?
Yaki makes such a good player of the match because of just how much value he was getting with these shuriken damages, like dash resets, all of these blades as well. I mean, look at this. He knows how to, like, he has the reflexes also to just hit deflect when he needs to, when he knows that's going to secure a kill. The Genji skill today was very, very high showing here from Yaki.
Yaki Sims rise up, top 5 flex DPS.
You kind of called it earlier today.
Custer in shambles right now. Maybe crying when we go back to the truck in a moment. But yeah, Yaki, player of the match. To be fair, I think you could also have given it to Kellen. I think Anson J also had a fairly decent game on the Lucio. We were talking about that in the break, actually.
Like so
Anson
good
J, how well
that
he's
like
been doing.
that Paris had to focus him down, right?
Yeah. He was very annoying. He was good, but being very annoying to Paris Eternal. Yeah, him and Yaki a lot of the time were just kind of working together as a group, just trying to flank, trying to get Dove out of position, and yeah, ended up working out, and Yaki takes it today. 3.4 Dragon Blade kills per 10, not looking too bad whatsoever. But yeah, New York's story doesn't end here. They're going to have to wait for all the other results to pour in over the weekend and then face Mayhem in the very last match of the qualifiers. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. We got a banger of a game coming up soon. We got the Shock versus the Fuel. 2 teams undefeated in the qualifiers thus far. We'll have to wait and see how that one turns out after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Yaki from New York Excelsior. Yaki, congratulations on the win. And of course, congratulations on getting the player of the match as well. Now, you know, this stage, you guys had a strong start to this stage. You guys beat the Houston Outlaws. But unfortunately, after that, you guys had 3 consecutive losses. So, what was your mentality coming into today's match against Paris Eternal? 자, 오늘 일단 승리 축하드리고 오늘 POTM 받으신 것도 너무 축하드리면서 이번 스테이지 시작은 굉장히 좋았던 것 같아요. 휴스턴을 이기면서 하지만은 그 다음에 이제 3연패를 하시게 되는데 그것 때문에 좀 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 오늘 경기에 임하셨나요?
아무래도 초반에는 저희가 휴스턴전도 좀 기적적으로 이겼는데 그 후에 내리 3연패 받고 아무래도 이 전 시즌들도 다 성적이 안 좋다 보니까 이번 토너먼트에서 이제 한 번이라도 지면은 아예 이 프롭이나 이번 토너먼트 프롭도 가기 힘든 그런 상황이라서 저번 주 쇼크전부터 저희가 엄청 많이 준비하고 있습니다. 아무래도 이번 메이엠전 때도 저희 아직 다 전략이 나온 게 아니라서 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
All right. I mean, early on this stage, like you said, you know, we had our win against the Houston Outlaws. It was a decisive win, but after that, you know, our performance haven't been really living up to what our expectations were. So coming into today, our mindset was if we lose one more match, it could have really affect our whole season, not only for this tournament, but also in our season playoffs as well. So after our third loss, we really prepared coming into today's match, and also, you know, we prepared so much that like we have specific strategies, or we have a lot in plan for our next couple matches, like the Florida Mayhem matches as well. All right, so I'm gonna actually follow up on that question. So I mean, you said you have some strategies planned out for the Florida Mayhem as well, and that is a very important match for the New York Excelsior. Just because if you guys win that, you guys could qualify for the Summer Showdown tournament. So, what are your plans for your next match against the Florida Mayhem? 자, 방금 이제 말씀하셨던 플로리다 경기와의 좀 말씀을 하셨는데 좀 전략적인 거를 좀 빼고 이제 아무래도 그 경기가 굉장히 중요하잖아요. 이제 그 경기를 이겨야 토너먼트 확정이 되기 때문에 그 경기를 좀 어떻게 하면은 뉴욕이 좀 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을까요?
일단 저희 하던 대로만 해도 메이엠 지금 많이 안 좋아 보여가지고 메이엠은 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
Alright, honestly for right now, I think if we just play as usual, I think we will get the win because currently I do believe Mayhem is sort of struggling. So I think we just have to play our own game. I think that's how we will win the game against Florida Mayhem. Alright, Yaki, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Oh, yeah. Yaki. All right. I mean, this, I don't know. I'm just blanking out today. But yeah, 3-1 victory for the New York Excelsior. I think up to the halfway point, New York looked really, really strong, and then Paris started to come up a little bit. But then at the end, it was New York Excelsior getting the win.
I think it was a better look, the best look we've seen from this new Paris roster at least, that they did get that map, and it was in a pretty convincing fashion. They finished the map, they did a great hold there on Junkertown. Even Colosseo, they pushed them right to the very edge. I thought there was potential, couple of picks, couple of extra things go their way, they could have got another map, and then all of a sudden we're talking about a reverse sweep. So you have to be confident if you are the Paris Eternal coming out of this match. Obviously, they had a tall ask coming into this stage when they have very little experience. You got to pull them together off of nothing. But, you know, they have another match coming up this weekend against the Florida Mayhem, and that's probably the weakest we've seen the Florida Mayhem look so far this season. So if they find a way to deal with this double flex support from them, I think there's definitely a chance that Paris Eternal could push them.
Yeah, on the other hand, I think that looking at New York Excelsior, it's a pretty good showcasing from them. I think that sometimes, you know, they have been struggling this season, and they got into a bit of a bad groove this stage. But we forget that they actually did reverse sweep the Houston Outlaws. They did take a a map from the Dallas Fuel who looked so very impressive. So this is a New York Excelsior team who's had a very tough strength of schedule so far this stage as of recent. But now they are actually proving against the likes of Paris Eternal that they are a good team. That Yaki, for example, on the Genji, you saw the stat yourself at the bottom of your screen earlier, that he had the most final blows in the server and the fewest deaths. I mean, that's about as impressive as it gets for someone like Yaki on this Genji. So, prime position to get a nice win against the Florida Mayhem and qualify for the Toronto tournament later on this stage. I said on Plat Chat that I think New York Excelsior will actually make it, which going into this week I think is a bit like, you know, it's a bit out there because they were 1-3. Obviously, they have 2 matches against Paris and Florida Mayhem. But like people forget, like this this New York Excelsior team, we're all losing it, Danny. It's cursed. This New York Excelsior team, like I think they're competent at least, and it would be nice to see them participate in the tournament in Toronto Fine. You don't want to see some of these teams like Paris, Eternal, for example. New York Excelsior, like you don't want to see them just struggle all the time. You want to see them have a chance, you know, partake in some of these tournaments, and this is a great opportunity now. You're playing the Florida Mayhem later on, who look a bit scary with their Pharah and double flex support and stuff, but like if you can adapt accordingly, New York Excelsior qualifying for Toronto would be huge considering where they started this stage.
I mean, do you guys think New York will be the favorites going into their matchup against Florida Mayhem?
I think they're the favorites.
Yaki seemed very confident.
Yeah, but you have to be. But I think New York Excelsior are the favorites on like the default Junker Queen composition. Because like Florida Mayhem, with their support changes, it hasn't worked out. They haven't found a solution to their backline yet. You know, Sir Majed's been playing some Lucio and stuff like that. You know, I don't blame them, but like they haven't found an answer yet. But like, do I trust New York Excelsior to like adapt to Pharah coming out? Widowmaker play? I'm like, I don't know, maybe.
That's my big question as well, because like we've also seen Florida. I feel like they've had a very hard schedule as well. Like their most recent match, they took a map off of Dallas Fuel, a team that we think is one of the best. And if Dallas Fuel, you know, they got a little tongue-tied. They played a little bit of diva, got a little bit spicy from time to time. But and if you can force Dallas to make those kind of mistakes, who knows what you can force the New York Excelsior to do.
That is true. I think that is why it makes that matchup even more exciting. But talking about Dallas Fuel, they're playing today, and this matchup is even more exciting because the winner between San Francisco Shock versus Dallas Fuel will be going into the #1 seed. And these two teams are practically one of the 2 best teams that we have in the West.
Yeah.
Right? And they got some good Genji players as well, right?
Yeah, and these teams are just absolutely stacked. It's good to see Dallas Fuel sort of take their mantle again in one of the top teams in the West. They've been struggling so far this season, other than when we saw that Han Bin Zaya. But look at these Genji players. You know, Sparkle has been hyped up since 2020 on that Genji. He has been sort of the Genji aficionado, but now we got the young blood coming in. And Proper has just been on an absolute tear. And I think the major differences that you see between these two players is, I think, Proper is very good in the neutral. He gets those plays done outside of the blade. He's playing aggressive. He's opening things up. While Sparkle is a little bit more tempered, and you see that in the difference of their hero damage. 1,400 hero damage per 10 difference is a lot of damage, and that is noticed when you see these two teams going head-to-head. But Sparkle's very smart with his blades. He's always popping it at the right time. You'll see these two different styles clash in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be... This is like, it's kind of crazy. We got this one, which are between 2 of the best teams in the Western region this weekend. And then we also have Seoul versus Shanghai in the Eastern region, who are also undefeated at this stage. So, you know, it's Clash of the Titans this last week of qualifiers. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's just jump right into the match. San Francisco Shock versus Dallas Fuel. And for this match, we got Jonathan Necra again. Guys, who do you guys think is going to win this match?
Hello.
Hi. Oh, yeah.
Well,
hi.
If you, also, hello. No. What's up? Well, if you didn't know, I'm a bit of an Element Mystic simp. Surprise. Shocker, everybody. Yeah. So, yeah, you know, Dallas Fuel. Maybe a little bit of Dallas Fuel. It's tough. I'm honestly a little bit torn because I kind of love Arns too. A bit tough.
I'm going to have to go with Dallas as well.
Oh. Okay.
Wow. Okay. We were all shocked.
Okay. This is good.
Listen,
this is good. This is excellent.
I'm a Dallas fan, but I picked San Francisco Shock because we're still in the the qualifiers, and San Francisco Shock hasn't dropped a match yet. Now, if this was the tournament match, then I would probably pick Dallas.
Okay, hold on now. I think that Dallas Fuel has a great chance to stop San Francisco's win streak today. Today, it's going to be a momentous occasion.
Okay, I want to get you guys to clear this up for me, though. How are you defending all these maps that the Dallas Fuel have dropped? They have not had a clean 3-0 series the entire stage. Do you think San Francisco Shock is going to let them get away with that?
It's Junkertown. Junkertown's the problem. I actually went back and I looked at every single map that Dallas Fuel dropped. And there has been 2 occasions that Dallas Fuel has lost Junkertown, but it's not in this map pool for this match today. So it's not a problem.
Okay. I like it.
And that's what you call analysis.
Yeah.
And we're going to make sure you listen and learn from this series. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you all. We'll see you in a bit. San Francisco Shock versus the Dallas Fuel. Look, they're both undefeated coming into today, Rose, in these qualifiers, in the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
Right.
The San Francisco Shock still on a ridiculous win streak. They could be 18-0 in the regular season.
Yeah.
After today. Can the Dallas Fuel stop them? Questions up in the air right now. I think, regardless of like what the desk, you know, it being Shock across the board, including the pick'ems, I think a lot of people will be voting. I would like to know the percentage of pick'ems who vote for Dallas, who vote Shock, because like Danny said, it's also pretty hard because we're in regular season. Shock have been undefeated, so
no, it's so
tough.
true.
But I think this match is a lot closer than what it appears on paper.
I think so as well. And like, I know we can all joke around, but it is so tough to pick and predict a winner of this match. I mean, however you slice it, San Francisco Shock has been incredibly consistent, especially with how fast they've taken some of these matches. But Dallas, you could also argue that they have a pretty iron mental. I was looking just at the historical data from this stage alone, and yes, Junkertown is in fact a factor, but it's also interesting to note that Dallas Fuel has dropped one of every map type. And it's been very inconsistent in that regard. So Dallas have to have a strong mental to come back from something like that too.
That's fine. Sometimes you need to be knocked down to get back up and reach higher heights, right? So losing one map of every single map type kind of makes sense, yeah. Let's have a look at Shock, though. Let's have a look at their starters for today. But I can guess, everybody else could guess that their starting 5 will be these guys on your screen.
Yep.
Violet, Finn, Kalush, Proper, and Kilo. Man, they have been looking unreal, surprisingly. Still undefeated, like I mentioned, 17-0, could be 18-0 after today. And they picked up on the desk. The big matchup right now is going to be Proper versus Sparkle. 2 unbelievable Genji players, some of the best in the league that we have. And
yeah,
it's been just exceptional to watch Proper come in as a rookie and perform like this, and everybody we haven't even reached the playoffs yet, and nope, he's MVP. Like, he's just that good. He's MVP. He's
rookie of the year.
Like, give him all the accolades already because of how well he's been doing, but it is just unreal, the performance this guy has been having.
That is the one factor that I think does sometimes skew the perception that Shock will win this match, right? And it's because of the fact that Proper can have these individual pop-off performances that can just cut through any team, literally any team, doesn't matter who it is. So maybe it is going to be Dallas that has to be on the receiving end of some of these giant Dragon Blades.
Well, let's have a look at Dallas. Sparkle, Edison, Hunbin, Fielder, and Gio for today's starting lineup, but no Doha. And yeah, Sparkle was someone that was, I think Custer talked about it, but since 2020 or like even 2019 when he was on Element Mystic, how hyped up this guy was. Like, the bidding war was going crazy to sign him, and it was insane to see someone that had so much hype come into the league like that. But we are 2 years into Sparkle's, I guess 3 years technically, 2020, 2021, and 2022, of Sparkle's like legacy that he's building within the Overwatch League versus Proper, who's like just started his within the Overwatch League. Like, is insane. And for them to both meet in the last match they'll both play against each other on in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, both being undefeated, is just absurd. We might see history in the making here if the Dallas Fuel manage to take this one. We are going to Ilios as our first map, Rose, and like you mentioned, no Junkertown, so you know, Fuel might be good.
Yeah, maybe Dallas Fuel will be fine. That seems to be the bane of their existence. Every time it's in the map pool, they always drop that map. I don't know what it is about that map in particular, but I do know that there are two pretty distinctive play styles between San Francisco and Dallas. And talking about this is why I would push a little bit more of an advantage towards the Dallas Fuel in this matchup. San Francisco struggled at the beginning of this stage, and a lot of it came down to them not playing together as a team, still relying on these giant individual hero moments with Proper, with Kilo. But Dallas Fuel, yeah, okay, they struggled a little bit too, but this composition plays so much like the Zarya comp that they ran through Kickoff Clash with. They can just deathball it and go from there. Or, you know, Sparkle I think is also competent enough to play by himself to really enable some of these larger group engages. So just a bit
let's
more
open the
consistent.
ship doors. Is Eddie going to stay on the Ashe? Looks like it, yeah. So Ashe versus Kilo's Sojourn. Kind of seeing that though, you know, you get high ground. We kind of talked about this before in the first map. But as long as Edison can stay up here for free, the Dynamites just provide so much value.
And like, who do you have to send after? Yeah, how do you dislodge him? It's always a tough one because he can just coach gun you away as well.
Look at this, Shock have to actually make a move here. The Dallas Fuel have sent 2 people behind the Shock right now, and you can see the Shock just cowering in cage. Sparkle's going pretty low though. Should have Deflect, taking a little bit of damage. Point is unlocked, and it looks like Violet is going to be there to cap with the help of Proper. Dallas Fuel now making their move in as they send Harbin to the point. Disruptor Field comes out, meaning Shock almost grabbed that point for free. In fact, they do, but Kilo ends up going down. Sparkle with the first blood, but oh, what a dash from Proper. Triple headshot with the Shuriken straight into the dash, but Sparkle finds 3 reset kills, maybe even a 4th. Then make that 4 kills. Okay, give him the 5th, not quite. As Harbin takes care of Kaluge, just like that. Fuel find a flip.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you kind of have to allow San Francisco Shock to take the point because you as a team are not set up to engage just yet. So waiting for some of those more important cooldowns to come back online so you can have the deflect available for Sparkle, just so you can go in and try to mitigate some of that damage. But whoa, look at this. San Francisco Shock, I mean, they're gonna be coming back, but like it's a little bit of a split here. Oh my gosh, Violet gets so low. Sparkle's down.
Yeah. Fielder and Shio both fall pretty low. Couple of headshots there from Edison, but no extra damage to follow that up because Sparkle wasn't alive to follow through with a couple of Shurikens, a dash to get those resets. That's what you need. You need your Genji to be alive. Blade available from Proper. Regardless of those 5 or 4 kills Sparkle got earlier on, Proper's been farming the front line of the Fuel.
Look at that too, just kind of dodging out that knife. Bob?
Da Bob on the point, getting the cap. Okay, you like to see it. Okay, the San Francisco Shock a little bit worse for wear. Look at that dynamite damage from Edison, just kind of insane. Yeah, there you go. Little boot kill onto Proper, and that'll be it.
Oh, 25% from that dynamite. Edison's already gotten back a quarter of the Bob. And Sparkle as well has had enough time to build up to a Blade 2 without Proper using his. And so this is going to be a crazy battle between these two Genjis. You've got double support ultimates on either side as well, just to be able to help sustain. So this next fight could be a lot of ults being used at once. How the overclock too, yeah.
Yeah. Overclock, Blade for Sparkle. It's going to overlay it with the beat. Every support ultimate used. Proper trying to find some damage. Oh, he's found Edison. Edison pretty low. Just get taken out by Proper in the end. Coach gunned away from somebody and fell right into Proper's waiting Blade. Gets a reset off of Fielder. Make that 2. Shio dead. Sparkle falls. Proper with 4 kills in that fight and shot by the flip.
Wow, the Finn just coming in so clutch there as well. Did you see how low Proper got when he was going aggressive against the Dallas Fuel with the Blade? Finn was always there with a cookie, ready and waiting to make sure that Proper could stay up and get all of those picks. Now, what an interesting time we're in, because now that everything else is off the table, it's just Rampages, but Edison opening up with a huge pick.
Yeah, big neutral fight start from Fuel. Like you said, only real Rampages coming up. A couple of percentage points away from either Junker Queen. Very close flip there for the Fuel. They're so close to grabbing it. The Shock have 78% on the board. There comes the Rampage, hits 4. Kalush setting everybody pretty low, but the Dallas Fuel able to hold off long enough to get healed up. Hanbin used a Rampage of his own and hits Proper and Violet, but Proper still finds the kill onto Hanbin somehow, some way. A knife off the map for Kalush. He tries to chase Chio away from the point, but the Fuel all the meanwhile did manage to cap. Finn with a couple of whip shot kills, maybe off the map, not entirely sure, but he still found the damage. Violet laughing in chat as the Shock recap is 85% and building. Dallas Fuel have one more fight in him and Hanbin's gone through.
Okay, well, Hanbin has to get back, and so I think this actually works out well. You're on Lighthouse, you have a lot of open space behind you to try to get a boop. Edison as well has the Bob. Dallas Fuel just, they're waiting. Oh, the last second.
Does get on it. With the help of Sparkle. Oh, Edison's Bob! It fell off the map. That's not good. 1-0. Just gone, and so is Edison's life. Died in shame by the looks of it. The Dallas Fuel, now their health bars dwindling on the point. Hanbin took care of one, but now it's on to Sparkle. He's 20% away from that blade, so it's more of a neutral fight for the Genji, as Fielder earns himself a rally just in time. He manages to pop it, give over health to Chio just for like a brief second before Kilo deals with him. Overtime is still ticking down, and Chio is being an annoying little wasp on the point, refusing to go down. The San Francisco Shock have got the damage, they've got the numbers. Hanbin may be back, but Sparkle's not alive to use that blade. As the Shock take map 1, or round 1.
100 to 89. This is the type of series that we're in for. Jaws, that was so back and forth, and it came down a lot of the time to, you know, who's getting that first pick, but also where's the value coming from? I know we talked about the Proper versus Sparkle head-to-head, but what about the Kilo versus Edison? That's something we need to take a look at a little bit more as well, as Finn just changed Bob's trajectory.
Oh my god.
Goodbye.
I mean, that is a round-winning boop there by Finn. That is crazy good accuracy on the whip shot. And yeah, knowing that Edison's obviously trying to plant him in the corner too. Jesus. What a legend.
Love that.
All right, we're going on to Ruins. Edison's still on the Astros.
Yeah, he is. I also like that San Francisco used a Symmetry Teleporter to get out of spawn a little bit quicker. So we saw Dallas Fuel actually have to use the commanding shout to get this movement, but now Shock has one to answer with.
Double commanding shout. Oh, Hanbin screaming at the top of his lungs for health. Probably just deals them quite handily. Those disruptor shots, especially in these small corridors, like it's insane damage, plus the slows, very, very annoying. Shock end up finding the first cap in this round.
They will find the first cap. I like this Symmetra strat, and now they also get to play really aggressive. They're already on top of this temple, and the agency that gives to the Shock is just so big. You could just jump down here. Proper as well, just kind of keeping everything on lockdown. Now you get to just pincer.
That dynamite damage is crazy. Proper gets about 10k damage deflected there. Sparkle coming up big. Jeez, it really has been the Sparkle show on the side of the Dallas Fuel thus far. All right, cap for Fuel. Maybe Shot couldn't touch. No, they don't want to. They don't have Kalu, so yeah, just backing up for the time being.
It's always going to be back and forth like this, though. That's what we should expect from this series. And when you look at San Francisco Shock now trying to come back into this, when Kilo is looking to try to get a big pick with the Sojourn, but also, oh no!
Oh, wow, just loses the straight up 1v1 there. Sparkle pretty low, does need a pack. No, Violet's there to get him.
Someone got booped off!
Oh, and then Chio gets a boop onto Finn. Okay, that's not great if you're the San Francisco Shock.
Nope.
Nice boot by Chio. He gets a fair bit of ult charge, but it's almost tied with Violet there. I wanted to bring up Rose because Edison's been doing an insane amount of damage. Sparkle's getting the final kills, but Edison doing 34% of his team damage right now. Compare that to Kilo, who's only doing 22% of his team's damage. Edison almost got 3k more damage than he does right at this very moment.
Yeah, look at this as well. Edison, though, has the Bob ready to go. Just throws it down mid.
Yep, he's good. Bob gets beat as well, mind you. Bob ain't going down without a fight. Blade from Proper. He's found Sparkle, but Sparkle hits the deflect. Just not that Blade doing anything. Proper gets out of here just in time, but no, he's getting chased by 2 members of the Dallas Fuel. He's still not gone down just yet, but as soon as the deflect runs out, Sparkle ends his life quick sharp and now pulls a blade of his own. He's got Finn in his sights. The rally means nothing to him with a blade that sharp. Kilo falls and the Dallas Fuel still holding on to the point.
They are going to keep it, and now it's one fight territory by the time that San Francisco Shock get back. The rampage from Hanbin is looking really good right now because Kalush can't contend with it. And if Kilo doesn't get a chance to get set up with these sightlines either, then this overclock is not going to be nearly as effective. You can see that Dallas is trying to close the gap a little bit to make sure that they mitigate that sightline.
Oh, Harmon using that shift come up. Where did he go? Not sure. Did he just get booped off the map by Finn mid-air? I don't know. We'll have to get a replay of that one. Overtime is here. We'll get back to this fight. The Shock do end up capping. I swear, I just saw Harbin fly through the air and Finn got a kill with the shift. Man, we see something insane. Here's the replay. God bless observers. Thank you so much.
Oh,
no way did that just happen. Turns into a helicopter. Dives off the edge of the map, throws a knife. Hanbin pretty pissed with that. He did get the kill onto Proper after he hit it with the rampage, but Finn, what an absolute nutcase.
Why? That's twice now. The Bob, Hanbin. What is next? If we go to a round 3, I feel like it's going to be someone else big too.
Oh,
we might not go.
Ultimate by Kalush too. Yeah, might not. 70% for the Shock. Finn hard carrying his team right now.
Yeah, I mean, how different does that last fight look if Hanbin is able to stay on the map and actually utilize the rampage? Now, I mean, it's really coming down to the rallies and the support ultimates coming online. Edison, with one more beefy dynamite, could get this Bob online, and then it's all about the sustain, getting Fielder and Chio to those support ultimates.
I mean, you said it and it happened. He's already got that Bob now available. Go straight to that column. Okay, Bob on the point, actually contesting for the Dallas Fuel right now. Violet ends up going down to the Bob. It's 99%, remember, for the Fuel, and they do end up finding the flip. Now it's up to San Francisco Shock to come back, and Sparkle finds the difference between Proper and him. Rally comes out for the Fuel. They're keeping this competitive. They're going to take this round. We're going to round number 3. Just like that. Knew the series is going to be close, but I didn't expect it to be this close. Still Edison with an unreal amount of damage right now. He's sitting at 10k damage, 34% of his teams. It's Proper that's pulling the big weights right now for the San Francisco Shock side. He's about 30% of his team's damage.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous stuff. We're going on to Well, which means Finn probably going to have an even better time.
Oh, Finn and
there's
Chio.
a big pit of despair in the middle.
Hey, Finn and Chio both about to have the time of their lives, but Finn specifically, okay, we got the Bob, we got Hanbin. What else you got here, Finn? Who else is going off the map? Okay, Dallas can't play near the middle. It's just not.
No.
That's too.
Only
that's
play
so
cage.
risky. Yeah.
Only play cage.
Oh, but San Francisco just beat them there.
Yeah, they did. Like small little TP out and a little speed boost.
Oh, wow, okay. And look at this Dallas as well. Like, they really don't want to...
Who have they trapped in spawn? I think they've trapped Kilo in spawn, so it's only 4 players from the San Francisco Shock right now.
Right.
In this small little rumble. The Dallas Fuel are going to take this with open arms. Finn ends up going down first. Violet chased, and Sparkle once again comes up big with these final blows. Kilo finally makes his way to the fight and trades a kill with Hanbin. But with Dallas Fuel support on the point and Hanbin being alive in the front line, that's going to be a Dallas Fuel fight win.
How did Sparkle get back there to keep Kilo in check? Like, did he just bypass the rest of the Shock, recognizing they were in cage, and then just went underneath the lighthouse? Like, I don't... How interesting. That puts so much advantage for the Dallas Fuel as well, where they're going to start outpacing a lot with these ults. Fielder's going to be the first one with an ult online. And that rally can really help to snowball if you're able to get that overhealth on really fast.
Edison's going pretty low, but yes, Sparker again. Oh, up into the skies. Small anime battle. They're both pretty low. Proper now full HP as he gets a small little pack there from Finn. Sparkle using deflect. Still Dallas Fuel in control. Kilo now switching over to the Ash, by the way. Yeah, he's had enough of the Sojourn, not finding as much value as he really wants, so matching Edison in the 1v1, but he's so far behind the Bob percentage. Look at Edison, 4% away from calling Bob onto the battlefield, as the Dallas Fuel are going to continue to control the point and control the tempo of this fight too. There comes the Bob, beat from Violet, but that overhealth, it's disappearing rather fast. Edison taking over this fight, as the San Francisco Shock had no say whatsoever, and we're almost in final fight territory, Rose.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the Bob, the rally, that's been enough. At least San Francisco Shock have Finn's rally as well. So now when they come back in, they can use the overhealth and then just combine that with Proper's Dragon Blade. Give him all of that overhealth. Oh my god, Kilo!
Kilo!
What?
Oh, Kilo didn't get health in time. He just burnt basically to death, and Edison just found two quick kills onto Kilo and Violet. I don't think they can even touch. Yeah, Violet's the only one with speed. They have so many boosts, and Sparkle's standing in front of them with a blade. They're not going to be able to touch the point at all. Edison comes up massive at the very end. Well, I guess they get Proper on there, but they're already dead. Overtime dwindled away, and the Dallas Fuel off to a flying start.
That was a very different look for this series. The first 2 rounds looked so close, but then all of a sudden, Dallas, they just pulled some tricks. They pulled the hood over the eyes of the Shock, keeping Kilo in spawn and then just rolling through with the rally. And then I don't know what happened in that final moment. How did they not get healed?
Maybe they used their packs already, I'm not sure. All I saw was that dynamite, and yeah, a couple of them just not getting healed quick enough. San Francisco Shock end up going down on Ilios. Dallas Fuel with a very real chance of causing an upset here. I don't want to call this too soon, but we're going to go on to Hybrid. Paraíso is our next map. We'll see in a bit. Dallas Fuel off to a hot start, taking Shock all the way to round number 3 on Ilios. Head into Paraíso as our next map. Oh boy, oh boy. So obviously a ton of highlights there, as we always do from like Sparkle, Edison, Sparkle, Hardbin. Edison, of course, only just joined the team, or as of recently. So he's not in too many of those trailers, at least the official matches once anyway. But yes, Sparkle versus Proper was kind of the big match that we kind of set up for this, but Sparkle just edging in front of Proper ever so slightly in terms of damage, but in terms of like efficiency with blades and stuff, I mean, Sparkle is just going crazy.
That's something that we see a lot, and like this is what I was alluding to with kind of the Dallas versus Shock style of play around the Genji, is I feel like Shock have maybe struggled a little bit more to change that play style to fit the composition, allowing Proper to still do proper things. But when it comes to Sparkle, I feel like even when we were looking at Sparkle's Genji included into Dallas Fuel earlier on in the season, it's always been about team-centric play. So Sparkle can identify these moments that Dallas Fuel has carved out for him to go in and finish things up. But it was just one map, and we have so much more to see as we look ahead in this series.
Yeah, Edison was also kind of lighting up that game too. Like, his Ashe looks kind of crazy right now. Dynamite's already good. His damage overall is really sick. Kilo just didn't really hold a candle to him in that last map, and we saw him at the very end switch over to the Ashe to try and match Edison in the 1v1. The Sojourn just not working out for the Shock, and it looks like they're going to stick with the Ashe on this map.
I think the Ashe makes sense, and you know, it's not even about kind of the damage anymore. I think sometimes it's always also about having to play the mirror against your opponent when they're getting so much value from the Dynamites. You kind of feel like, oh, well, I should also. And I think on this map in particular as well, when you have these gorgeous sight lines and high points, use the Ashe to be able to take advantage of the height. So both teams running the Ashe.
Dallas Fuel want to take this high ground, like you said. Yeah, both teams running the Ashe, so it's a bit harder for Edison to get an angle, of course. The Shock do have that high ground almost permanently, so they give it up. Nice bit of dynamite damage. Proper already going pretty low, but Kilo just being harassed by Sparkle on the side. Just permanently, it feels like Gio and Sparkle, or just Sparkle on his own, is trying to shut Kilo down. Maybe one of the reasons why Edison had so much damage. It was just Sparkle's proficiency at just that. Sparkle's pretty low, no deflect, and Proper just takes advantage of that. Dashes straight into him, cleans him up.
Look at that, Kilo. Yeah, woo! All right, Kilo might have heard what you said, Jaws. I feel like Kilo's like, come on now.
He should be.
I'm angry. Gotta out-diff Edison, but at least Dallas Fuel can go back in and try again. Fielder, oh, look at this. Like, all of the healing that Dallas has had to do for their DPS after taking so much damage, Fielder is outpacing Finn right now towards this rally. And if this keeps up and Fielder's the first person to get an ult online, that rally could be huge for Dallas Fuel to capture this first point.
Oh, Gracie goes a little bit wide there. Is Harbin just content with ignoring Kaluj as he stares him right in the face? That Gracie did land. Harbin did get pulled towards Kaluj, but Kaluj and the rest of the gang taking a little bit too much damage. They're actually going to forgo the high ground now, so the Dallas Fuel can set themselves up there, and Edison, more importantly. Rally utilized by Fielder. Finn 20% away from his, and the San Francisco Shock know it. Patiently waiting. They end up backing off, but Kaluj, not with the rest of his team, gets caught out, shopping for some veg. And Edison takes care of him and will take care of this point. The Shock, with 2 members left alive, have to back up.
There you go, that's the rally. You get it on early, you're able to take control. So at least the Shock can go in with a rally of their own now without the fear of having to, you know, use it later to have the sustainability advantage. But they also have a Bob, so Shock really in a pretty good position right now to keep Dallas Fuel from progressing any further. But at the same time, depending on when Kilo uses the Bob, Dallas Fuel could just kite away from it.
Oh, what a shot.
Reset though.
Okay, he's warmed up. He is warmed up. So he's hard to hit Genji, especially like the animation of Genji. Sometimes he does the little spin. Oh dear. Trying to take the 1v1, loses it. I'll show how much a 1v1 that was. Chia was shooting too. There's the Bob. No Bob for Shock because Kilo's dead, but Proper still pulls the blade and takes care of Edison. A little bit more even now, but Edison's Bob says no. Finn ends up running into it and ends up going down. The San Francisco Shock just waylaid by this Bob. They have to back up.
You do have to back up. I mean, now the Bob too, though, from Kilo, that's been preserved, so that could help actually with getting Shock this really nice defensive hold. So if Dallas Fuel continue to push forward towards the end goal of that second objective, where Shock are set up right now, the Bob, if it stops Dallas Fuel, actually gives Shock such a nice defensive hold point. You just get to hold around this corner. You can keep poking away at the Fuel before they even get there. Oh, poor Sparkle, though, gets so low.
Oh, he's good.
Okay. But
to be fair, yeah. I'm also always scared. We've seen it a couple of times already today, but of not receiving healing when you're burning alive. All right, Sparkle pulls out the blade. Spot support in the back. That's one boob gone. Finn managing to stop Sparkle getting any more damage done. And yeah, the Bobs, they're pretty good. 6-man on the field. Does the damage necessary. Good counter to the blade, though, to be fair. It's not like a long time counter, but like at the end of the day, you pull that blade, you don't want to use deflect super early, and the Bob obviously being almost perfectly accurate, you're without nano, you're pretty much done for.
Yeah, that doesn't like work out too well, but hey, you know what? At least now Dallas Fuel get to come in with their own things. I'm looking at the Rampage, really. I like Fielder also has this rally, so if the going ends up getting tough for Fuel, then they have that as just kind of a nice engagement tool or like a panic button. I don't really know they need it though.
Oh, Harmit throws out the Carnage, does end up swinging a miss. Edison already picking up the kill onto Violet. Wow. The Dallas Fuel's ultimate economy looking rather good. Only use that rally. They have Harmbin's ult. Proper getting away, or somewhat. No, Sparkle takes care of him in the end. Kind of a big stagger kill. They're not going to be able to come back as 5. It's going to be a 4-man push onto the payload if they want to contest. But no, yeah, you're right, Zoes. They do have that quite easily. And now with the Rampage in their back pocket, Dallas Fuel looking good. Only even a few staggers.
I mean, yeah, they can just get to chase everybody down in this area. Hanbin too, I think it's really impressive that Fielder once again could utilize this rally to bolster the team enough to just win a team fight outright. Especially when there's no answer from the Shock. I mean, that's just an easy value per ultimate there. But it allowed Hanbin to hold on to the Rampage. Fielder started 50% towards another one. And you also have the Chio sound barrier. And this cart is about to round the corner and enter the final stretch of this map.
Bob has arrived, and so is the damage. Edison in such a good position to just kind of destroy the San Francisco Shock if they're not careful. I've been hopping on one of those boxes. The Rampage hits, and it hits 3. That overhealth is still building, and Harbin's actually isolated himself. But it doesn't really matter. There's so many people chasing him. The Sparkle is just handling the backline with absolute ease. 3 kills for the Genji. Almost make that a 4th if Proper goes down as well. Yes, he does. Shock. They've got a blade. They might have a Bob. They're going to have that beat for this last push. Can the Dallas Fuel, who almost have matching ultimates, beat them out in the neutral?
They're going to have to. But I mean, San Francisco Shock as well. They make this maybe not a neutral fight. The Bob here from Kilo.
There's the blade. Bob comes out. The beat used by the San Francisco Shock, but Coloseo's already pretty low. Proper cleans up one with the blade, but they don't touch. Finn ends up getting boop killed by Chio, and the San Francisco Shock, who were so low, had to back off to spawn. Kalush went like sub half HP, so it felt like he had to go back, get full HP, come back out again. And they don't manage to get back to the payload in time. 1 minute and 19 seconds on the clock for the Dallas Fuel.
Wow. That is a lot of time to work with, too. I like, it ends up being just enough seconds over that minute mark that maybe you get 2 attempts, maybe you're able to build up to a rally, especially with how fast Fielder has been getting them. Then if we go into extra rounds, Fielder almost certainly will have a rally online, and we can see how impactful that ultimate alone can help you with that first engage when it comes online. But man, Shock, That feels so bad to watch that at the very end there. I don't know how much of it was maybe Fielder and Chio's CC effects trying to keep them away from the point. But it, like, the second point got sunk in. Maybe Shock could have gone for a recontest there, but it, you know, the fact that they got staggered, I don't know. I feel like it led to Shock struggling to get back on their feet. Okay, here's a replay.
The Bob gets... Oh, he boops him up to the high ground. Bob was just casually taking a little sit. And then Proper's blade. Yeah.
Oh, Gio.
I mean, maybe they thought the Bob was still on the payload. Not sure what the I guess the thought process there was from everybody, but Fielder with a nice little boop on the Bob stops him from contesting, and they get that payload in.
Wow. All right, then. I mean, now we've got to look at San Francisco Shock completing the map with time left in the bank. Because anything, anything at all will be good. Overtime is just not going to cut it here. They've swapped sides.
Yeah, nice consolidated effort to get on the point. Dallas Fuel aren't going to take that too lightly, though. Look at them all cramped up in that room. That's a perfect dynamite location. Everybody burning down, and now it's the cleanup for Fielder. There's so much ult charge Edison got there from one dynamite. It was about 25+%. It's just so much damage. And plus the carnage, too. The axe swing from the Junker Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. AoE and Brig, too. Think about how much AoE is in their comp. Oh. Well, Bart's dead.
Okay, well, I mean,
Rip.
it's just buying some time off at least. Violet is speedy, you get to come back. It's way more detrimental for Dallas to lose a player here, because that is definitely something that Shock will move on. But as of right now, I mean, the poke damage coming out from Dallas, when you are running the Ashe, like Ashe has been such a dominant part of a poke comp, and it's because of how much dynamite damage you get, also just the consistent headshot damage. Edison is absolutely hitting those shots. The Bob, the blade, it's already online.
The Bob, the blade. There's the Bob, there's the blade. Sparkle saving that reset to make sure he can get on top of Finn after his shield bashes away. Does pay for it with his life. But there's so much damage, and a Bob holding down the points. Look at Edison, not afraid to get in the face of the San Francisco Shock right now, who have 2 minutes to go. Half the time bank disappearing. Oh, okay. Kilo still manages to get the kill on that. Maybe a bit over-ambitious there by Edison.
Maybe a little bit, but I think that Edison still has the ability to get back before the Shock are going to get there. But if not, Shock have to use this opportunity. They have the rally advantage, and Proper still has the blade. But can Chio hit this sound barrier to stop it?
Oh, there's the beat from the Fuel.
Oh.
This could be go time for Proper, but Finn is already dead. Same with Kaluge.
He has to
Proper's
save
perfect
this.
window to go in is just shot completely in his face. Is Sparkle getting the kill onto Violet? Of course he is. Why am I even questioning that? And with only a minute to go, the San Francisco Shock, even with a almost player advantage there in that push, end up having to go again.
They have both DPS ults, though. They're going to have the Rampage as well from Kaluge. So this is a great way that if they're able to withstand the Rampage from Hanbin, they can go in with their own, use those.
Oh, what? 4-man Rampage from Hanbin. Did not see that coming. But the San Francisco Shock somehow still survive. And they kill Sparkle of all people. That is not the way the Fuel envisioned that going. I'll tell you that right now. Kilo doesn't have an ult, but Proper does. They could end this fight here. The Fuel have very little in their ult bank. They get rally at the very most here, it feels like. Edison on a nice little high ground, but there's only a tick on the point for the Shock. They've managed to pull the blade and kill Fielder, but Kilo is now dead. Their only damage dealer left is Proper, but he's still managing to find these picks. Shio on the point, donates himself to the ult bank of the San Francisco Shock. They've finally done it, but in OT was this point capped.
Okay, well that's...
Oh, not quite.
Oh, there we go.
Ago.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is influential for the rest of this map now. Dallas Fuel ate off so much time off this clock that if San Francisco Shock doesn't play this flawlessly, even if they complete this map draws, it could be an overtime. That is not something that Shock want to deal with because it means they don't get another attempt. It's just Dallas Fuel, and they have a minute and 20 to just capture 33%. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, so let's focus on this next stretch of the map first, where Kaluj did get a chance to hold on to that Rampage, and Violet also has a sound barrier. Kaluj needs to set the pace of this, though. And Shock just overall cannot take too much damage entering into this stretch.
It's definitely easier said than done, though. I mean, these dynamites from Edison. He's playing Sniper right now. He's even got that Bob online. Look, another huge dynamite. Yeah, used the Bob instantly. Does get booped, but not to the point where it's off the map. In fact, Hilo takes a lot of damage from the Bob. Bob gets booped again, and Violet dies to it. Jeez, Bob, yeah, he may be getting booed, but he's still getting kills. Edison is just putting an absolute showcase of a game on Ashe. And with a minute to go, Rose, look at this. They're just going to hold close.
Why not? I mean, even if you...
Oh, maybe not.
Well, it's like,
Maybe.
it's risky. It's risky. The card is still in a position that if Dallas Fuel were to lose out immediately, maybe they get a chance to go back and contest. But if you go for the close hold too, you kind of force Shock's hand to have to use ultimates to get out of the gate, and then maybe you go with your own. But I think it was too risky with where the cart was.
Play from Sparkle, did get booped. He's got the commanding shout though, takes care of Kilo. He's hunting through the streets. He can't find more, but look at that, gets booped up again, straight into the face of Finn. Oh, a little bit worse for wear. Kalush hits two-man with the ult, and there's a beat from the San Francisco Shock. They want to keep this going as they just push on forward to try and take care of Chio, but he uses a late beat, and now Finn ends up going down. Shock have 20 seconds to go, and they're down a Brig and a Junker Queen. They got to reset. They got to go again rather quickly. They've got a Blade to do it with, but they're against Harbin's ult.
Yeah, and the fact that you saw Proper just retreat all the way back to spawn, he did not want to get picked there. He has to come back. Even Kalush feels the pressure coming back on the Doomfist.
Nice knife. Okay, they do end up getting back in time, thanks to the Doomfist and the Lucio, but not exactly the ideal tank pick right now. They're going to have to make do. Good little boot from Violet. He does get anti, but he might be able to get away. There's Proper with the Blade. A nice little shift from Fielder, but not enough to push Proper away and get the resets. Kalush does go down to Harbin, and remember, Dallas Fuel have spawn advantage right now and have both supports alive. Chio does end up falling over, but Fielder just kind of handling himself in the corner, perma-packing Harbin to keep him in this fight. Fielder eventually falls, and now is Harbin versus the world. The Shock end up capping the point, again, in OT, and the first point was almost in OT as well, which means they have very little time left in their bank, only a minute and 20 seconds to go.
This is what I was worried about, Jaws. This might not be enough time for Shock to capture with even a second remaining. And then we have to go into one final round where it's all on Dallas Fuel, who wins or draws this map. But Shock, at least they look set up for success here. They have the Bob, the rally as well from Finn. Great engagement tool here. As long as nobody gets picked from Shock, this could be good.
What an unbelievable disengage there onto Proper. Jesus. Didn't see that coming. Good shot by Edison. And now he's lining them up to knock them down. Couple of right clicks, 40 seconds to go. The Shock still have a decent spawn position and a lot of ults to spare. Double support ult and Bob can be deployed.
30 seconds though. This is still tough. Rallies to start.
Double rally. Look at Chio's and Sparkle's positioning right now, or they were together alone, but Sparkle looking trying to make a play for the rest of his team. That Bob gets pushed back and actually around a corner, so not very effective at all for the San Francisco Shock, but they do manage to take the high ground with it. There's 10 seconds to go and Sparkle has the Blade.
Oh, the Blade has to be used now from Proper. That's who's got to use it. Get some value done, but it's overtime. We've already entered into that territory, Jaws. Shock have to finish though still to have a chance to draw this map.
Violet's got the beat to counter that Sparkle Blade, so forcing that early is the best case scenario for the Dallas Fuel. Reflect used pretty early from Sparkle, but he's still going to go in. Oh, look at that! He doesn't even dash in. He knows Violet's going to use that blade, so he just fights on the payload. Kalush is very, very unhealthy right now, but Edison is taking care of Proper's blade, doing the damage. However, Sparkle doesn't quite escape Kilo's wrath. Overtime is here for the Shock. A three-man rampage is hit by Harbin, but it doesn't stop San Francisco from claiming point C. Might have been in overtime, but that's as good as you're gonna get.
They are playing for the draw right now. That's the best they can do at this point. But huge kudos to them for finishing the map. Felt like the entire time, Jaws, their backs were just against the wall. Every single point was overtime to capture. They were just getting outpaced sometimes with some of the ults that Dallas had. But despite that, they have persevered to put themselves into this position. They just have to withstand Dallas Fuel's attack. 1 minute 20. That's what's on the board.
This is their toughest opposition in the qualifiers to date. 1 minute and 19 seconds. And we saw how quickly Dallas Fuel ended up capping last time. And if Edison can get some dynamite damage down or even get a pick off, they could be good. Kilo's doing the same thing. It feels like on the offense, maybe running the Sojourn's good. You can play a little bit more fast, but on defense, Ash sitting all the way at the back. Very much a flavor of the week, or a flavor of the series so far. We'll see if that actually translates later down the line. After seeing both the Fuel and Shock playing Ash, I wonder if we'll see more Ash later.
I think so.
Up for debate, for sure.
Definitely from Toronto.
That tends to be the trend. Yeah, I mean, Toronto's already pulled that out too.
All right, here we go.
Ooh. No, he's good.
Yeah, Edison got a little low there, huh? Oh, Finn?
Finn's pretty low too. Violet is in alone in the corner.
No.
Gets the commanding shout just in time, but Kilo's already dead. So much damage now lost for the Shock. The Dallas Fuel can push in without fear of those dynamites, and they're huddling around that fruit store again. Edison once again comes out with big picks. Violet's going to go down. Commanding shout's not enough to save his life, and the Dallas Fuel are just going to run over San Francisco. Their defense paper thin, and the Dallas Fuel are one map away from disrupting Shock's reign in the regular season. They could make history here and stop that record.
They very well could. We are on that match point. And this is going to be an absolute bloodbath for this final map, Jaws. Everything is going to be put on the line here.
Oh my goodness. Can the Shock come back? Iron Mental is what they need right now. We'll have to jump to this quick break. We'll be right back after this.
doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shot.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen. This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill.
Kaloo says, how about that one, Chief? See you later. Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straights the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
We are less than a week away from Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament. It is going to be crazy over there. Toronto Defiant are hosting the Summer Showdown presented by Bell. That's September 8th to the 11th. Come and experience Esports live. Play some Overwatch 2. Come join the party. There's going to be a ton of stuff to do there, and maybe meet me and Rose. That'd be cool too. And be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. You can, make sure you go check out the Toronto Defiant Twitter. They'll have all the details too, and the Overwatch League Twitter as well. So yeah, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. Now, the stakes for this match. Yes. One of these teams will secure the #1 seed going into the tournament, but the overarching stake, Rose. Dallas Fuel, they're one map away from breaking history. The Shock's unbelievable 17-0 run in the regular season, plus some extra regular season wins from last year. Their run could end right here. And if you told me coming into this, we'd see a 2-0 for the Dallas Fuel straight up, I would have called you a liar.
I would have also not believed it. I'm not gonna lie. I think I predicted Dallas Fuel like 3-1 or 3-2. Like they were gonna drop a map at some point. I thought it would have been sooner, I guess. But
Edison's just had an unbelievable game on the Ashe so far. Sparkle on the Genji, making some good highlight plays. Finn on the other side of things has also been quite exceptional on the Brig today. A couple of cool boops. That'll be in the highlight reels forever. The Junker Queen flying through the air like an attack helicopter. All right, we're going on to Dorado though, Rose. Could be the final map. #1 seed after this series will be designated to either the Shock or the Fuel. No substitutions either side, so same old 10 people in the server.
I mean, San Francisco Shock have not wavered from this particular lineup of 5 at all this stage. So this is what they're comfortable with. This is what they've been practicing. And for Dallas Fuel, we've seen, I think, like a couple of changes in the DPS lineup. But other than that, like they really found their groove with this particular 5. And why would you switch it out, right? When like Sparkle and Edison are having incredible games so far today. Let them like stay on that roll, that momentum. Like you talk about that a lot with like Widowmaker mentality, but I think also like if you're feeling yourself on the Genji and the Ashe, you just stick to that. I don't think we'll see Edison swap off of the Ashe.
I also don't think Kilo's going to switch either, to be fair. He was playing so much Sojourn, and now very much happy with the Ashe pick. Oh, they're worried about somebody, and who is it? It is Sparkle on the sideline. Of course. You can just hear the Genjis throwing right clicks at each other permanently. Ooh. Nice little reset there from Proper. Didn't receive a pack in time. And Dynamite signaled his death.
This is a big back off time for Dallas. I don't know if Hanbin, might not get away with his life, but he does. You just have to wait at this point for Sparkle to come back. Oh my god, okay, no. This is just dominoes now.
Yeah, you can't lose any more here. If you get a pick of the other 4, it's great, but yeah, they can't overextend, they can't peek their heads out. And Kilo has a good position too. He can just set up wherever he wants to.
Yep.
Are the Dallas Fuel going to contest? Edison 60% on the Bob currently. Yes, they are. Commanding Shout to put them on the point. Sustain through some of that damage, the Dynamite damage more specifically. Oh, Finn's super low. Hasn't got a shield left, and Sparkle ends up cleaning him up. Only a couple of meters before that payload's locked in for the Shock, but they're going to have to back off now. Dynamite's too much damage, and a shot to the knee for Kaloosh, and he dies.
Dallas just stopped the cart meters away from being able to actually grab that first objective. At least Shock, they have walked away with a bunch of ultimate percentage, but once again, despite the fact that Dallas had to back off so much and give up so much space, guess who's got first ult on board? It's Fielder. This rally, again, could be just such a huge ultimate to keep building momentum off of. Oh my god, Edison has the Bob too.
Yeah, Bob, Rally, both support ults. Bob comes out first. Oh, Kaluj actually just got booped into the rest of the Dallas Fuel. Wow. Didn't expect that Bob coming out either. I think it knocked him up a little bit. San Francisco Shock pushed all the way back to spawn. Dallas Fuel's ultimate economy has been looking rather good. In fact, to be fair, both teams, some of the reasons they're so good is their ultimate economy. Shock have shown that week after week after week. They almost have 5 on the paper now.
And well, the thing that I think is most impressive about their ult economies is that their patience to use the things that they have.
Both rallies. There's the Bob. Can it be dealt with? Chio kills it. He's actually just going to use that beat at the end. There's the double beat. And there's the blade from Sparkle and Proper. All ults used at the same time as what other blade comes up biggest. Proper's found 2, 3. Harbin dies. Sparkle couldn't quite replicate the same success on this point. Proper with 4 kills at the end. Kilo finishing off Chio, a team kill for the Shock as they push that payload in.
Absolutely massive. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see from the Shock. Proper really stepping up here and also stepping forward. Look at how far forward he's positioned on this high ground that Dallas Fuel really want to try to grab from him. And I think this is just one of the smartest places to play if you're Sparkle as well. If you notice how he's been using these walls to just kind of keep climbing and trying to watch all of these angles. This also gives such a good vantage point to Edison as well. But you've got to check absolutely everywhere. Shock could come in and surprise you from behind the church as well. Oh, Kilo, look at Kilo. Coach Gun, somebody boop him off.
He could. Oh, yeah, he did just that. Oh, he boot Fielder straight into the team. Oh my god, what a play from Kilo. He does get matched though. Harvey jumps down, uses a rampage. Kalush is going to do exactly the same thing. It's quite an even trade, but Fielder and Sparkle, the only ones left alive, so they're backing all the way up. What a heads-up play from Kilo there. You called it proper as well, Rose. You called it properly as well, not proper as in the play.
Hey, I just like, you see that get set up sometimes, and you know, it looked like it was kind of trying to go after Hanbin, but yeah, Fielder getting dropped like that, it was like, you know, dropping somebody into a field of sharks. They smelled the blood in the water, and they absolutely went for it. Dallas, though, they did get a chance to back up, but oh, the fact that Sparkle is down now, Shock could totally snowball this player advantage. Right where it counts,
too. Rely on Edison's Bob. Or Kilo takes the skies. There's the Bob. Coach guns away. Survives just with the help of that commanding shout. Bob's on the field, suppressing fire as Kilo shoots through the railing, spots Chio, but has to go for the reload instead. Rather unlucky timing on that ammo capacity. And now Harbin isolated on the point, goes down. Now the shot. This is who we thought we'd show up. 3 minutes for point C now. Way quicker than what we saw them do on Paraíso.
I mean, Sanford, we talk about Dallas Fuel having an iron mental sometimes, like, you know, taking an L on a map and then going, yeah, okay, like, let's shrug it off and let's go again. But Shock also, think about the number of Map 5 series they've had that they've still been able to clutch out. And even when their backs are against the wall, they come back confident and with a game plan that speaks so much volume to their skill.
Wow, these knives have been so good from Kalush. See that? Knife straight onto Harbin, he falls down to the floor. They almost capitalize on him, but he had the rallying, or the commanding shout. They both give out help, you know what I mean. Oh, Edison dies. There's the Bob. Dallas Fuel on their last limbs now. Without Edison, who's been the majority of their damage through the series, they might be in trouble. Proper's even got the blade, trying to chase down Sparkle. Not quite a 1v1, but now he's going to pull it as the Dallas Fuel needs to get onto the point. He's just going to play gatekeeper that whole time. This San Francisco Shock are quite a lightning pace. 2 minutes and 1 second in the bank. Dallas Fuel had no say in the matter in that final fight there.
I don't know if they had a say much at all this map. They just kind of got rolled. this is the shock that we wanted to see, and I think, you know, as it's a testament to just the individual skill level of the team and also the coaching. You know, San Francisco Shock still so impressive that they have this undefeated record with a huge team overhaul. That is something that will constantly blow my mind. And they've come back from 0-2s before to get reverse sweeps, and they look really, really good right now. But can Dallas Fuel also match that? Like, we got another round, we got another switch here. Let's like a replay. Oh,
here's
it's the
coach gun. Boo! Yep, and Fielder tries to shield bash on top, but oh man, what a play from Kilo. Even gets the kill onto Fielder. That really opened that second point up.
Yep.
Not every day you see an Ashe taking that kind of position and then going for a coach gun of all plays, but yeah.
Brilliant.
Mad props to Kilo.
Absolutely
He's
brilliant.
been he was a little bit quiet in the first 2 maps, you know, with the Sojourn and then switching onto the Ashe. Edison was very much doing more damage than he was. But little plays like that is one of the reasons why Shock have been so dominant.
Yeah, that's the coaching, right? I think that's just also identifying some creative ways that they can play the mirror and creative approaches to some of these game plans. You know, we talk about that with the Florida Mayhem as well. The creativity they showed in their last match last week. You sometimes got to try to carve out those little advantages for yourself.
God.
Okay, Finn. Woohoo!
Violent speed and momentum there, Jesus. You see Sparkle didn't even expect that either. He actually got moved away from the spawn doors. Harpin super low. Yeah, Sparkle just kind of look at. I mean, look at this.
Who's on defense?
Who's on attack and who's on defense? Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you one thing, Proper's dead. And Dynamite landing on 4 people. Edison's blob generation pretty good. Same with Kilo though, to be fair. Oh, nice little double shot to Kilo. But nice stall from San Francisco.
It's good to take that close hold. I mean, we're seeing this way more classically on these escort maps. Usually you would see the defending team hold like here, where the card is rolling under right now. But unfortunately, that close hold doesn't actually buy more time for San Francisco to come back and recontest. Because Dallas basically just get this entire first point for free now.
Edison 20% above Kilo right now in terms of ult charge. Does get pulled towards Kaluge after Gracie landed.
Fielder as well.
The Shock might need to go Super Saiyan to defeat the Bob plus the rest of the Dallas Fuel. Dynamite goes a little bit wide, and there it is. Bob available. Gets sent out. Doesn't get a knock-up, but still providing covering fire. He is not in the best spot in the world, but it don't matter. It don't matter. Oh, no, he's not. I thought he was in the archway. He was not. He was just chilling in the corner, which is the perfect spot.
Well, that
Edison still putting up numbers.
I mean, that was such a good spot as well, because if you break down that play a little bit further, Fielder actually got behind Kaluge on that right-hand side room and shield bashed him into the Bob. Yeah,
A very quick play from the Dallas Fuel. They just want to take that high ground ASAP, leave Sparkle on the point because he has ultimate plus, can just double dash if he really needs to get to the front line of the San Francisco Shock. 5 ultimates for SF though, as they do make their way up the stairs. But I mean, all this is doing, Rose, is just delaying the Shock from getting a position where Kilo can just do immense amounts of damage. They do end up just brute forcing the issue. 5v4 on the high ground, so can result in a crazy amount. Now, Chio looking for the same thing Finn was trying to do, but look at that, the Shock just peeking around the edge, you see that?
But yeah, they're like,
nope.
no.
We know your tricks.
Can't do that to us because we did it first. Oh, but Proper actually going over.
Oh.
Okay. Oh.
Speaking of which.
Hanbin getting low?
Yeah, I don't think it matters though, yeah, because Hanbin got super low, so he couldn't actually go for that engagement. Sparkle James after Proper. Infinite deflect there, but once again, the duo of the century, Sparkle and Shio dive to the back line. A nice beat from Shio to stop that anti-heal from affecting Hanbin at least too much. A return rampage hits 3 on the Shock side of things, but Bob's still doing a fair bit of damage, stopping the Fuel from actually getting on top of the San Francisco Shock. He's actually just chilling on top of the payload of all things. Violet does end up going down, and now there's Fuel's chance to gain some positioning.
I have no idea where that happened, but Violet down does remove that sound, that speed from their kit. And so, yeah, they've got to back up here and wait for Violet to come back online before they can go in and contest. At this point, too, Shock are relying on Proper's Blade to do work here when Edison has another Bob. That's just so much point presence for this final stretch of point B. Oh, can Proper get the Blade?
I just keep reminding myself of the video of Krusty screaming, "I can't lose this game, I can't." Well, unfortunately, Proper loses that game, that 1v1 versus Sparkle. And that Bob, yeah, that's... I mean, Shock just have to walk past that to try and contest. It ain't happening. The Dallas Fuel setting also a ridiculous pace against the Shock as they get that second point with 3.5 minutes on this Foundry phase.
That is still so much time. This is basically about the same time bank that San Francisco had walking into this third point as well. They took it so decisively and so quickly, and Dallas Fuel could very well do the same. They've got double support ultimates coming up here. Proper still hasn't used the Blade, and I feel like he's starting to miss his window where it would have been ultra effective because Chio's sound barrier is not online yet. I mean, it's still not, so there could be time.
It's a bit of reflective damage there by Proper. He tried to catch Sparkle out, but they dashed at the same time, so Sparkle just had gap and was able to get that health back. All right, Fuel have both support ultimates. Finn lagging behind ever so slightly with 20% towards that rally. This might be Blade versus Blade though. Sparkle 1% away as Proper pulls his. A beat comes out, but Fielder's already dead. Way too late for Chio. And with Fielder going down, is Sparkle trying to play the hero? But no, Proper the villain takes care of Sparkle quite easily in that corridor. A lesser time back now the Fuel are looking at with 2 minutes and 19 seconds as the payload almost rounded that final corner and the San Francisco Shock taking an aggressive position.
I think San Francisco taking this position is great as well because they just have to stop Dallas. They need a time bank advantage, anything to make sure that they can stay in this series. They also have the Rampage, which is just a huge thing to be able to engage with. Oh, especially with the stairs. Oh, don't get stuck here.
That's a lot of damage. And Bob's ready. Could have been a 5-man knockup, but putting Bob in that position, it's easy for Shock to disengage. Finn used the rally, same with Fielder, so they just trade support ultimates in that engagement. Might just be a Bob v Bob, honestly, a Bob off. Chio
Bob
is alone.
off.
Oh, there's Bob.
There's one.
There's another Bob. Oh, the Rampage is kind of fat though. Hit Harbin straight, square in the jaw, and a Carnage in the corner. Oh, Kilo, he just pops his head around. There's no chance for the Dallas Fuel to survive there. Bob's didn't matter at the end of it all. It was all that Carnage from Kalush.
Yeah, now though, wait. Edison, okay. Edison's on Sojourn. Houndbin still has the Rampage. Maybe this is what Dallas want to go with because you've got the Railgun that you can really use to charge up on Shock when they want to play so close. And are they really going to be able to pivot their playstyle in time to deal with Edison's Sojourn? I don't know. Hanbin's got to lead the charge here. Wants the Rampage so badly.
Ooh, 4-man from Hanbin. Rampage was absolutely massive. Can they follow up on these kills though? Shock have been good at disengaging. Not so much for Finn. Quite unlucky, in fact. As Sparkle now finding a lot of resets. He's already taken care of Kalush and Kilo. Might just find the kill onto Proper. Yes, he does. Sparkle, who almost had a deadlift on Ilios, is already putting up the numbers still. But with 18 seconds to go and counting, the Dallas Fuel are going to have to swap to Doomfist to get back to the point and actually be present. The Shock have a Blade coming up. Sparkle's so far away from his, and with 10 seconds to go, this is not looking good.
Well, someone's got to go in and touch with Thrust in 3 seconds. There's the touch. Where's the follow-up?
There's the touch. Proper just trying to farm that Blade ASAP. He's going to pull it. They know they don't. Oh, what a reflect. Edison tried to take him out, and Proper's already found one. The San Francisco Shock, determined not to go down without a fight, are going to hope Dallas Fuel on the last point of Dorado, keeping themselves in the series. It is 2-1, still in the favor of the Fuel, but Shock want to continue and create that legacy.
They are on the path to the reverse sweep. It could absolutely happen. With the rest of the maps that we have in this series as well, I feel like with Shock getting that bit of a confidence boost, that could really help to snowball these final 2 maps. Oh, we're in for such a good series. This has been such a good series.
Everybody knew it was going to be a banger. Like, we all knew it was going to be a banger. Of course, Shock weren't going to go down to that 3. Come on now.
Hey, Dallas got to
Just
drop
like every
1.
anime. Just like every single anime, the heroes end up falling, they get weakened, and then they build themselves back up to knock the villain for 6. Who's the villain and who's the hero? That's really up to the fans to decide, honestly, at this point. We're going to jump to a quick break. Map number 4 on your screens in a bit. as the lone man stands up against the Dallas Fuel. Proper and Sparkle were the top picks coming into today, but it's been more on the hit scan right now for the Dallas Fuel in Edison. San Francisco Shock still keeping it competitive. I mean, you know, Rose, like I said before we went to break, of course this was going to go way more games than, or sorry, way more maps than map number 3. Dorado was the Shocks. Ilios went the way of the Dallas Fuel in a close 3-round affair. Paraíso went the way of the Fuel. See, aliens, I can't say it right.
No,
and
you can't.
look,
stop it.
I can't.
I gotta stop you now. It's been
you
like,
were pretty good at it.
It's been
to
like
be
3 times, Jaws.
I just can't.
Stay with me.
English
Paraíso.
accent. Paraíso.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Easy.
Hey, all right.
Easy game, easy clap. Another one checked off the list. It's the British accent, I promise.
It really is, though. I totally
me.
get it.
All right, everybody back in their seats. We are going on to New Queen Street as our push map. We've seen a lot of completions on this map. I'm not quite sure we'll see that, especially at the caliber of which the Shock and the Fuel are playing right now. But no substitutions either. Of course, you see everybody kind of lined up already. This is going to be a close affair, always was. And someone that we've not really pointed out a ton either, or spoke a crazy amount, it's been, you know, Edison going crazy, you know, Proper doing insane things on the blades, is Hanbin and Kalush. The Junk Queens have also come up quite big with the rampages. There's been a lot of times where Kalush, especially in the first couple of maps, was kind of beaten down or either booped away by Sheer or Fielder, stopping a lot of that value from the rampage. But on Dorado, that was a completely different story.
Really was. I mean, both of the Junker Queens, I really like looking at how they individually approach the hero, especially when Shock as a whole, like, they've had these differences in strategies of when to use the commanding shout. I think most evidently when we were looking at that was when we were on Ilios and we saw the Symmetra strat coming out from the Shock in order to get to point faster, and they didn't have to use the movement buff from the commanding shout right away. They could save that for a more opportune time. I mean, that's just kind of like those little things that we're seeing from both of these teams that make them top teams.
All right, looks like we're going to jump into the game in just a moment. Looks like both teams are ready to rock and roll. Can't imagine there's going to be too many differences, but it will be interesting to see if Edison ends up playing the Ashe or the Sojourn. He's straight towards the Sojourn at the very end of Dorado, presumably for the Disruptor shot to try and get the Fuel onto the high ground and stop the Shock from just beating them back with the Ashe in a decent position, or if he goes back to the Ashe, which he's been playing to a lot of success on the first 2 maps. Kilo kind of did the opposite. Started on the Sojourn and then went to the Ashe. We'll see what they both want to do. Feels like a very Ashe heavy map though. A lot of long sight lines for you to go sicko mode with.
Definitely think the Ashe is going to come out here. I mean, who can forget the incredible performances we've seen in Ashe in the APAC region on this map? Like, some inhuman things can come out here.
Yeah.
So.
MN3.
Yeah.
Inhuman.
Yeah, exactly.
With the aim.
Stop proving me wrong. We still have 20 seconds. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all good. They can change.
It is still an interesting one, though.
It is, yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked. I mean, at this point, it's kind of a coin toss which one they will go to. Have bigger minds than ours, so it looks like maybe the Sojourn for both of the teams.
Sure.
I was going to say, I wonder if that curling there, I wonder if anybody will actually make a game mode of it one day.
That'd be so fun, like Lucio curling.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
All right, Edison and Kilo both running out on the Sojourn. Especially on this first bit here. The Dynamites are pretty crazy, but so is Disruptor Shot. You put it in the little choke point, stop the supports from doing much, get the damage down. Just don't get booped. That's the challenge. Oh, Kilo is super low already. Look at that. Sparkle tried to go in for the dash. They did manage to call it. Both commanding shouts used. Hanbin actually booped off the high ground, so Dallas Fuel don't really have a front line. You can see Shock taking perfect advantage of that already.
Yeah, at this point, too, is a waiting game, though, to see who's going to get the first pick. Big commanding shout.
Yeah, it's commanding shout and a speed boost. Thank you very much. Fielder just stood in the way of the carnage that was this first fight for the Shock, and they get the bot going.
There we go. the party is getting started now. Really wouldn't surprise me though if Dallas Fuel came back into this one with the sound barrier. Maybe try to push that forward a little bit, use that a bit more aggressively. It's really weird to see that Dallas Fuel is actually behind the pace. Finn leading the charge with the rally percentage, not Fielder. So that's pretty stark contrast to what we've seen for the rest of this series, and that could be pretty big for the Shock. Ooh, Dallas just go underneath though.
Yeah, they do. Kalush is pretty low too. He's definitely the target on the radars of the Fuel right now. The Shock have other plans though. Geo skirts too close to the sun. Does get burnt. Rob going pretty low. Commanding shout to heal all the way back up. Fuel bleeding quite heavily. Lose pretty much everybody to Kilo at the very end, and Shock just on a rampage. And not the ult either. I mean, they didn't use anything in that fight, and they got double DPS, double support ults coming up.
Now, I mean, Kilo can just push so far forward as well to be able to grab these overclock kills. And this is why we like seeing the Sojourn in a lot of cases, and why it's a bit more popular is because look at how far, like how quickly you can just delete somebody with a charged railgun.
All right, there's the Railgun, there's the beats, there's the blades, everything thrown in. Proper's holding on to his blade for the final moments, I can imagine. Geo's pretty low, the Dallas Fuel now very vulnerable to this blade from Proper. They have no overhealth. A good little shift there from Fielder, but Harbin's already dead. Sparkle gets cleaned up, and the Dallas Fuel are still escorting the bot and still want to fight. Riley comes out, Fielder just engaged upon by the Shock. They know they need to kill him. They can't let this overhealth build up, but Fielder somehow stays alive throughout the chaos. Kalush and Finn unable to pick up that kill, and in fact Violet ends up going down. Somehow, some way, Fuel keep themselves in the fight and even get that bot going.
Okay, Edison has just decided it's time to pop off on the Sojourn, apparently. I'm here for it. Dallas Fuel had to commit quite a few resources to this fight, but they made it work, and now they get a chance to try to match the percentage. They also took back the bot before Shock could cap the point. So now that checkpoint hasn't been unlocked yet, and Dallas could just go in with the rampage here. Edison's popped the overclock as well.
Shock are playing pretty scared now. They don't want to get blasted. Although, look at how far back the Fuel have played. Rampage, oh, hits the light post! It still manages to get Kalush and Violet. That cone of damage is just humongous. Kalush does end up going down to Sparkle's shift, and so does Kilo. That was an unreal boop. Whether that was Finn or Violet, I'm not entirely sure. In the thick of things, it's hard to tell, but he did get booped, but still managed to tag two, enabling them to win that fight, and they might even get that butt scratch too. They're gonna take the lead at least.
So. No, they're gonna get, I mean, no, Shocker
it.
trying, but they're just not gonna be able to get there in time. You can see the immediate back off though of the Fuel, because the biggest thing here is that they took the lead back. Now they can give up some of that space to get into a better attacking position.
Oh, that one hit the light post too, but the Dallas Fuel have the perfect response. Kalush can't play in the front line as he sent himself to the back line of the Dallas Fuel, and Finn pays that price. And an expensive one at that, and with Proper dead, the Dallas Fuel looking rather good. You win a fight here, you get so much space, Rose. You get so much push on the bot.
Yep. This is
a very important fight for them to win.
Absolutely. I mean, this could just be a finisher in some cases. Sparkle has a blade. You force the beat out of Violet, but the rally's first.
There's the rally from Fielder and Finn. Shock have a beat to rely on if they need it, but the Dallas Fuel, they know that they got to be aware, so they end up backing up. Losing no one here is pretty key, and in fact, the Dallas Fuel may be just going for a wrap. Yes, they are. Yep. Sparkle pulls that blade. He's got the commanding shout over health. He dashes straight towards Finn. He forces the beat out of Violet, but Sparkle's still alive and doing damage. Proper pulls a blade of his own and gets two with it. Sparkle's still trying to equal him, but the blade is way too strong for Proper. And the Dallas Fuel will end up going down. Oh, little cheeky 1v1 health pack. No, it wasn't a 1v1. 2v1 as Proper and Kilo take care of him.
Okay, then we've got Shock now with the comeback. I think with the bot. Oh, whoa, where'd they go? Where's the bot? Is it moving? They can't approach it. I mean, if they're tracking ultimates, then they must know that Edison is so close to the overclock. They can't overextend here, otherwise they're just in this territory going to get their heads taken off. So Shock have to back up, play strategically around this subway, and see what they can get done.
You see Edison trying a little jumping there. Kalush is in quite a precarious position. And in fact, Proper is actually half HP behind the Dallas Fuel. A nice body shot from Edison enables Fielder to clean up that kill. Finn also taken pretty low. Remember, the Fuel are in the lead currently, so any time that they can burn here is all for their betterment. Now, with these straggling members of the Shock, the Dallas Fuel again control of the bot. They might not get any meterage here, Rose, but winning this fight and forcing the Shock into yet another fight that they have to win is perfect for them.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel just have to play to keep the lead. They don't need to extend any more, gain any more meterage. They just have to stop the Shock from taking that lead back. And it starts with the rampage from Hanbin. And the rally as well.
Oh, what a knife, actually. Humongous knife, followed up with an even bigger rampage. Hits Kilo and Finn. That rally over health is absolutely nothing compared to that anti-heal. 80 meters and counting for the Fuel. They've got Beat, they've got Blade. And the Shock are now relying on either a pop-off moment from Kilo's overclock, a Kalush rampage hitting a few people, or Violet trying to build up that Beat.
It's a lot to have to try to rely on when you're just getting it online. You don't really have a chance to set up knowing those tools are already there. Because what if Dallas Fuel had gone in and just, yeah, they're committing now.
There's the Blade. Oh, Sparkle receives that beat too. Kilo gets cut down. Proper's the next target. Hits the reflex so he doesn't instantly die. And now Sparkle is in no man's land. In the back line of the San Francisco Shock, getting sent so low. But he gets healed up just in time. Fielder and Shio with a double pocket onto Sparkle somehow keep him alive. There's a few meters to go and they might just full cap the Shock.
They might, and that would be it. That would end the Shock's undefeated streak, Jaws.
All right, Edison's nearing that overclock, and Proper's got the Blade and Violet's got the beat. They've got the tools to get out of spawn and touch that payload before they lock it in. Finn goes pretty low, and he's actually already dead. He got stopped at the spawn doors. Proper's Blade to try and end it all and try and turn this one back around, but it's not going to happen. The Dallas Fuel are actually going to do it. They're going to burn the brightest they've ever burned before, and they're going to push that bot to victory. The Dallas Fuel have done it. They've halted the most dominant regular season record in OWL history with this dub, a 3-1. And first place seeding in the Summer Showdown. They have finally dethroned the San Francisco Shock.
If there was going to be a team to do it, it was going to be the Dallas Fuel with the undefeated record in their Summer Showdown qualifiers so far. This was such a good match. Like, Shock were such a big test of strength for the Dallas Fuel. What a match. Holy cow.
Expected a map 5, and honestly, Rose, I'm feeling pretty smart right now. The entire desk and the pick'ems predicted the Shock. In fact, 77% of the predictions ended up going with San Francisco, and Dallas Fuel came out on top. They've ended that gargantuan streak of the Shock 2. They've locked themselves into the #1 seeding going into the Summer Showdown in Toronto. They must be just on top of the world right now. And yeah, like you said, it had to be the Fuel. Like, they've been so good in this meta. Both the teams came in undefeated into this match in the qualifiers for the Summer Showdown. What an unreal game. I mean, the Shock, they played exceptionally well. Proper had some crazy blades, some ridiculous cleanups. Finn even popping off on the brig with all the boops. But man, Edison, Sparkle, wow, the whole gang, they toppled them. They finally toppled them.
There was just so many bright moments from Dallas Fuel as well. It wasn't even about the individual pop-offs, because absolutely we got some great Dragon Blades from Sparkle, and of course Edison. Could we just talk a little bit more about Edison really fast? Because I'm pretty sure this player
any day of the week
is just such a big fundamental reason why Dallas Fuel were able to get the win today. That Ashe for the first half of the series was immaculate. Forced Kilo into such an awkward position of having to change off of that. And then despite all of that too on New Queen Street, the Sojourn play coming out from Edison. Just major pop-off moments from this player.
Edison, like his history as a player has been so interesting because he's been on teams like G2 Busan Wave, and he's always been the dominant player in that team, in the matches, but he's never seen as great success as he's had in the Overwatch League when he joined this year and joined the Dallas Fuel. He was always a hyped up player, and I think it was only a matter of time before he came into the league, and what a perfect team to come onto in the Fuel, in the way that they have a dedicated hit scan player that can play up to these world-class performance. 10k, almost 11k damage per 10. I mean, you can see the dynamite kills going crazy. Deaths pretty low, like high, but like pretty low considering. Bob kills did kind of go crazy too. In that matchup, that Kilo versus Edison matchup, he took Kilo to town there. The San Francisco Shock, they still look fairly dominant in certain maps, in certain places. Like Dorado was a very good showing from them, and it was going to be a close affair. And yeah, you look at it on paper, 3-1 the first couple of maps. Ilios, at least, it was like, okay, it's one way and then it's the other, and then it's a very, very close round. But yeah, I mean, the Dallas Fuel have done it. I just can't believe it. The San Francisco Shock currently sitting at 17-1 in the regular season, and they both have booked their tickets a long time ago to go to the Summer Showdown anyway. But number 1 seed for the Dallas Fuel, which gives them the opportunity to pick first on Sunday.
Pretty big stuff for them.
In the Pick'em show.
I mean, that could just be a big difference maker too in terms of how well you do for the Summer Showdown as a whole. So yeah, Dallas Fuel should be really happy with that, and can't wait to see what they do with the pick.
Oh man. I'm not gonna lie, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking.
Yeah, like,
I'm going a little bit crazy right now. The adrenaline is just absurd. I think we're going to take a break. We're going to jump to the desk where they can break out down the day a little bit more, maybe have a cheeky interview too.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Remember, if you do anything stupid on cam, it will become a GIF.
Rawr.
You're just disgusting.
Got like 8 drinks on your table?
Nah, it's fine.
Please clean.
You're dirty.
Huh?
This is 5. After match, I'll clean.
Yeah, please.
아, 김민철 씨.
아, 말렸다.
이거라도 쌤.
어, 이거 오픈 마이크.
안 돼.
Can we start licking I don't know what that's supposed to be. And he's just gonna do it.
Going in. Actually?
Shut up.
You.
What better?
Who betting?
You.
오늘 이기면 내가 밥 사.
밥 쏜다고?
나 킹크랩 먹어도 돼?
난 아웃백.
아, 이기면?
오, 이기면을 했다.
스테이크 앤 랍스타다 오늘은.
아웃백은
제발 너나 사주면 안 될까?
약간 잘못 말한 것 같아. 분명히 사는 데서 고민. Danny and Reinforce voted for us, but Custon, so we didn't. That's crazy.
Custon actually is a hater. That's heartbreaking too.
How to speak? 라카딱?
야, 라카딱. 라카딱.
락 어택? 오, 라카딱.
You know what it is? It's rack shut the f up, Steve.
락 어택.
Why? Racket.
I like him.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
How?
I'm watching streaming.
Show the monster. Is it a monster cup? That's the sky cup. Oh.
Bro, I've been sipping it like every 10-15 seconds the past like 5 minutes.
Can you put the face towards the camera?
And no, yes, I'm holding it perfectly so the cam can see it. You have no idea. I'm smart.
Aspire's already got you.
Everybody, like, Kellen have a like pretty similar style with Colosseo, so I feel like you guys need to go popping up wrestle with them. It'll be a hard game, so
you go yourself, man. You go yourself. Thank you.
King Gap can't win.
Oh my god. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
No,
it's similar, it's similar.
Oh, who is Krawi? Look at the ego on this guy. It's like space version 2.
Okay. Baby, don't cry.
No, I'm gonna cry. I'm not trying this match. I hate all of you.
Yep.
Welcome back. Guys, it wasn't just me that was dancing. Everyone else was dancing, but I was just on camera. Anyways, welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Hanbin from Dallas Fuel for the post-match interview. Hanbin, what a crazy game. I mean, and you guys were popping up. You and just Dallas Fuel, you guys were just firing on all cylinders. So I want to ask you, this stage and this meta, you guys have been finding so much success. How are you able to do that? Do you think you guys are really? Do you think this meta is sort of made for you guys? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 센쇼의 연승을 이제 끄는 것도 달라스 퓨얼인데요. 오늘 어떻게 보면 오늘뿐만이 아니라 지금 현 메타와 지금 스테이지에서 달라스가 굉장히 좋은 성적을 내고 있는데 이게 좀 현 메타와 지금 달라스의 플레이 스타일이 좀 잘 맞아서인 거야? 아니면 이렇게 좀 잘할 수 있게 되는 계기가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
일단은 정커킨 조합이 되게 팀업이긴 하잖아요. 뭉쳐서 다니면서 약간 정커킨 시프트 받고 한 번에 포커싱하는 그런 조합이잖아요. 그래가지고 약간 저희가 한마음 한뜻으로 약간 정신개조 당했다 해야 되나? 그렇게 해가지고 한마음으로 그냥 한 명을 포커싱 해가지고 지금 조합이 저희한테 잘 맞는 것 같습니다.
I think the reason that we're doing so well in this current meta is because Junker Queen meta currently, it's all about teamwork. You press the Junker Queen shift, all of your teams go in, focus on one person or one player, and that's how you win the team fight. I think the biggest plus for that for us is becoming one, having sort of the one body, one soul mentality for the Dallas Fuel. That's what we're really good at, and that's why we are flourishing currently in this current meta with the Junker Queen. All right, talking about Junker Queen though, there's a lot of talks about which player is the best Junker Queen, and your name, of course, Hanbin, is up there as well. Do you personally see yourself as the best Junker Queen in the Overwatch League? 자, 정커 퀸 얘기가 나와서 또 하나의 질문을 하자면은 요즘 이렇게 좀 정커 퀸 누가 최고의 정커 퀸인가라는 질문이 좀 많이 도는 것 같은데 한빈 선수가 보시기에도 좀 이렇게 최고의 자기 자신이 좀 최고의 정커 퀸이라고 좀 생각을 하시나요?
제가 원래는 이런 말 잘 안 하는데 정커킨 나오고 지금까지 저보다 잘하는 정커킨은 없는 것 같아요. 제가 스크림 하면서 다른 정커킨 하는 선수들한테도 와 너 진짜 잘한다 이런 소리도 많이 들었고 오늘 같이 경기한 콜로지 선수도 저한테 긴 말로 저한테 그랬거든요. 와 너 정커킨 왜 이렇게 잘하냐. 이번만큼은 겸손하지 않겠습니다.
Alright. I usually don't say this, and I don't like to really boast, but I do believe that I am the best Junker Queen. After scrims, in scrims, or even when I play on stage, even for today, Kaluj even told me that I was really, really good, and a lot of different players said that I was really good. And I honestly haven't seen anyone after Junker Queen's release that could top me for the Junker Queen. And lastly, finally, my final question for you, Hanbin, is with this win, you guys are now in the #1 seed for the tournament. So, Johnny asked this question to a different team, but I'm going to ask you this question. How are you going to celebrate today for getting the #1 seed for the tournament? 자, 마지막 질문은 오늘 이제 승리로 인해서 이제 이번 토너먼트에 1위 시드로 들어가게 되셨는데요. 오늘 어떻게 좀 즐기실 건가요? 아무래도 오늘 승리가 아무래도 좀 뜻깊은 죄송합니다. 좀 승리라고 생각을 하기 때문에 오늘 좀 어떻게 오늘 밤을 어떻게 좀 보내실 생각이신가요?
일단은 저번 정규 시즌에서 쇼크한테 한번 졌을 때 그때는 진짜 두 발 뻗고 못 잤는데 오늘만큼은 진짜 발 뻗고 잘 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그냥 편하게 자는 게 목적이었어요 오늘은.
Alright. So last time we played against the San Francisco Shock in the regular season, and we lost to them, I really couldn't get a good night's sleep. That really bothered me. So I think the fact that now I could get a good night's rest, had a good night's sleep today, I think is how I'm going to enjoy the night for today. All right, Hanbin, that is it for the questions. Thank you so much for your time, and big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다.
Woo! Whoa, yeah! Let's go! Chapin! Woo!
That was great. That was so good.
I got baited. I got baited. We were just jamming out to the beat, and then I just missed my cue.
Yeah. Hey, you recovered so well. Had that been me doing the interview, I would have cracked up, I would have been thrown off guard. But you just like, hey, Hanbin. Tell me about the match. And you just picked it up right up. That was great.
I bet right now after that interview, Hanbin was cracking up too. I was like, what is he doing? What does he do? Does he dance all the time when he's like, when he's telling me the questions? Like, all right, Hanbin, I'm gonna ask you this and this and this. Are you okay?
Hey, those break tracks, they're bangers. They're good. They got good beats.
This match was a banger too. I mean, San Francisco Shock, unfortunately, their win streak ends here. And, you know, Proper and them, they try to get the win, but it really didn't happen because Dallas Fuel, Edison, was just...
I want to talk about Hanbin first because that was some Chad answers right there. It's like, oh yeah, you know, am I the best Junker Queen? Yes, I am. Everyone else tells me all the time, so I have to be. And
no,
like,
but he said he usually doesn't like to boast.
Yeah, I know, but like we have to hype him up because players don't usually want to hype themselves up too much. He is, in my opinion, the best Junker Queen in the world. He's just his daggers, the way that he plays, the way he understands the limitations of the hero is just absolutely ridiculous. But the big player that stood up for them, that we don't really expect as much, was Edison, as you said. On that Ashe, moving to more of the Ashe than the Sojin, sort of a change for them. He was lights out. He was putting on an absolute clinic of how you should be playing the Ashe. His opening picks, he was just forcing Kilo into bad positions time and time again, and the Dallas Fuel just looked to be on a completely different level. They did drop a map, as is tradition with the Dallas Fuel, but they looked dominant in this series.
It's honestly like the first time we've seen Shock like flustered to this point, where like you looked at this game and I was like, oh wow, Dallas Fuel are like outplaying them. Like it's not even funny. And you saw that sometimes. I felt like Dallas Fuel, they were more disciplined in a way, and that also like almost reflects itself in, for example, the Genji stats, like we previewed going into the game, where Sparkle, he doesn't deal as much damage as someone like Proper in the Genji duo. But like when he pulls out this Dragon Blade, he's going to get value from that Dragon Blade, and you're going to win fights with that Dragon Blade. I felt like a lot of the time the Dallas Fuel, they had a better understanding of like positioning and how to use their ultimates, and that was honestly the big difference maker sometimes. Sometimes it felt like Kilo was perhaps getting a bit caught off guard, Proper wasn't on the same page perhaps as some people like Collusion on his team, for example, when he was rampaging in. Dallas Fuel, like the hive mind is just back in business, all right? They're on the same page, they're synchronized, they know where they want to be at what time and how to utilize their ultimates to get an advantage. San Francisco Shock, they might have the superior mechanical skill sometimes, but like they were just caught on the back foot way too many times. Dallas Fuel looking like the best team going into the Toronto.
I want to talk to the hive mind that Johnny said. That New Queen Street fight where they lost a player and then somehow, as 4 players, they agreed to abduct the bot and they just ran away with it. And that forced the Shock into such a bad position. They ended up popping the rally in a 3v3 to end to close out that fight. That was an absolute masterclass of how you should be playing this meta and how to adapt at a disadvantage.
I'm gonna say I think this was the first time ever that I've been watching San Francisco Shock's match, and I usually yell oh my god, Proper like 5 times. I only did like twice. Yeah. I think this is the first time ever. I was so surprised by how well coordinated Dallas Fuel was, and it was just a joy to watch. And yeah, I mean San Francisco Shock, of course their winning streak ends here, but then they still had 20 to 1 now?
Yeah, 20
and
to
I
1.
don't think that record is going to go anywhere.
You can't really say 20 to 1 because 3 were from last season, so it's like, well,
17
and 1.
17 and 1.
It doesn't rank as nicely as 20.
Yeah, I think that's going to be on the top for a really long time, I would think so. Yeah. Well, congrats to Dallas Fuel. All right, now, let's take a look at the Western standings before we move on. Just to refresh everybody. A lot of clinches.
6-0.
Wow.
Yep.
So Dallas Fuel locked into number one. They will get the first pick, which is a big deal when we have 8 teams and potentially like a team like the Gladiators in the bottom half. All of a sudden, it's going to be hard to find the team that you want to choose. And as you can see here, the London Spitfire and the Gladiators, they are the last 2 teams that are currently in the top 8 that are fighting it out for. It is on the London Spitfire's shoulders. If they win tomorrow's match or lose 3-0 or 3-1, they are still in. But the Gladiators hoping that the Defiant can be dominant in tomorrow's match, but it's all up in the air still.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. If London wins,
they're in.
They're in.
Yeah.
If they lose, they're...
Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions.
Guys. Here's an answer for you guys. If you guys are curious, just tune in tomorrow to find out.
We'll have a really nice graphic, and we won't have to work it out on the fly.
Yeah. We don't have to do this guessing game, and everything will be laid out, and we'll all have the answers. All right. With that being said, let's take a look at. Yeah, it's time for best of the day. We had some great Overwatch matches today, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and start first. my best of the day, we all love Jungle Queen. And Kellen had a really good play on that Jungle Queen today in his match today. He got a 3K on the Queen.
I remember this. The nicest thing is the 360 he does at the end. Johnny says this
There's
doesn't count as a
two.
360,
Last
but
one,
I
is that
think
a
it counts.
360?
See, he shoots and then does a 360. That's pure confidence in your aim.
Was it a 360?
What? No.
Yeah, the way he shoots him and then he does
But
a
he did it
360.
after the thing, not before.
Yeah,
You're supposed to do it before.
it shows confidence in your aim. Look, he knows he's going to hit this shot. He's like, pow.
They had already won the fight. There were 4 people down.
Johnny's a
And then you're like,
hater.
360
It's
after? No, that is weak sauce. That is
That's not
weak.
weak.
Yeah, it is.
That's asserting dominance. It's like, I won.
Well, so if I shatter and hit 5 people and then I 360, it's not a 360 shatter. It's just a shatter and then I 360'd. A 360 shatter is doing before.
Johnny, I don't agree with Johnny. He
I don't
really
know what you're
sucks.
saying.
Johnny's a party.
Hey, it's my best of the day, okay?
Yeah.
Let me have this, all right?
Oh, your best of the day is wrong.
Okay.
It's just good of the day.
You're wrong.
It's good of the day, Johnny.
Johnny's having a bad day, but you know who else had a bad day? Luke Mino. He entered Frowny Town real quickly in the match, and it wasn't even really his fault. This is an Ajax sound barrier, but this was a great play from the New York Excelsior. So we run the clip, we can see how it happened. So here he goes, he does it. He is about to hit the ground, and he gets booped as he went for the sound barrier. So he goes into orbit. So I think he was planning on pressing Q and landing on the high ground here, but then he gets whipped. So then he tries to drop it, but he thought he was fine. But in comes Yaki. Oh my god.
Beat, whipped, and slashed.
I mean, like he's so far away, I don't think you can anticipate like a flying Genji coming in here. You're like, I'm so far away, who would kill me? And then
out of nowhere.
Yaki just comes, he's like, oh.
That was cool.
That was
That's
cool
kinda
indeed.
That's like the 1-2, best 1-2.
Wow, look at that
combo.
dragon.
Yeah.
That's some anime stuff right there.
Woo. Yeah.
All right, well, let's see your best
let's
of the
see
day.
your best of the day.
All right.
Hater
What
over here.
if did you like that whip shot right there?
Yeah, I did.
What if I had 2 for you in the same map? That's crazy. All right. Finn on the San Francisco Shock. He's like, hey Bob, you want to contest a point in overtime? No.
Yeah.
That's just a whip shot.
How about it's like he's redirecting. I'm like, oh, you lost. Hey, go over
That was
here.
lucky.
Go over
I
here.
don't think Finn.
Calculated from Finn.
Calculated.
Calculated.
No way.
No, that is
No
perfect.
way.
That is peak performance right there from Finn on the San Francisco Shock. And if this wasn't enough, you want to talk about some of the best Brigade players in the league. All right, whip shot coming in. Best Junker Queen in the game. Sayonara. See ya later, alligator. See, because Junker Queen's Australian.
Oh, that is good. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that.
There you go. Yeah.
I love the
My people need me. I must go. Oh, I love it.
All right. Well, those were our best of the day. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, that wraps up. God, I can't. Wraps up day 1, week 4 of
Stage 3.
stage 3,
Season 6. 5.
season 6.
5. 5.
Anyways, yeah,
Season
that's it.
5.
All right. Hex wants me to go ahead. Here are the matches for tomorrow. For the Eastern region, we got Hangzhou Spark versus Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah! Let's go!
Let's go, Jimmy.
Come
Put him
on,
in the ground.
Shy! Let's go,
What's wrong with
Shy!
you guys? All right. Chengdu Hunter versus Valiant.
That's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I miss you, Mulan Ran.
Fusion versus Dynasty.
Let's go, Tigers.
Yeah, Tigers. Wow, you guys are so unenthusiastic for the other two.
Hey, the Fusion! Disappoint us once more. Come on!
Here is the West schedule for tomorrow. Florida Mayhem versus Paris Eternal. Washington Justice, Houston Outlaws, and then Vancouver versus Boston Uprising.
There's something about Vancouver, Boston. I mean, Florida, they need to win that game against the Paris Eternal.
they lose.
Yeah, they need to win that game. But there's something about Vancouver, Boston. It's like, going back to the football references coming upon us. It's the Giants, Jets all over again. It's just, you have to be there.
Yeah, the sports ball. All the Giants, Jets. I hate it when
Florida
they
Mayhem have to win. If they don't win, they're out, right?
Yeah.
Paris. I want some chaos.
If you were ever going to upset, now is the time.
Now is the chance. Now is the chance. But anyways, guys, that wraps up for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Any last words? Anything you guys want to say? No, I hate you.
Let's go, Danny. Come on.
Let's
See
go.
you tomorrow.
Let's go.
All right,
Let's
everybody.
go.
Thank
See
you so much.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye.